Good morning, Mr. Albazaz. Good morning, Mr. Albazaz. Are you there? Good morning, Trooper. How are you today?
Good. How about yourself, ma'am?
I'm good. Can you tell me what case you're on, please?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, just give me 1 second here. I just got these notices yesterday, so excuse my unpreparedness here.
No, you're fine.
It's for a one for 8:45 a.m. with a Steinbrenner,
Okay.
and I believe I have another one at I think it was 10:45. Yes, 10:45 for a seed. Devontae Seed. I don't remember that.
Oh, okay. He is the one who's in custody. Um, the jail said that they would be calling around 10:45, so we just have to wait till they get him before a camera. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put you back in the waiting room for just a little bit. The prosecutor is not checked in yet. As soon
Okay.
as she checks in, I'll let her know you're here and she may want a breakout room with you.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, thank you. And I'm going to put you back in the waiting room.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Good morning, Mr. Steinbrenner.
Good morning.
The prosecutor has not checked in yet. Oh, wait, there she is right there. Did you want to speak to a court-appointed attorney today, or are you ready to go forward with the prosecutor?
I'm ready to proceed forward. I've been through this a couple times. I'm pretty sure I know what's going to go down.
Okay, I'm going to put you back in the waiting room for just a few minutes so I can get the prosecutor in and get it up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll bring you back in a few. Good morning, Jane. I can't hear you. There you go. Jane, I have a trooper, James Cheese, who is the trooper for Kincaid Steinbrenner. Mr. Steinbrenner is in the waiting room, and he does not want to speak to court appointed. Now, Trooper Cheese is also here on seed at 10:45 And we have to wait for the jail to call us on that one. Did you want to
Okay.
do you want a breakout room with Mr. Cheese? With Trooper Cheese?
With Trooper Cheese, yeah, and yes, but can I write
I
on
could,
this? I have to tell you something before we get going. I tried to email you. I don't know. It bounced back, and I emailed Heather too. But anyways, there's that Belady trial later on today, and I've settled it. And the attorney and his client, I told him to zoom in early and do the plea in case the plea blows, because if they do it early, then I can call off witnesses, because I got witnesses coming from like 45, 50 minutes away.
okay. All right. I'll let Judge know that.
It's going to be a plea. It's DV. I'm going to change it to DV and do 769 4A with anger management.
Okay. All right. Let me get you into a breakout room. Let me bring Trooper Cheese in.
Okay. Hey, they're starting to put up the pictures.
Good morning, Trooper. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with APA Gillis. Okay? Hang on just a minute.
Sorry, I'm not wearing my mask. It just steams my glasses up so much.
Every time you apologize to me, and every time I can be more serious when I say I don't really care if you wear a mask or not. And I don't even notice.
We don't.
Good morning, Ms. Morgan. How are you today?
Hi, good. I'm here for Ashley Turnage.
Yeah, she's not checked in yet.
Okay.
So I'll just put you back in the waiting room until she's checked in. But I did want you to know that I know you're here. Okay.
Thank you.
This is Paula. All
Yeah,
right.
I see your name. Thank you.
I'll put you back in the waiting room for just a few minutes.
Wonderful. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. To Gregory Hutt. 3, Amy Bowditch. Judge.
Yep.
Trooper Cheese is also the trooper on that 1045 for SEED, SEED. He is in custody and the jail's going to try and get it lined up for 1045.
It's at 10:45.
Seed is, SEED. That's Trooper Cheese's other case.
All right, I thought we were doing all the jail stuff first thing in the morning. How do we get a 10:45 scheduled with the jail?
We changed that about a month ago, remember? Because they couldn't get them all in the morning.
Nobody told me that. So now what's our time with the jail?
I believe they're doing them at 10:30, 10:45. I think we've been doing it for about a month, Judge.
Yeah, and how long has it been since I had a felony day? A month.
Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez.
Good morning.
Can you tell me what time you're scheduled?
9:15.
Who are you supposed to go before? Which judge?
I'm supposed to go before Judge Brian Oakley.
Okay, I'm not showing you on our docket. Let me look it up real quick.
Okay.
Okay, so these, unfortunately, are the exams. Yeah. These are all, trial, misdemeanor ones, and these are the PCCs.
What's this say? Oh, wait, these are all.
Jane,
They're all-
Jane, you're not muted.
Oh, sorry. I can talk to that Kincaid guy now if you want. Or Steinberger, I meant.
Yeah, hang on just a minute. Let me just find out something for this young man here. Mr. Rodriguez, what are you here for today?
Oh, my lawyer is. She just messaged me. She said my lawyer. My lawyer's in the waiting room, and she said I'm on the docket for a 1:30 afternoon exam,
Okay,
but we're supposed to waive.
all right. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room. And if you want to text her back and say that we'll be with them and just with her in just a moment. Is that Joan
Okay.
Morgan? Or what is your attorney's name?
Brandy.
Brandy Robinson?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to put you back in the waiting room for just a moment and I will be right with you. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay, Judge, we have Jane Gillis and I'm going to bring in Steinbrenner. She's ready for him.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Steinbrenner.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And Ms. Gillis, is there an offer for Mr. Steinbrenner to consider? You're muted.
Yes, I checked. He does have insurance on that vehicle now. And did you get rid of the window tints?
I did not get rid of the window tint, but my windows are open.
Well, you're just going to keep getting tickets for it. So I'll get rid of the no insurance, which is actually misdemeanor. And then I was going to say plead to the limited access 11 to 15, but you got to get those window tints fixed.
Yeah, I can't yank them off without there being a bunch of residue, and I haven't found someone that can do it yet.
You better drive around with your windows down.
It's warm out and my AC don't work, so that's something I can do for now.
Okay, well, I'll dismiss those two things. You can plead to the 11 to 15 if you want, or you can ask for a formal hearing.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay,
Which one? You want to plead to the speeding and dismiss the other two, or you want to ask for a formal hearing?
I want to plead to the speeding and dismiss the other two.
All right. The speeding is $170. Can you pay that within 30 days?
I can.
the air is back.
Yeah.
I'll dismiss the other two.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I can pay those
You're
online,
welcome.
correct?
You can, but if you pay it online, it's going to cost you extra money because there's a third-party vendor that processes those payments.
Okay.
That's certainly your option, though.
All right. My other option would be via Dropbox at the courthouse, correct?
Dropbox at the court. If you're here between 9 o'clock and 2 p.m., 9 a.m. and 2 p.m., we can do a face-to-face transaction.
All
You can
right.
mail it to us.
All right. Sounds
Got
good.
it?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Enjoy your day.
Thank you, you too.
Trooper, did you want to call back in at 10:45 or you want me to put you back in the waiting room and just let you hang out there?
You can put me back in the waiting room, ma'am. I don't.
Okay. We'll bring you back in when we get him online, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Brandy Robinson, attorney from NDS, and her client Ramal Rodriguez. They were scheduled this afternoon for exam, but they're going to waive this morning, Judge. And I'm bringing them in now. Good morning, Miss Robinson. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm great. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Counsel, your appearance for Mr. Rodriguez, please.
Brandy Robinson from the Neighborhood Defender Service, P66895.
Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Counsel, I
Gillis will be
understand
here.
we're going to waive today.
Yes, that's right, Judge.
Mr. Rodriguez, you understand the purpose for the exam that's scheduled this afternoon?
Yes, Your Honor.
You discussed your rights and options. You understand all those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understanding your rights and options and the purpose for the exam, are you waiving that exam today freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand, sir, that a waiver means this file is going downtown? Your next court date will be at the circuit court level.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies, you satisfied with the waiver?
That's fine.
Yes, the defense is satisfied, Judge. Thank you.
All right, AOI date at this point at least would be June 16 at 9 a.m. I will continue bond.
Thank you, Judge.
Good luck downtown, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Ramal, I'll give you a call. You can go ahead and sign off now.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day. Oh, Judge, I'll see you later this afternoon anyway, because I've got another
I'll be
exam.
here.
Okay. I'll see you, Jane.
Yeah.
Judge, I'm going to bring in Billy Napier and Jeffrey Bowditch, his attorney.
Open end times. Might have to move.
Hello.
Good morning, gentlemen. Mr. Bowditch, your appearance for Mr. Napier, please.
Mr. Bowditch isn't connected audio yet. He is now.
Mr. Bowditch, your appearance for Mr. Napier, please.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch, 45367, appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Napier. Your Honor, today is the date and time set for a pretrial in this matter. I've spoken with a prosecutor. I believe we have a plea agreement in which Mr. Napier would be pleading guilty to an added count of operating while impaired, with the understanding his original charge would be dismissed.
That's
Thank
correct.
you. And Mr.
Thank you,
Napier, you
Mr.
understand that the added charge carries a possible penalty of up to 93 days in jail, up to $300 fines, plus court costs.
Yes, sir.
And you've gone over your rights with Mr. Bowditch. You understand your rights and options?
Yes, sir.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily to the added charge today?
Yes, sir.
Did you drive a vehicle on August 12, 2020 in Belleville?
Yes, sir.
Prior to driving that vehicle, did you consume some alcohol?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Bowditch, would you stipulate to the BAC or blood alcohol content?
Yes, Your Honor, so stipulated.
And Ms. Gill is satisfied?
Satisfied.
All right, Mr. Napier, I've accepted your plea to the added charge, dismissed the original charge. The next step is you're going to hear from our probation department. They'll schedule with you a pre-sentence investigation interview, which will probably be handled on Zoom. I just want to confirm some information. Your address on Rob is correct?
Yes, sir.
And how about a phone number?
734-697-1530.
And do you have an email address that you use?
Yes, B as
Go
in
ahead.
Bill, excuse me, BNAP 310 at Comcast.net.
All right, so B like boy, nap 313 at Comcast?
310 at Comcast.net, sir.
Gotcha. All right, you'll hear from the probation department. They'll schedule that. Then they'll also schedule a sentencing date with Mr. Bowditch. In the meantime, bond is continued. Mr. Bowditch, anything else?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, have a good day, gentlemen.
Mr.
you,
Bowditch,
Mr.
are you
Napier.
our MIDC for today?
I'm only on a gentleman named Gregory Huck.
He's in the waiting room. I'll bring him in so that
I'm
we
going
can
to need
let
a
you go.
breakout room with him, Paula.
All right. Hang on just a minute. Judge, after I put them into a breakout room, I'm going to be bringing in Frankie Jacobs and his attorney, Robert Jerzyk.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Huck. I'm going to be placing you in a breakout room with your attorney.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Jerzyk. Your appearance for Mr. Jacobs, please. Oh, I thought I had you.
Mr. Jerzyk, you
Mr.
do.
Jerzyk, are you there?
Yes, good morning.
There it goes.
Good morning. Your appearance for Mr. Jacobs.
Robert Jerzyk, P33195, on behalf of Mr. Frankie Jacobs, who's here with us on Zoom.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Jacobs.
Good morning.
Ms. Gillis, is there an offer?
This is a,
It's a PCC, Judge.
it's a
Oh,
piece.
PCC. All right,
Right.
so what are we going to do today, council?
Well, we can either try to work, I can try to work it out with the prosecutor, or we can set it for exam.
I would have to call the victim on this. But we can either come back or we could set it for exam. When I notify them, if they don't want to show up, I'll call the court, but
So do you want, what do you want to say? Do you want to set it for exam, or do you
I want
want
to move this along. This is at least the second PCC, so let's set the exam and get something accomplished.
okay.
What is a PPC?
Paula, do I have an exam date somewhere in there? I see PCC adjournments.
We can do it on the 9th or the 14th of July.
Mr. Jurzik,
Let me see, the 9th or the 14th of July.
Well,
Either
the
of those.
9th of June, I'm sorry. I
Or
should
9th of
specify.
June?
Yes, that'd be next week, or we can do it on the 14th of July.
why can't we do it any Wednesday between now and then?
Those aren't our dates.
I didn't think that's the way we were scheduling exams.
Hang on just a minute, I'll verify that.
Pick a Wednesday, Mr. Jurzik.
We can do the 16th, or is that not good?
Hang on just a minute. The 16th of,
June, that's a Wednesday.
that's Judge Green's date. So do you want to set it on that date?
I mean, that's the best Wednesday for me. That's the, because the 9th, I got something in Grosse Pointe Woods at 11. I don't know if that's live or a Zoom.
Judge, I just verified and we keep our own exams. When we set it for exam, it stays with us.
All right, so that means the 9th or the 14th of July, Mr. Jurzik.
That'll be the 9th.
Time, Paula?
At 10 o'clock.
Can we do that
Time will
earlier?
be continued.
No,
Pardon me?
What? I haven't. Well, no, 10th is fine. I'll take care of that other matter. I mean, the 9th at 10 o'clock.
June 9, 10 a.m. live.
Live. Okay.
Live, not Zoom.
Judge, I apologize. It has to be in the afternoon because it's a live exam. That's my fault.
Give me a time.
1:45.
1:45 is fine on the 9th.
Bond is continued. Good day, gentlemen.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gotta notify. You can.
Yeah, see, when I talked to them Tuesday, they said they're still trying to figure out why your thermostat isn't operating.
I'll let you work. I just wanted to come check
it out. Yeah. What's next? We're all
ready
set,
on
gentlemen. You
Mr.
got your
Huck, Your
date.
Honor. We're ready on Mr. Huck, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Jacobs, you can just check out.
I don't know how to do this.
Okay, I'll let you,
I've never done it.
I'll release you. Here we go. There.
Mr. Bowditch, your appearance for Mr. Huck.
No, Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Gregory Huck. Your Honor, today's the date and time set for a pretrial. I did get a call yesterday from an attorney, I believe from Oakland or Macomb County, and he believes he believed at the time that Mr. Huck was going to retain him. I spoke with Mr. Huck a few moments ago. His retained attorney has been retained. All I want to do is adjourn this to give his attorney a chance to put in his appearance.
This has been adjourned twice already, 3 times already. Mr. Huck, you gaming us? Who's your attorney?
I was waiting.
Who?
Wheaton. I got his card. Let me get it.
And you've paid Mr. Wheaton some money?
Yes, sir. He
All right,
said
then get him on my Zoom meeting. Paul will put Mr. Huck back in the waiting room.
I'll stay here, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Judge, I verified with Heather, Royce Nunley is our MIDC today.
All right, who's ready?
I have a Donald Cooper, and he has MIDC. It doesn't say who, but I'm going to bring Royce Nunley in. Mr. Nunley, Mr. Cooper has MIDC, but it doesn't say who it is.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. You want to have a breakout room with him before you speak with the judge, or are you ready?
I think I'm ready to speak to the prosecutor on the matter.
So you want a breakout room with APA Gillis?
Sure.
Hang on just a moment. And Judge, I don't know who would handle this, but we have a request from APA Gillis for someone to help them adjust the air in there.
Repeat that.
Jane Gillis is asking for somebody to help them adjust the air in their room.
Well, it's not going to be me.
Okay, I didn't know who to refer it to.
See if you can get hold of Fred.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Mr. Osment, we're trying to bring your client into the meeting.
I'm in the call.
He's here,
All right.
Mr. Shropshire.
There we go.
All right, Mr. Osment, your appearance for Mr. Shropshire.
Jeff Osment, attorney for Ellis Shropshire.
And what are we doing with the PCC date?
Judge, we are waiving the preliminary exam, voluntarily be bound over to circuit court.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Shropshire, you understand the purpose for a preliminary exam?
Yes.
And you've gone over your rights and options with Mr. Osment. You understand all those?
Yeah.
Understanding all of that, are you waiving the exam freely and voluntarily today?
Yes.
You understand that a waiver means this file is going to go downtown. Your next court date will be at the circuit court level.
So I'm still getting probation.
Yeah, we have to enter the deal from the gun board downtown, like I told you.
Okay. Yes.
And understanding all of this, you're waiving freely and voluntarily, correct?
Yes.
All right, your next court date will be the 16th of June, 9 a.m. I will continue your bond. I wish you two fellows good luck downtown. Mr. Osmond, anything else?
No, sir. Thank you, Judge.
Judge,
All right, have a great day.
was this an add-on? I don't even have a file on this.
Well, this was a case where this was set for this date. I got a hold of Lisa Coyle a couple days ago. She said there's still no decision from the gun board, adjourn it. So we called and asked the court to adjourn it. And then the very next day, we got a letter indicating the gun board had a deal for us. So we know how the court likes to move these along. So we asked the court to just keep it on so we could waive. That's the story there.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day.
You as well.
Thank you. I can
Hey,
leave.
Jane, Valade's attorney is Darren, is that correct?
Let me look here real quick.
Paula, when you get a second.
Yeah, it's Nicholas Darren.
Could I get a brief breakout room with Mr. Cooper when you get a second, Paula?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Jane, I've got Valade in the waiting room, but I don't see his attorney.
He should be here. I said 9 o'clock, around 9 for him. So.
I'm bringing Turnage and her attorney in, Joan Morgan.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning, Ms. Morgan.
Good morning, Judge. I'm here for Ashley Turnage.
Yeah, we're trying to get her in.
She has been on. She texted me a minute ago and said she had to clock into work at 8 o'clock her time. I told her to get off because I don't want her to lose her job over this.
Okay. We'll put you back in the waiting room.
It's one where we've just been waiting and waiting for the gun board.
Ashley Turnage is
So you're
just
gonna waive
not.
her presence?
Yes, sir.
What do you want to do?
I guess ask for another adjournment. I emailed Lisa Coyle yesterday and got no response. The gun board letter is from December 21st of last year.
Okay, these are getting really old. So if you would have contacted us last week, we wouldn't have to waste time on a busy Wednesday morning just to do an adjournment.
Okay.
She's in the meeting room, Judge. She just
Okay.
hasn't connected her
Doesn't
audio.
help me do the adjournment.
Okay.
So Paula, give me a date. What was that, June 14th?
If it's a PCC, Judge, you can just use any one of those dates that
Correct.
Heather gave you.
Give me a date 6 weeks down the road.
July 14th is 6 weeks.
Bond is continued. Good
Thank
luck,
you.
Ms. Morgan.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, dear. Judge, I have Gregory Huck with his attorney, Wheaton, in the waiting room. And then Mr. Nunley is also back with his client.
Mr. Nutley, are you ready on Cooper?
I am. Thank you, Judge.
What are we doing?
So we would ask the court to set it for a final pretrial and where the victim must appear. And then maybe I'm going to need some discovery, maybe a discovery order. Jane, if you could just send over what you got whenever you get a second.
Royce Nunley, will you tell us your email just in case?
I will. It is Royce at RoyceNunleyLaw.com.
How far out you want to go with the pretrial, final pretrial?
It doesn't matter to me, whenever the court can get us in.
I can get you in any Wednesday in the next 2 months.
Any Wednesday the next 2 months. So how about next Wednesday? Yeah, and how about 2 Wednesdays from now, just to have a little bit of time to get the discovery.
All right, June 16th, 9:45.
Could we do a little later? I have a hearing at 9:30. It's a sentencing.
10:30?
Quick. Yeah, 10:30 is great. Perfect.
Paula, just so you know, it's still showing 8:30 in custody on the adjournment dates.
And it's,
I'll let Heather know that.
All right, Mr. Wheaton, your appearance for Mr. Huck, please.
May it please this honorable court, Donald Wheaton Jr. appearing on behalf of Greg Huck.
And today's the date and time set for pretrial, the third date we've had for a pretrial. What's your pleasure today?
Your Honor, it's my understanding, after speaking with Mr. Bowditch yesterday, that we don't have discovery yet. I'd like to get that, if at all possible.
Ms. Gillis?
that's fine. Mr. Hold on one second. I mixed up two files. What's your email, Mr. Wheaton?
It is Don, D-O-N, at lawyerhousecalls, LAWYERHOUSECALLS.com. Hopefully soon the brand will be good again.
Counsel, pick a Wednesday.
The 23rd, Your Honor, if we could, please.
$8:30.
I have a status conference at 8:30. Anytime after that, though.
How good's your status conference? Can we do it 9 o'clock?
It'll be done probably if we are both in the Zoom room at 8:30. We'll be out of there by 8:40. No problem there.
All right, 9 a.m. Bond is continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good to see you again.
Have a good day. You as well, sir.
Thank you.
Judge, can I verify that date, please?
23rd.
Thank you. We also have Mr. Darren in the waiting room now with Mr. Valade after you're finished with Mr. Nunley and Mr. Cooper.
Oh, I'm not ready to.
What about Mr. Cooper and Mr. Nunley?
Mr. Cooper, you can sign off. We're good to go.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Mr. Huck, you can also sign off. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing, John?
Good to see you, Royce.
Good to see you. Good to see you when we're not, on the other side, opposite sides of the V.
True enough. True enough. She didn't file any objection, so.
Oh, good. Good. So hopefully we won't hear from those knuckleheads for, a couple months.
I wouldn't count on it.
Yeah, probably not.
Thanks again, Judge.
You're welcome. Mr. Darren, are you there?
I am, Judge.
Your appearance for Mr. Valade, please.
Nicholas Darren on behalf of Scott Valade, Your Honor, who appears before us via.
Good morning, Mr. Valade. My understanding is this is set for a trial later today, but there's been a plea agreement.
That's Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. The only thing I was waiting to hear from Miss Gillis, I did text her yesterday. My client would like to proceed with a no contest plea.
A no contest plea is fine, Your Honor. He's going to plead. I'm going to change the charge from assault and battery to domestic violence. It was his girlfriend's daughter who lived there at the time. So it's domestic violence under 769 4A. And I'm asking that he do anger management and 12 months probation and be erased off his record.
Your Honor, I'd like
Say it again. I heard the anger management and then what?
12 months probation and non-reporting is fine as long as he's done the anger management.
All right. You see
Your Honor,
any
the only
need for
thing
pre-sentence investigation?
I mean,
Ms. Gillis?
I didn't hear you, Judge. I'm sorry.
Any need for a pre-sentence investigation or should we sentence today?
Sentence today is fine with me.
I have no objection. I'll just allocute accordingly, Your
Go
Honor.
ahead. This is a good time for it and then we'll take the plea.
Okay, Your Honor, this case is quite old. It's almost about, I believe it's almost over a year, if not longer. This happened right about the start of the pandemic. And as you know, the court was kind of pushing this thing around and while we were figuring everything out. Mr. Valade's been on bond. There's been no issues. I mean, I have no objection, obviously, to the non-reporting. I think the year is a little bit long. He has no criminal history whatsoever. I would just ask for a very short term of probation, 3 to 6 months, give him the opportunity to pay and take care of the anger management class that he needs to do. Other than that, Your Honor, I mean, like I said, he's essentially been on probation to this court with an even worse sanction where a violation could have resulted in immediate incarceration, and he's had no issues. And I mean, I have heard nothing from the prosecutor to suggest anything otherwise, that he's had any contact with the victim or anything. So I would just ask for a shorter term of probation. But I mean, Your Honor, this is going to be the last you're going to see of Mr. Valade.
Right. I look in the file and it looks like he's been on bond, a conditional bond, since November 2020. Jane, given that information, are you okay with a shorter term?
Yep, as long as he takes some sort of anger management. My understanding is they have online classes now. I've had defendants do those.
Right.
So, and no new cases, no contact with the victim.
That's fine.
Yeah. All right. Jane, you're all right with 3 months as long as that gives him time to get the anger management completed?
Can we do 6, Judge? I have some victims who are.
I understand. Mr. Darren?
Your Honor, I mean, I think 3 months is appropriate. I mean, this is his fiance's daughter. She's moved out of the home. She's now living with her father. He has no, I mean, this was an entire culmination of him trying to be the father figure in her life and it created issues. She doesn't want to be there. He doesn't want her there. This is his home. I mean, we're not going to have any issues. I really think that 3 months is appropriate.
How old is she?
I believe
17 now. She was 16 at the time, I think.
All right, let's do this. Let's do 6 months. And I'll entertain a request to terminate early, as long as we get through the anger management program with no problems, and at least 3 months with no problems.
That's more than reasonable, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Anything else I should consider before I set terms, or let's get to the actual plea. So, Mr. Vlade, do you understand the possible penalty for the domestic violence charge?
I do, Your Honor.
And you've gone over your rights, Mr. Darren. You understand your rights and options?
Correct.
And you're going to plead no contest today, correct?
Yes.
No contest says to me that you're not going to fight the charge of domestic violence. So if I get a factual basis from some outside source that supports a plea, I can move forward with this agreement that we've discussed. You understand that, sir?
I do.
In understanding all of that, are you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily to the added charge today?
I just have one question, Your Honor. After the 3 months, does this charge drop off my record?
Scott, once your probation is complete, whether it's the 3 months or the 6 months, what the judge is allowing us is to petition the court after 3 months if everything's completed, so that he can review it and say, yes, you've completed everything, I'll let you off early. But yes,
it does. It is off his record. What they do when the probation term ends, they look to see if he's picked up any charges. As long as he hasn't, then it's sealed. Like no employer or anything can ever find
no
it.
employer, no one will be will know about it.
They won't be able to look it up on the court docket.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, understanding that, you're going to plead no contest today, sir?
Yes.
And Mr. Darren, would you like to provide a factual basis, or where am I going to get it?
If you have the police report, Your Honor, I would stipulate to that, or the information. Or if you would just like.
I normally don't have a police report. And I don't in this case.
Your Honor,
I have something.
Give me 2 seconds.
On the date of 4/23/2020 at 25498 Winding Creek Drive in Huron Township, the defendant Scott Valade did assault or batter Victoria Putzig, and she was living with him at the time, his girlfriend or fiance's daughter.
All right, counselors, you're both satisfied with the factual basis?
Satisfied.
I'll accept the plea to the added charge, dismiss the original. Is there anything else I should consider, Mr. Darren?
No, Your Honor, I think I've said everything I need to say.
All right, Mr. Vlade, anything you want to add?
How can I get details about this anger management program so I can start it immediately?
Probation department will contact you.
understood. Do you know telephone, email? I'm just not sure what I should be looking for.
I've got your phone number, 673-5060.
Yes.
They'll reach out to you via phone, Scott.
Okay, thank you.
And if you haven't heard from them in like a week, call me and I'll get it situated.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't even wait that long. Today's
Okay.
Wednesday. If you don't hear from them by Friday noon, call council.
Okay, understood.
All right. All right. So I'll go along with the delayed sentence under 769.4A. As I said, council, we're gonna do it for 6 months with the idea that if he gets the anger management done in 3 months have gone with no problems, then I'll entertain termination at that time. Court costs are assessed the amount of $500. I want that paid within 30 days. Any questions?
Do I need to stop by the court to pay the court costs, or?
You can mail it to us. You can drop it in our Dropbox. You can do a face-to-face 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. or you can pay it online. If you pay it online, it's going to cost you some extra money because there's a third-party vendor that processes it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Anything else, gentlemen?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I'm also on Richard Henry. I'm covering it for my partner, so I can take care of that. He
Hold
should
on,
be
Susan.
signing on at 9:30, but there's nothing
What's the
further
name,
on
Henry?
Mr. Valade.
I don't see one in the waiting room.
Me neither.
Do you want me just to put you back in the waiting room, Mr. Darren, and then as soon as he checks in?
Yeah, and I'll reach out to him and have him jump on. Jane, we just need to get further discovery, so we just want to waive the 21 day rule and get an adjournment. So
The paper and the digital was sent this morning.
okay, so I mean, obviously, we just need a little bit of time to review.
Little bit of time
Yeah,
to
Mr.
review.
Darren, hold on a minute. Mr. Darren, just waive his presence. If all we're doing is adjournment, we'll get you the date now. You can call him and tell him no need for him to zoom in.
Perfect.
What was your client's name?
Richard Henry.
And what time was he scheduled, counsel?
9:30, I believe. David
got
Kamaz
it.
is his attorney.
Yep. All right, so I'll just make a note. We're going to adjourn this for discovery. Pick a Wednesday.
This is. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me look here. Could we do the 30th, Your Honor, of June?
Sure. 10 a.m.
That should work.
Okay.
Mr.
good day.
Darren, Mr. Kamaj also has another one at 9:30 of Bilal Maru. Are you covering for that?
He's going to do that one. I believe that they're just getting actually, I can run down and ask him real quick. I think they're just getting an adjournment on that one as well. And if he is, I'd probably just take the same date. So if you give me a second, I'll just run downstairs and ask him.
That's my case, Paul. I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Hang on 1 second.
All right.
Judge, I have an unrelated question if you have 10 seconds.
Go ahead.
I have a bench trial next week in which I have a victim that has some mental diagnoses, and they're wondering if it's possible that her therapist be there when she testifies.
Yeah, just as moral support type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we have a problem with that.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Judge, do you want me to bring in another case?
Yeah, what one?
I've got Anthony Alongi, ALONGI, with his attorney, Durade Elder.
I couldn't find Mr. Elder in the. Wait a minute, bring him in.
I think he just checked in a short time ago.
Your Honor, his client is on his way too, but he said he just wants an adjournment. So,
all right, which file is this, Mr. Darren?
Bilal, I forget what the last name is. Paula said it earlier, but yeah, it's scheduled for 9:30 as well.
Maru.
I have a name so I can find the file.
Bilal Maru, Judge, MROUE.
Thank you.
Is it a felony or misdemeanor?
Mine.
It's felony.
Oh, it's yours. Good.
Yeah, it's for
All right,
Darren.
so we're going to adjourn the PCC, Mr. Darren?
Yeah, to just June 30th at 10.
Just so you know, Mr. Darren, I did send paper discovery yesterday. There is no video in this case. I do
Okay.
have 911 that I'll send over as well. Okay.
Okay, so no video, but you'll send me the 911?
Yes.
Cool.
All right, counsel, you're waiving Mr. Marula's presence today?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, that's the date, June 30, 10 a.m.
Okay, do you need Mr. Kamaj's number or email, or do
I
you
have
have
it.
everything? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Judge. The new courtroom looks good.
Thank you. Mr. Elder, your appearance for Mr. Alonji.
Good morning, Mr. Elder. I don't think he's
Good morning,
hearing
Anna
it.
DeRay Elder, Mr. Alonji.
And I brought in Grace Broughton, who is the prosecutor for that case.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, counsel. And what are we doing on this file today?
Yeah,
Your
we
Honor,
just set up for
today-
exam.
Exactly. It's just the PCC today, Your Honor.
What are we doing?
We set up for exam, Judge.
Set up for an exam?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
please.
All right, pick a Wednesday.
Your Honor, I would ask respectfully if we could do any time after June 25th. The complainant has informed me that she is unavailable most of June.
We have July 14th
July 14th.
or July 21st.
Works for the people. Both those dates work for the people.
Paula, what time? 1:30?
Yes, sir.
All right, bond will be continued, July 14th, 1:30, live exam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Who's next, Paula?
Okay, Judge, there's quite a few in here. I got to find out who they are.
You got anybody that
Mr.
needs to know
Alongi,
who
you
they
can
are?
sign out, please.
Okay, thank you. Have a good one.
Okay, I'm switching rooms. I'm going to keep it on though, the Zoom on. It's too cold in here. Wait.
I'm just going to find out who Donald is. None of them are connecting to their audio.
I'll be right back.
Good morning. Can you give
Good
me
morning.
your full name, please?
Donald Joseph Coletta.
Okay. And your attorney is Glenn Williams, and he is in the waiting room. I'll bring him in, Judge,
What time is Coletta, Paula?
at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Oh.
We've got Donald Coletta with Mr. William. Jane, just so you're aware.
Good morning, Mr. William. Your appearance for Mr. Coletta.
William Glenn on behalf of Mr. Coletta, P36794.
Counsel, it looks like he slipped through the cracks. There's never been an arraignment. Would you waive formal rating?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll enter not guilty plea. Thank you. Today's the date and time set for a probable cause conference. What are we doing?
Your Honor, this is a waiver. My client understands that he has a right to a preliminary examination where it must be shown that a crime was committed and there's probable cause to charge him with that offense. Understanding that he wishes to be bound over to the Wayne County Circuit Court on the charges in the complaint and warrant. Is that correct, Mr. Coletta?
Yes, sir.
I think you covered it all, Mr. Glenn. Thank you. All right, so we're looking at a arraignment on information date of the 16th of June. That'll be at 9 a.m. And bond is continued. Good luck downtown, fellas.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you,
Mr.
Your
Coletta,
Honor.
you can sign off. I'll give you the information about the 26th, I mean the 16th in a few minutes.
Okay, feel free to email or text it to me.
Okay, all right.
Thank
You can
you.
sign off. All right.
Thank you.
We can't stop the video. Okay, so which reset am I? So if I just hit one of the other buttons, it takes me off camera. Two gets me back on. That works. Thanks, Brent. Appreciate it. You didn't mute me, did you? That's the red mute button. Okay, that makes sense. Thanks. Paula, what's next?
Sorry, I was muted. I've got a few in here that I'm figuring out who they are. Good morning. Can I get your full name, please?
Christian Latrell Thomas.
Okay, so just hang on. Let me just rename that real quick.
Jane, I've got a misdemeanor Albazaz executive orders violation from Van Buren Township. Do you have a plea on that one or an offer on that one? Scheduled first thing this morning.
He's been in there, Judge, but he wouldn't answer. He was gone. You could see the room, but not him. I brought him in a few times. Mr. Thomas, oh, here you are. You're scheduled at 9:15. Your attorney has not checked in yet. That's Mr. Rather. So I'm going to put you back into the waiting room until Mr. Rather checks in. All right?
Okay.
Thank you.
The victim, I believe.
Oh, I don't have a file for that gentleman.
Who's that?
Christian Thomas. I've got
It's scheduled at 9:15, Judge.
Still don't have a file.
I actually have the file, but I don't know if I have her number in here. I got a different one the other day.
Let me check with Heather, and Heather's going to look for it right now.
Thank you. Jane, can you hear me?
Yes.
Paul, I got the file. It was in the afternoon docket file. Jane, do you have an offer for Albazaz if we can find him? Scheduled this morning on an executive orders violation?
We dismissed that. We'll dismiss that.
All right.
Yeah. Across it. Yes, just say he pled and acknowledgement, and it's, I asked.
Hello.
Are you Zara Albazaz?
Yeah, I'm her.
Good morning. The prosecutor is dismissing this file from April 9, 2020. Understood?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Enjoy your day.
I just put leave on here. Get out the meeting pretty much.
Speak up, please. I can't hear you.
Should I just put leave on here on the meeting? Like
Yeah, you're all set. Have a nice day.
You too.
iPhone, what's your name?
He's not connected yet, Beth. Ms. Hoffman, is that your client beside you?
Yes, it is.
And that would be Mr. Holstein?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm ready on that.
Paula.
I'm sorry, Judge West.
I asked you what time it was scheduled.
9:30.
All right. Ms. Hoffman, your appearance for Mr. Holstein.
Good morning, Your Honor. Benita Hoffman on behalf of James Holstein, who is to my left. My bar number is P48738.
Thank you. Probable cause conference scheduled this morning. What are we doing?
I believe we are headed to preliminary examination unless the prosecution is dismissing.
All right. We ready now? Pick a Wednesday.
It's a DV, Judge.
Paula, what's Darian's dates?
Hang on just a second, I'm looking.
This is in person, correct, Ms. Hoffman?
That's fine. I can do it in person if that's what the court prefers. Otherwise, I would be happy.
It is.
Okay. Sorry.
We have Darian the next time, July 27th, unless you want to go for June 8th.
You can give me one moment to check my calendar.
I can't do it on the 8th. I
Oh,
have.
wait, this is a PCC.
This is an exam. I need an exam date for Darian.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was looking for her domestic violence.
I can't do it on the 8th, Paula.
Okay, that wouldn't be it anyway. We can do it July 14th or the 21st of July.
Since when aren't we doing these on Monday?
That's a
I thought Darian
Wednesday.
was on Mondays.
No, Darian's on Tuesday, but we do her exams on the felony day.
The exams are on Mondays.
Yours
Thank
are,
you.
oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I am so sorry. And June 14th
June 14th is
or
a
June
Monday.
or June 21st.
I
Those
can
are,
do the 14th at 10.
I cannot. I'm scheduled to be in trial on a CPS matter. How about the 21st will work?
What time on the 21st?
Paula,
in the morning.
it's wide open,
Yeah.
9 a.m.
Good for the people, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Hoffman, anything else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies.
June 21st, right? Right. And it's in
Paula,
person?
have you tried to send a chat to the guy with the iPhone?
I did twice, Judge. I have Christian Thomas, excuse me.
Still waiting for his
Yeah, we're
attorney.
waiting for Mr. Rather. And there was the C. Austin, he won't connect either. And I believe that's Mr. Austin.
Scatter the pieces on the floor.
Mr. Austin. Hello?
Yes.
Mr. Austin.
Yes.
Is your name
Turn your
Christopher
TV off or
Austin?
whatever you've got going in the background.
Yes. I'm sorry.
I know you're not supposed to be able to put your hand.
All right, Mr. Austin, you're scheduled for a pretrial today. Are you prepared to go forward without an attorney, or would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney?
I would like to speak to the court-appointed attorney.
All right, Paula. Ms. Gillis, is there an offer for Mr. Nunley to speak to Mr. Austin about? Larceny charge.
I don't have an offer at this time.
Mr. Nunley will put you in a breakout room with Mr. Austin.
Sounds good.
LG Stylo, the guy with the hat. Sir,
Yes.
can you give me your name, please?
Richard Henry,
What time are you scheduled?
9:30.
Judge, that was one that Mr. Darren handled for Mr. Kamaj.
Yeah, that was adjourned till the 16th, I think.
June 30th at 10
June
a.m.
30th. All right, sir, contact your attorney's office.
I will do so. Thank you.
Yeah, you need, thank you. And can you give me your name, please?
I'm actually a victim on a case for today. So Leora Cannon from McHale Price.
From what?
From McHale Price.
Did you want to talk with her, Jane? Jane?
Ms.
Yeah.
Gillis.
Yes.
This
Yes.
lady is the victim on the McHale Price file. Would you like to speak to her in a breakout room?
Sure. Oh, that's Darian. I'm sorry, that's Darian's case.
Okay, Darian, did you want her in a breakout room with you?
I'm sorry, Paula, what case?
McHale Price?
What time is that scheduled at? I don't have that on my, I have that as general.
It's
Oh.
9:15. It's a pre-trial.
Yeah, that wouldn't be me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Deborah Hemingway said it was DV and didn't give us a file, so.
I don't have a file either, and my pre-trials are on my Tuesdays, so I'm not quite sure why.
Okay, I'll go in a breakout room with her and see what we can do.
All right. What do you need, Judge? Jerron Corley,
Correct.
what time were you scheduled, sir?
9:45.
Okay, your attorney is also Mr. Rather. He has not checked in yet, so I'm going to put you back into the waiting room until he
Okay.
checks in.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. We have another attorney, Nancy Richards. She's going to be covering for Mr. Rather, Judge, for Mr. Corley and Mr. Thomas. So I'll bring her in.
Okay, thank you.
Does Miss McHale have an attorney? Miss Price, I meant.
None listed, but we don't have Miss Price either.
Oh, well. She's supposed
Good
to be
morning,
here.
Ms. Richards.
Good morning, Judge.
Do you need to speak to Mr. Corley, Ms. Richards?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Are you muted?
Ms. Cannon, we're gonna put you in a breakout or in the waiting room. Paul, the one thing I can't do is show them a sign because I'm too far away from the camera now.
Okay, I've just chatted with both of them to open up their audio.
Mr. Nunley, are you ready with something?
I just need to speak with the prosecutor about Mr. Austin's case.
All right, we'll put you in a breakout room with Ms. Gillis.
Thanks.
Is he still on there?
Is that? Okay.
Paula, do you see the name Jamil Kuja on anything? I don't see it on the docket anywhere.
I don't either. I'm wondering if he's sitting in for someone or.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if he's sitting in for, aha, I do see it. 10:15 for Greedy Castro. Good morning, Mr. Kuja. You're muted. Mr. Kuja, you need to unmute, please. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Are you here representing someone?
Yeah, I'm here for Miss Grady. Or I'm sorry. Her last
Castro?
name is Cortez. Yes, Castro.
Okay. She has not checked in yet.
She's in the office with me.
Oh, she's there with you. Okay.
Yes.
Counsel, do you need to speak to, excuse me, do you need to speak to the prosecutor about this file?
Yes, please.
All right, prosecutor's in a breakout with another attorney. We'll stick you in with her as soon as we got her out.
All right, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Judge, that the iPhone still is not connecting, and I've sent a chat several times already.
Remove them.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, Royce. I'm working on it.
Okay, no problem. We can just come back to it.
Jane, we also have a Mr. Kuja who is representing Castro scheduled at 10:15. Who's wanting to talk with you? You ready, or do you want to wait?
Yeah. No, I'm ready.
Okay.
One more with Judge Oakley and then Judge Green, right?
I'm gonna be sick.
We are ready on Corley.
Okay, thank you. And then we do have Mr. Thomas in the waiting room for you as well.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Richards, what are we doing on Corley, please?
Judge, this is a CCW case. I think Mr. Corley is a good candidate for the diversion program, so I'm asking for an adjourned probable cause conference far out enough that we can write a letter on his behalf.
Paula, give me our last date in August. Ms. Richards, if you're ready before then, contact us. We might be able to get you in before this date. And if you're not going to be ready on that date, contact me ahead of time so we can adjourn it without tying things up Wednesday morning.
August 25th.
All right, that should work. Thank you.
And there's
Let's just
nothing
set
on
at
there
9
yet.
a.m., Ms.
so,
Richards?
Yeah,
That will be fine.
What
Thanks.
was that, Paula?
that's fine, sir. We have nothing on it yet, so.
Okay. Good luck with the gun board.
Thank you, Judge.
Did you want to speak? Oh, Mr. Corley, you can check out. Do you want me to bring in Mr. Thomas and then you can speak with him in a breakout room?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Thomas. I have Ms. Richards who is standing in for Mr. Rather. I'm going to put you in a breakout room.
Okay, I
With
was just
her.
wondering what happened.
Hang on just a minute.
Thank you.
Okay.
Make motion sometime today.
And Mr. Nunley, are you ready with Mr. Austin? Mr. Nunley? Oh.
Yeah, what's the question about property? Yeah, technically it's ours. It's all in the railroad easement. Yep.
Ms. Clerk?
Sorry,
Yes.
Paula, ran to the restroom.
Okay.
She had offered Ms. Castro a civil infraction, so we were going to plead to that whenever you're ready for us.
Hang on just a minute.
Okay.
Do you want to bring your audio or your video in, please? And so the judge can see the defendant? She's there with you?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
That's her daughter translating for her because she doesn't really speak great English.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Kluge is ready with Ms. Castro, Judge.
Mr. Kuja, what's the plea?
Judge, the prosecutor was going to dismiss the no operator's license on person, and my client would plead responsible to limited access 1 to 5 speeding.
So we're
That's
going to
correct,
reduce
Judge.
the speed and dismiss the misdemeanor entirely.
Yes, Your Honor.
Correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Fines and costs on the speeding ticket will be $170. Ms. Castro, can you pay this $170 within 30 days?
Yes, she can, Judge.
All right. Both original charges are dismissed. Anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Enjoy your day.
You as well. Have a good day, Judge.
Thank you.
We have Attorney Michael Vincent with his
Just brought
client.
him in.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Vincent.
Your Honor. New courthouse.
We are in, correct.
From what I can see, it looks pretty damn good.
You'll have to stop by when you get a chance. We'll give you the 5-cent tour. Do you have Mr. Simmons with you?
Yes, I do. We're getting them out of our waiting room, Your Honor.
All right. And today's the date and time set for a probable cause conference. What are we going to do today?
We're going to set it for a preliminary examination.
Paul, what was
Sorry,
that? What
can
was
you
our
tell me
due
where
date?
that's on the
June 9th?
docket?
It's on under 9:45.
Orly?
Paul, what were our dates?
Hang on just a second, Judge. July 19th or the 26th are the next dates for us that
I thought we
aren't
had
full.
a June date. We didn't have any June dates?
It's full. I mean, there's
Okay.
a lot on there.
All right, so July 14 or 28, is that what you said?
July 19th or the 26th.
July 19th is good for us.
All right, so now we're doing Monday exam dates.
Well, I think this is Darian's.
No.
No, it's not. Okay, I'm sorry, that was wrong. The 14th and the 21st, Judge.
Mr. Vincent, July 14 or July 21?
What time would it be on the 21st? What time do we?
They'll both be in the afternoon, counsel.
All right.
Soon.
Could we, I'm checking my schedule.
Sure.
What do I have on that date?
The 14th, you have a sentencing. The 21st, you have some motion hearings.
Where?
Brown. I would say the 14th.
14th is a better date for us, Your Honor.
Paul, what time? $2:30, Mr. Vincent.
Perfect. Thank you. Is it?
I'm
will this be
sorry,
by-
Continued.
I was muted. I apologize.
Mr. Vincent, do you have all
2:30
the
on the
discovery?
14th.
Thank you.
Somebody.
Mr. Vincent, do you have all your discovery on that one?
I may not, but I will contact the counsel if I don't.
Okay.
Wonderful. Have a nice day.
Is this by Zoom or in person?
Live. Live.
I hope I am.
Me too.
Mr. Vincent.
Ms. Richards, are you ready on Thomas?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what are we going to do with Mr. Thomas's file?
Your Honor, I've received paper discovery. I haven't received any video discovery. This is a fleeing eluding case. So I'd be asking for a brief adjournment to see if that video is available.
All right. Ms.
Which
Gillis,
case
do
are
you
we-
know whether or not there's any digital?
Detective Long
Christian
regarding.
Thomas. So I spoke to him today. If it's available, he'll upload it this afternoon.
Okay, if it's uploaded, if it's available, the OIC is checking right now, it will be uploaded this afternoon and we'll send it immediately to Ms. Richards. So she'll have it within 24 hours. If there is any, otherwise we'll let her know that there's none.
Okay,
All right, so how about a
thank you.
PCC date next Wednesday?
That would be great.
All right, and if you still got discovery issues, contact us before Wednesday so we can give you another date without waiting till Wednesday morning.
Will do. Thank you, Judge.
All right, so we're gonna set it, let's set it for 9:30 next week.
Okay,
And you let Paula know Monday or Tuesday if you still don't have your discovery.
will do. Thank you.
All right, bond is continued for Mr. Thomas. Anything else on that file, ladies?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Richards, have a nice day.
You too.
Okay, Mr.
Thank
Nunley,
you.
are you ready with Mr. Austin?
Did we do
Jane,
Corley?
any update on Mr. Austin, Jane?
He was gonna send me the investigator's report and I still haven't gotten it. The situation is he stole some luggage at the airport is what
Allegedly.
allegedly. That's right.
Yeah. So, okay, what are we gonna do with it? Because it's from 2014, apparently was when it happened. He wasn't charged until 2016.
That's kind of how it goes in our office, but I think, are you gonna be on all morning? Do you want?
Yeah, I will.
So if I can't get a victim name, you might not be going anywhere with it.
All right. So we just wanted to hang out for a little while longer then?
Just hang out for a little while longer. Have we done the Corley case, Paula?
Yes.
We are.
We have?
Royce, is Mr. Austin okay hanging out?
I think so. I spoke with him and then I spoke with Jane. I didn't let him know what was happening.
It
but
was it was adjourned, I believe, Jane.
Corley was?
Yes.
To what date?
I'm not sure, honey. I'll check it.
Mr. Thomas, you're all set, sir. We've adjourned your file till next Wednesday morning.
Next Wednesday, what time, sir?
9:30, I think we said it.
Okay, appreciate it.
I'm sorry, I had someone in here when he was doing Corley, so I didn't catch everything on it. We have attorney Bisbicus with client Skakun in the office, Judge. And that's scheduled at 10 o'clock. Defendant SKAKUN.
Jane, did you have a question about Corley?
I just wanted to know the next date on Corley.
August 25, 9 a.m. Paula, who you bringing in?
The last name is Skakun, scheduled at 10, and the attorney is Bisbicus, I think. The attorney is with them. Is someone waiting on a trooper Christensen? Or Christensen? That's on Atwood. They're not checked in yet. Oh, he was here on Castro too.
Counsel, your appearance for Andrew Skakun.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marco Bezbikis on the behalf and with Mr. Andrew Skakun.
Would you waive formal reading?
Please, Your Honor, we would like to waive formal reading. Mr. Skakun would like to stand mute at this time.
I will enter a not guilty plea. Today's the date and time set for a probable cause conference, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, it's arraignment and probable cause.
Do you have your discovery or do you need discovery?
I do not. I was notified last week that the discovery is on its way. So I'm sure they're getting it together.
Ms. Gillis, this is a Romulus PD file.
No idea. I don't have the CTN to see if there's discovery.
This is going to be a voluminous file of discovery, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I signed a couple search warrants on this one. It sounds like there's going to be a lot of data to go through.
Oh, you know what? This is a special prosecutor. It's Louisa Paplis. Did she zoom in or no?
Any idea where she's at?
No, and I don't think I have her number. I mean, I can stand in for an adjournment or something, but it's the business protection unit.
Your Honor, I have no objection to that. I know that this was issued last week, so maybe because I didn't even get a formal notice for it. Everything was done by phone. So
yeah. Why don't I give you a PCC date? Paula, what's our latest date in July? Well, actually, this is a PCC, so I don't have to keep it.
Right.
Council, let's schedule this for July 28th.
That would be Judge Green.
So that'll be courtroom number 3. If you don't have your discovery, if you can't have a meaningful PCC date on the 28th because of discovery, contact the court before that so we don't have to take time Wednesday morning to make another adjourned date.
Will do, Your Honor.
Okay.
So I'll just make a note, adjourn for discovery, July 28th. Let's set it at 9 a.m., courtroom 3.
Okay, and Mr. Bispus, the prosecutor, I don't know why she's not on, but it's Louisa Papoulis.
Okay. And I'll get a hold of her in the meantime.
All right, let's talk about bond.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, we would be asking for a PR bond. Mr. Scascoon, as you can see from the forefront of this case, coming to an opening here, he had retained services right away. I don't know if the court file shows I had originally sent in an appearance a long time ago. We had waited for the charges to be finalized. He's here in my office right now. He has no problem being able to get to and from the courthouse when they open or coming here for each hearing. He's taken this case very serious, and he's been, I believe in the officer's reports, they had told us that they're going to write that he was very compliant with the investigation. I don't have a copy of the report, but the officers, that's what it seemed like, in the detective in charge had referenced that to me as well, that he's very cooperative with the investigation, to give anybody a hard time. This is the first time he's been in front of our judicial service, other than when he was doing his immigration process. So,
okay.
This is the first.
You had me at hello. Sir, I'm going to put you on a personal bond. 2 conditions. Number 1, you're going to cooperate with counsel so we can have a meaningful court date on July 28th, unless it's adjourned. Secondly, I don't want you to leave the state of Michigan. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $5,000 if you violate those bond conditions?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good luck, gentlemen. Counsel, let us know if you're not going to be ready on the 28th.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Ms. Gillis.
Thank you.
Judge,
Yep.
we still have that victim from Michaela Price in the waiting room. She was scheduled for 9:15. Do you want to have her still wait for a while, or?
No, bring her in. Thanks. Ms. Cannon, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, the price file was scheduled at 9:15. According to my phone, it's now a little after 10 o'clock. I'm going to put that file in the bench warrant stack. So if she gets in before the end of my docket, we won't set a bench warrant. We'll just schedule another date. You'll be notified of that date. If she doesn't come in before the end of my docket, we're going to issue a bench warrant. You understand that?
Okay, thank you. And just so you know, this
All
is
right.
the second bench warrant because she failed to appear the first 2 on.
I'm sorry, say that again, second bench warrant?
Because she failed to appear at the other court dates.
Okay.
Can we get I need to get some contact info. Do you know can you see the chat, Miss Cannon, or do you want to put me in a
Yep,
breakout?
I see the chat.
Will you put your contact info in there?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks.
So I can hang up now, right?
Well, first put your
You can,
info in.
after you
and
do your
then hang up.
contact info.
It says to everyone. Am I supposed to do that?
Send it to Jane Gillis. There's a drop down.
Okay, I just sent it.
We have Kevin Forth, Judge. Kevin Forth is misdemeanor OWI, no attorney, and he's scheduled at 10 o'clock.
All right, let's do this attorney first.
Oh, okay, I'm
Then we'll
sorry.
go to
What's her name?
Fourth.
Cannon. Yeah.
Counsel, your appearance for Mr. Appling.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ayana El-Sindor, P79118, appearing on behalf of Mr. Appling.
Good morning. Is your client going to be joining us?
Yes, Your Honor. He should be joining shortly.
I've got a guy that's been trying to get in all morning that we can't get him connected to find out who he is. Can you see the guy with the baseball cap and the beard?
Yes.
That's on the screen? Is that your guy?
No.
Okay, then I guess we'll put you in the waiting room. If you can find your guy,
Will do.
we'll get you in here and take care of it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I take over for a second? So I can
Yeah, have to.
Judge, do you want me to call that phone number and tell the guy he's got to connect to his audio?
Try that, sure. Good morning, Mr. Forth.
Good morning.
Mr. Forth, are you prepared to go forward today without an attorney, or would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney?
Sure, I'm ready.
And Ms. Gillis, is there an offer from Mr. Forth?
Your Honor, this is the other prosecutor, Elizabeth Moore. There's no offer at this time.
Mr. Forth, you can enter
Yes.
a guilty plea to the charge of operating while intoxicated from April 20, 2021, or you can set that case for trial, or once again, you can speak to a court-appointed attorney.
I would like to either speak to a attorney or a prosecutor to see if he would lower it if I pled guilty.
All right, the prosecutor's saying no plea offer at this time. So I'll let you talk to the court-appointed attorney, who is Mr. Nunley. We'll put you in a breakout room with Mr. Nunley. Mr. Nunley, did you hear the offer? Is no offer?
Yeah, I did.
All right, we'll put you in a breakout room with Mr. Forth.
Okay, thanks.
I called that number to no answer, but left a detailed message.
Thank you.
It was worth a shot. And I haven't seen an Anna Bickerstaff on my docket.
Me neither. And
She's
looks
not-
like they're not connected.
Let me send a chat.
I believe that Anna Bickerstaff is assistant prosecuting attorney. She should be on the Simons case.
There she is. She just stepped in. Miss Bickerstaff?
Good morning.
Good morning. You're an APA?
Yes,
Okay. And that you were here on Simons?
that's correct.
Simon, S-I-M-O-N?
With an S at the end.
I believe with Michael Vincent as the attorney.
That's correct.
They already called in. We weren't notified that, I mean, we don't have it on our docket that it's another prosecutor, or we would have waited, but it was set.
Well, we
for an
probably wouldn't, given the
exam.
fact that she's way late. Counsel, we adjourn that one.
It should be on the ticket.
We
We adjourn
adjourned
that
it
till,
If we don't
when,
make a
Paula?
file,
July
July
14th
problem is
at
if they ask for a
2:30.
trial, then we have to create a file.
July
so we gotta
14th.
issue one.
Jane, you gotta
July
mute yourself when
14th.
you're not talking about business for us.
For a PCC or an exam?
Set for exam at 2:30.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Okay. Do you want me to try one last time to call that number, Judge?
Sure.
All right, just to give him one.
Well, whenever you can, if I could speak with the prosecutor on Kevin Forth.
Judge, does that ticket show what his breathalyzer results were on fourth?
Which ticket we talking about?
Fourth?
Not normally, but let me see.
I don't think it was alcohol that was involved.
No. Ticket has very little information on it.
Okay, Bryce, I'll talk to you real quick.
Okay.
Can you put us in a breakout room?
Hang on just a minute, Jane.
Here's the victim and the report on Austin and Davis. I think we only had one of them up today.
Recording in progress.
That's
Okay,
you.
just hang on, sir.
Okay, no, fine.
Jane, who did you want to
Yes?
go in a breakout with?
Nunley?
Oakley. It says Oakland.
So there was a case in
Can you hear it? No. I can hear on my phone, but not on this.
Okay, hang on, sir. Judge, I do have him on the phone. His name is Marcus Chapman, Chapman. he cannot get through it. Keeps saying something to him about his Wi-Fi, and he just can't connect it.
Okay.
Keep it
Mr.
on.
Chapman, just hang with us. As soon as we get the prosecutor back in, we'll talk about your file.
Okay, Judge said just hang in there with us, and as soon as we get the prosecutor back in, we'll talk about your file. So I'm gonna put you on hold on the phone. Do not hang up.
I'm not.
Okay, hang on.
Paula, when we're ready for him, we'll probably just have you transfer him in here.
That's what I was gonna suggest too, sir. I'm gonna rename him so we know.
Yep.
Pull off. Man.
You gotta take this off when you turn the car off.
Oh,
Okay.
he's connected. He did get connected.
All right.
The battery did.
Mr. Chapman, you hear me?
I ain't gonna turn it off then. When I turn it off, I know what to do then. Close it,
Mr.
close it.
Chapman? Mr. Chapman? Says he's connected.
I can't even hear this stuff. I'm having the worst day of my life.
Just put him in a breakout or the waiting room.
Okay.
Paula, whenever you can, if I can go back into the breakout room with Mr. Forth.
All right.
Counsel, any luck getting a hold of Mr. Appling?
I am going to call him right now. We were just texting. I thought he would be in here.
And that was who you wanted, Royce? Mr. Forth. Got it.
Counsel, just put him on your speakerphone if you want to. We can handle it that way.
Handle it this way. He's here, Your Honor. Can you hear Jason?
Yep, I can hear.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Appling, good morning. Counsel, your appearance?
Good morning, Your Honor. Ayana El Sindor appearing on behalf of Mr. Appling, who is present. Mr. Appling, can you state your full name for the court?
Yes, Jason Kelvin Appling.
Thank you. Counsel, the prosecutor has left a plea agreement or plea offer in the file. Looks like what they're saying is if he pleads to the intoxicated first, they'll dismiss the traffic signal. The problem with that is, oh no, this isn't the right one. Yeah, all right. So if he pleads to the misdemeanor, the civil infraction would go away. And if you need to speak to the prosecutor, she's in a breakout room right now. We can stick you in a breakout when she gets back.
Okay. Yes, please, Your Honor. Could I speak with her?
Thanks, Jay. All right, counsel, just bear with us. We'll get you in a breakout room with Miss Gillis when she gets back in.
Okay. Thank you.
We do have Jason Appling in the waiting room now, Judge. Do you want to just leave him there?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to find out what cases these two officers are on?
Sure.
Good morning, Sergeant Cross. Can you tell me what case you're on, please?
Yes, good morning, Justin Robinson for a no license violation.
Do you know what time he was scheduled, please?
10 o'clock. I was in a different courtroom.
Oh, okay.
You're all right, Troop, because we haven't seen the defendant yet.
No, he hasn't checked in. So I'll put you back in the waiting room till he does, okay?
Okay, yep, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Trooper Christensen. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good.
Can you tell me what case you're here on, please?
I believe it's Nyrome Atwood.
Okay. And it looks like you were on Castro too, correct?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. It shows your name right beside him.
Oh,
Case.
I wasn't aware of that one.
That's okay. He already pled.
Okay.
And Atwood has not checked in yet, so I'm going to put you back in the waiting room till he does. Okay.
Yeah, did he schedule this, or is this something you guys schedule him?
I'm not sure. I don't have the file in front of me.
Oh,
But
okay.
I will let APA Gillis know. Okay.
Okay. Do you know how long you let the defendant wait until
He
you go
usually-
capious?
He usually does. Judge usually goes half an hour.
Okay. All right.
But
This
when
defendant
we-
just has a history of not showing up to court, and I got
Okay.
to work at 12, so I'm
True.
trying
What's
to.
his name? What's the guy's name?
Atwood, Judge. Scheduled at 10:15.
Okay, on these files, at least, we've got no failed to appears.
Okay.
So if I don't see him by 9:45, then I throw him in the bench warrant stack.
All right. Sounds good, Your Honor.
Yeah, we evidently, I just got verification that we scheduled it when we got the ticket in, so he didn't ask for it.
Okay. All righty.
Okay, so I'll put you back in the waiting room.
All right. Sounds good.
Thanks, Trooper.
All righty.
Paula, have we seen Miss Wells or Mr. Bickert?
Nope.
Thanks, Judge.
Sorry, I was
Neither one.
I was muted. No, we haven't, honey. Miss Gillis
Hey,
is
Jane,
back.
on Marcus Chapman, Jane, is a no insurance, or excuse me, no license or multiple licenses and a defaulted speeding ticket. Is there an offer on the misdemeanor?
Can you tell me what time that's at?
9:45.
Do they have a long driving record? See, that's the problem when we don't have the files like we used to.
So I'm sorry, your response was what? No offer?
No, I said, do they have a long driving record? And I said, that's the problem. We don't have the files like we used to.
Yeah, they're still showing him suspended and the driving record is probably 20 pages long.
Okay, there's no offer. He's already defaulted on the ticket, so.
All right, counsel, what are we doing with Appling?
She's muted. Ayana Alcindor, she's muted.
There, she's on now.
Okay. And we see the back of her client, his back.
Ms. Elsendor, are you ready on Appling?
I am reviewing the offer with him right now, Your Honor.
Okay.
And also,
Take your time.
I had an officer who was going to zoom in on this, Sergeant Gettle.
He just popped in.
It's a
Hang on,
she, yes.
Well, she did.
Yeah.
Detective Sergeant, hang on, I'll bring her in.
You wanna break out with the sergeant, Jane? You're muted.
I'm fine. I've talked to Sergeant
Mr.
Gettle
Chapman, can you hear
numerous
me?
times. Well, what about like?
Mr. Chapman, you there?
Who? Oh, Mr.
I want to talk to Chapman, Paula.
I'm trying to get him to unmute right now, Judge.
Thought
Mr.
you were
Chapman,
sending
you're
him to talk to
muted.
me.
Hello?
There you go. There you go.
Hello?
Mr. Chapman, we've got 2 files with your name on them from December 20. Nope, wrong file. Hold on. From July 26, 2020, we've got a speeding ticket. That's a civil infraction. And we've got a misdemeanor, no license or multiple licenses. The speeding ticket is in default with $225 due. The misdemeanor is punishable by up to $500 fines plus court costs up to 90 days in jail. Understood?
Hello?
Mr. Chapman, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Did you understand what I just said?
Could you say it one more time? My thing I just did something and I made it, now I can hear. Could you say it again, sir?
You've got 2 charges from July 26, 2020. A misdemeanor operating without a license or with multiple licenses, which is punishable by up to $500 fines plus court costs up to 90 days in jail. And then a speeding ticket, which is a civil infraction that shows in default with $225 due. Do you understand the charges?
Yes, sir.
All right. The prosecutor is not making any offer at this point in time. So on the misdemeanor, you can plead guilty, you can set it for trial, or I can let you talk to a court-appointed attorney if you'd like to explore that option.
Altogether, you asked right, sir. I don't have a license, but I always had insurance for the car. I'm trying to make sure I hear everything you're saying because I want to get this matter taken care of as soon as possible. I do not want to go nobody jail for something. I work every day. I'm at a job site right now, so sir, whatever it is I need to do, sir, I'm able to do. But can I go on like a payment plan or something? Because I have children and grandchildren, and I have to pay my bills. Right. I don't have money like that at all.
First of all, I'm not going to put you in jail on this misdemeanor charge. Second of all, we will work with you with a payment plan on fines and costs. But you have to tell me what you want to do on the misdemeanor. You can talk to a court-appointed attorney, you can set it for trial, or you can plead guilty today.
And what would we do if I feel guilty?
If you plead guilty, I'm going to give you fines and costs on the misdemeanor file. Add that to the fines and costs on the civil for the speeding ticket, and we'll set you up with a payment plan.
Let's rock and roll. As long as it's like $300-400, man, I'm poor. I'm very poor, but I'm willing.
It's going to be more than $300 or $400. You owe $225 just on speeding.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So on July 26, 2020, were you operating a vehicle with multiple licenses or with no license at a location of 94 and Haggerty?
Yes, sir. But I definitely had insurance, but I didn't have no license at all. No, I didn't.
Okay. Insurance is not on the table today. That's not a problem.
Okay.
All right. I will accept your guilty plea to the misdemeanor. Your address on Burt Road is accurate address?
8894 Burt Road, Detroit, Michigan.
Correct.
48228.
And where do you work?
I am Home Depot. I do houses. I do houses all day long.
Okay.
I work for my brother, Patrick Levine Cheney. His own company, but I work with him. I do houses every day, all day.
Good. Is there anything you want me to consider before I set fines and costs on the misdemeanor?
Such as?
Anything you want me to consider?
Give me a break, God. Yeah, please. Yes, because I don't want to go to jail for nothing. And I just want to get this matter taken care of as soon as possible. And I definitely want to thank you for, trying, being a good judge and everything like that.
All right.
I really don't want to go to jail for nothing.
I'm not putting you in jail. So on the
If I
misdemeanor,
can get
your
a,
total
if I can
fines.
get a, I'm sorry, Judge, but if I can get a low payment and whatever, I'll definitely, I get this taken care of as soon as possible. So I want to get this over with.
Those are bench warrants. Jamie got everything. All right, so on the misdemeanor, fines and costs total $450. On the speeding ticket, $225 for a grand total of $675. How much can you pay every month and when can you start?
100. Can I? What can be good? 55, about between $50 to $100 a month. Because I had to pay
Let's do
rent.
50. You can always pay extra.
Excuse me, sir. Pay 50 and I got you, Doc. Yes, sir.
Commit to 50. You can always pay extra. When can you start?
Soon as y'all send me the address to this place and where I can send it to, that's when I'll send it.
Can you write? Can you write right now? I'll give you an address.
Hold on. Hold on 1 second, sir. I know I ain't got no pen.
It should be on your notice that you received for your hearing.
Oh, well then I got that. Yeah, I got that now. I got that letter.
Probably has the old address, Paula.
Oh, okay.
I
Sorry.
can't use that.
It'll work. If you send it, we just moved into a new building, but if you send it to the old address, we'll get it. You can send check or money order there.
It will be there today.
All right. So let's start
You say,
with.
hold on, excuse me, sir. This address, this says Zoom. It says www.
Oh, that we can't
34th
do.
District Court. Because I don't want to send it and y'all don't get it. I'm gonna send it today.
No, that's all right. Just go to that website and you can get our street address.
Yeah, or it's
the street, I got
Atterbury.
the address then. It's 11131 Wayne Road,
Right.
Romulus, Michigan.
That'll
Send it
work.
there?
That's our old address, but that'll work.
I'm sending today. As soon as I finish this
All
job
right.
site, I'll be there to send it.
Just do it
I
at
get
least
paid for
50 a
this
month
house.
and we'll
As soon
keep
as
you
I
on
finish, I'll
track.
send it.
All right. Have a good day.
You too, sir. God bless.
All right. And counsel on Appling. Where are we at?
We'd like to proceed with the motion hearing, Your Honor.
I don't know anything about a motion hearing. Oh, okay. I see it.
There was a motion filed. I filed a
Yep.
response last Wednesday. I sent counsel.
Yep.
I sent
I
her
got
a
it.
copy of my response last week on 5/20, on May 26th at 2:41 PM to the address in the Bar Journal.
Okay. All right.
And then Sergeant Gettle is on. She is the lady who, or the trooper that tests the machines, and she was the one that some of the allegations are made about. So I had her zoom in.
All right. Somebody want to take some testimony? Is that why she's here?
Possibly take some testimony, but I mean, I don't know. Once I can go first, or it's her motion. She should go first, I guess, and then.
That's fine. All right, Ms. Elsendor, go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Sergeant Gettle.
Are you going to question the sergeant?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, raise your right hand. Swear, affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Go ahead, counsel.
Good morning. Are you
Good morning.
currently employed by Michigan State Police?
Yes,
And in what capacity?
a detective sergeant.
And in September 2020, what capacity did you hold? Same capacity?
A sergeant.
And do you hold any certifications
In reference, what in particular?
to testing and inspection of data masters?
I do. I'm a class 4 operator.
And when did you receive your certification?
November 2017.
Do you remember how many hours of training you completed?
a total of 3 days. Plus on-site at the MSP lab, which would have consisted of another day, so a total of 4 days.
And were you certified through Michigan State Police or some other entities?
The initial certification for the class 4 comes through Intoximeter out of St. Louis, Missouri. And then I had additional training with MSP lab, breath forensic team leader, Mr. Mark Fondren.
And that was in November of 2017?
The original testing for the class 4 was in November 2017. And when Mr. Mark Fondren became a part of the team at MSP, it would have been in 2019 as well as 2020.
Do you remember what month of 2020?
January.
So in January of 2020, what certification did you hold as it relates to the data masters?
It wasn't a certification, it was just a refresher.
Have you ever been suspended?
No.
Are you the party that's responsible for performing the 120-day maintenance checks of data masters?
During which time period?
September 2020.
I was one of 12 members.
In September of 2020, were you the only party responsible for the 120-day maintenance checks of the Van Buren Township data master?
Yes.
Are you still the responsible party for performing the 120-day maintenance test of the Van Buren DMT?
No.
Do you currently perform any 120-day maintenance checks?
No.
Why?
I've transferred from that position to a detective position.
Voluntarily?
Yes.
Is the 120-day maintenance test that was performed on the Van Buren data master in September of 2020, is that a manual test or an automatic test?
Which date in September?
September 1st, 2020 and September 30th, 2020.
The testing that I completed on September 1st, I have to be there in person and manually assign tests for it to perform.
Did you also perform the in-person test on on September 30th as well?
Yes.
Is there a prescribed method of administering the 120-day test?
We do have a procedure.
And is that procedure promulgated by the manufacturer or Michigan State Police?
It was updated by Mr. Mark Fondren, the breath alcohol team technical leader.
When?
March of 2019, March or April.
And how did the March 2019, how did the method previous to March 2019, how was it changed or updated?
That's a question for Mr. Mark Fondren.
Okay. Was there a difference in your testing method before March 2019 and after?
I was not testing instruments in 2019, so
Between 2017 and 2019, did you test any instruments?
I did not.
Between 2017 and 2019, were you a part of the testing team?
I was a sergeant with the breath alcohol unit.
What were your responsibilities with the department between 2017 and 2019?
I was an instructor. I taught the Data Master DMT Class 2 operator class, the Class 3 operator class, as well as SFSTs for recruits, as well as was the manager of the contract with intoximeters.
In your instruction, did you teach the method of performing the 120-day test?
No, that can only be done by a Class 4 operator. I need to add a comment on that if I can.
Please.
It can only be taught to someone who is going to be a Class 4 operator. I teach Class 2 and Class 3. I don't teach Class 4. That is only done by the manufacturer of the DMT.
And when did you receive your Class 4 training?
November 2017.
As it relates to the 120-day test, do you perform the test in a certain order?
Yes.
Can you elaborate?
The OD80 form is the checklist for the Data Master maintenance inspection, and it has items 1 through 9 that need to be completed.
And how do you complete those tasks?
I'm in front of the instrument and I have to look at the instrument for the date and time to make sure that it's correct. I have to verify the barometric pressure. I have to perform a diagnostic test. I have to do 5 dry gas tests. I have to verify accuracy of the Data Master using what solutions with 0.040, 0.080, 0.200, as well as acetone. I also have to do a radio interference check. And if the instrument needs to be calibrated, I would calibrate it. And then I have to stamp and log in the logbook, which is also known as the OD33, which is located on site at the location where the instrument is housed.
And when you perform the test, the 0.04, 0.08, and 0.20, is there a temperature that has to be maintained in order to perform those tests?
What do you mean by maintained?
Is there an optimal temperature for an accurate result of those tests?
It can vary. It will vary from 33.99 anywhere up to 35.00. The temperature is taken off the simulator at the time right before the breath is inserted into the instrument, and that temperature will fluctuate from 34.01 to 33.99. So whatever it is, when you look at the temperature, that's what you log on your sheet.
And why does that temperature fluctuate?
Ladies, let me interrupt. I'm going to put you on ice for a minute. Let me clear some of these people out of my waiting room. I'll get back to you.
Okay.
If you would be so kind just to mute yourselves.
You want me to bring in Mike Vincent with his client?
Let's deal with Mr. Bickert first.
Okay.
Then we'll bring in Mr. Vincent.
I don't think Mr. Bickert's client is.
He is
We're gonna find
he
out.
is being involuntarily committed right now. So he's not going to be here. And I think that Mr. Bickert's plan is to refer for competency.
Mr. Bickert, are you there?
He's not connected to video, to audio yet. There he is, but he's not connected yet. Please unmute yourself, Mr. Bickert. Thank you. He's ready, Judge.
Mr. Bickert, are you there?
Yes, Your Honor. I apologize. I didn't know I didn't know I was
Good
in.
morning.
Good morning.
And your appearance for Mr. Wells, please.
I have Miss Zarcoria Wells. May I please record Your Honor, Tyrone Bickert appearing on behalf of Miss Zarcoria Wells.
Thank you. And I understand that Mr. Wells is not going to be joining us today.
Well,
Miss Wells.
Miss
Wells.
Miss Wells.
Well, Your Honor, when we last appeared, Miss Wells appeared via Zoom from the location that she was at. It was on that date that I learned that she was in the Pontiac General Hospital undergoing psychiatric treatment. Somehow she zoomed in just fine last time. So I assumed that she would be in via Zoom as well this time. With that said, it is my intention to ask the court to refer Ms. Wells for competency.
No objection, Judge.
So with that being the purpose.
You okay waiving her presence for this morning?
With that being the purpose, Your Honor, I would be okay with waiving her presence. I would indicate on the record to the court, I do believe that Ms. Wells may have voiced objection to that. However, that would not in any way change my request for her to be referred.
All right, thank you. Bond is continued. Anything else on the file?
Just, Your Honor,
Do we have
that
a tentative date?
I'm sorry, say that again.
A tentative review date?
Heather usually sets a control date out.
Okay, perfect. Thank you,
Your
Judge.
Honor,
Mr. Bickert?
my only concern is that, as I indicated, Ms. Wells is, it's my understanding that Ms. Wells was petitioned to the hospital by the police, and then subsequently held and is being treated. I think it's fair to say that it's involuntary. And I just wanted to make a record of that because if for some reason I need to pursue anything with the court later on, I don't believe that the court had anything to do with her actually being there. So I'm just trying to make a record more than anything else, Your Honor, that.
Understood.
So that's the situation, Your Honor. But as it stands, Ms. Wells definitely should be evaluated for comments.
Thank you. Anything else on that file?
Nothing from
Nothing
Mr. Judge.
Nothing from defense. Thank you.
Both.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks.
See you next week.
Trooper Reaver.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I read your name tag. You're here for Kenneth Forth as well?
Correct.
Okay. Hang on just a minute. Morning, Mr. Vincent.
Good morning.
And you have your client, Michael Risner, with you?
Yes, I do. He's
Thank
out in my waiting room.
All right, I'm ready on that file, Mr. Vincent.
Getting him into our conference room take about 30 seconds.
Do you need to speak to the prosecutor on this matter?
Probably would be a good idea.
All right, Ms. Gillis, we're going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Vincent on the Maxwell Risner matter, which is a misdemeanor fail to report or fail to stop. Royce, you got anything ready for us?
Yeah, I am ready with Mr. Forth.
Trooper
All right, what are we
Reaver
doing
just
with Mr.
joined.
Forth? Mr. Nunley, what are we doing with Mr. Forth?
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Gillis offered a reduced charge from OWI to operating while visibly impaired, and my client wishes to avail himself of that offer.
All right, Mr. Forth, you understand the possible penalty for the added charge?
Yes,
You've gone over your rights with Mr. Nunley. You understand those rights and options?
yes,
Understanding all of that, are you going to plead guilty to the added charge today?
yes,
And are you doing so freely and voluntarily?
yes.
Mr. Nunley, would you like to do some voir dire?
I do not have a police report, or I don't know the date or the jurisdiction.
Date of the incident was April 20, 21.
April 2021.
Mr. Forth, did you drive a vehicle at that time?
Yes, I did.
And was that at 275 near Tyler in Van Buren Township?
Yes,
Prior to operating that vehicle that day, did you consume some alcohol?
It wasn't alcohol, Your Honor. It was some psychotropic medication that he's prescribed.
All right, so you did ingest some controlled substances, correct, Mr. Forth?
yeah, yes,
All right. And there was a blood test confirming same?
I reckon.
Yes, he was transported to the hospital where they did draw blood.
And you would stipulate?
Yes.
Satisfied with the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor. Satisfied.
Mr. Forth, I've accepted your plea to the added charge. I'll dismiss the original charge. Next step in the proceedings, you'll hear from our probation department. They'll schedule a pre-sentence investigation interview with you. I want to confirm some information. I've got you on Lane Street, apartment number 1. Is that right?
Yes.
Phone number, please.
734-431-4193.
Do you have an email address that you use?
No,
All right, my probation department will reach out to you and schedule that pre-sentence interview. Then you'll be back on Zoom probably for a sentencing date, and you'll talk to Mr. Nunley.
all righty, thanks.
Mr. Nunley, all set on that file?
All set, Your Honor. Thank you.
All
Since
right,
we
thank
have
you,
Wayne
gentlemen.
County, we've got Wayne County Jail. I'll bring them in before we lose them. Trooper Reaver, is that all you needed today?
That is, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Troop.
Thank you, sir.
Morning, Wayne County. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. You've got Mr. C?
We do.
Thank you. Let me bring in
What's
the
the name,
trooper
Paul?
on that one. Pardon?
What's the name?
The name is Devontes Seed at 1045. I do have the trooper in the waiting room, and there is no attorney on this one at this time. I'll bring Trooper, his name is Trooper Cheese.
Good morning, Mr. Seed.
Good morning.
Mr. Seed, you're charged with a misdemeanor from September 7, 2020. It's operating without a license or with multiple license. Carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs up to 90 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Are you prepared to go forward today without an attorney, or would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney?
I can go forward without an attorney. I actually have my license now.
All right, Ms. Gillis, are you with us?
Not yet. She's still in the breakout room.
All right, hang on with us, Mr. Seed. We need to get the prosecutor back in.
Okay.
Judge, Miss Alcender just let me know that she has a short matter in 36th District Court at 11 o'clock.
Who did?
The attorney for Mr. Appling.
All right.
It's like 80. He works out every day.
Miss Gillis is back. too,
Nancy
by the way.
Casta. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Ms.
All right.
Gillis, do I need you to talk to Mr. Vincent about Maxwell?
He's gonna we're trying to find the trooper, run him down and see what we can do with this case, but he's got a little more time than me. I'd like to get back to the motion. Maybe Trooper Cheese is on there. Maybe he knows Trooper Byer.
Right here, ma'am.
Do you know Trooper John Byer? Baier?
Fire. Not ringing a bell right now.
Okay.
Oh, he's a Cub. I'm sorry. He's one of the rookies.
Oh, that's why he's not on my list, Mr. Vincent.
That's why he wrote the ticket too. But that trooper wouldn't have written that ticket.
Okay,
He
listen,
looks-
we gotta get a hold of that guy. We just gotta get a
So
hold of the Trooper Chief.
what are we gonna do on this file?
He's Mr. Vincent's gonna try and call a friend of his over at the post and see if he can get Byers' number so I can call him or have him call me.
I'll get him.
Yeah, can we get back? I'd like to get back to the motion, so.
So
Well, that's
we just
nice.
we need another court date, Your Honor.
All right, we'll adjourn the pretrial.
We can do 1 week.
1 week enough?
One or
Yes.
two.
Yes.
June 9th, 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bond is continued. All right, Ms. Gillis, we've got Mr. Seed, who's charged with no license or multiple licenses. He says he now has a license. He's in custody. What are you in custody on, Mr. Seed? Something besides this file, I assume.
Yeah, the domestic, I got court in an hour.
How long you been in the jail?
A couple hours, the girl called and cause I left.
A couple of hours, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gillis, any offer for Mr. Seed to consider? His driving record does show a valid license.
He can do allowing unlicensed person to drive.
Mr. Seed, allowing an unlicensed driver to operate is a misdemeanor. It's up to 90 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. There would be no points, and it should not result in an added suspension period. You understand that?
Okay.
Yes.
Can we hold on for 1 second, Your Honor? I didn't know my trooper was on here. Can we, can I talk to him for 2 seconds? I'm sorry.
Who's your trooper?
Cheese, James Cheese.
Yes, ma'am.
Want to talk to him in a breakout, the trooper?
2 seconds, yeah.
Paula?
Taking care of it now.
Hey, Royce, it seems like we lost Mr. Austin out of the waiting room.
Okay. Anybody have a contact for him? I could try to give him a call.
What were we waiting on that? We were waiting to hear from the OIC or something?
Well, Ms. Gillis talked to the OIC, but it's such an old case. She was trying to see if we still had a victim. So I think she was waiting for like a number to try to call to verify if somebody was still around.
All right, why don't we just adjourn this?
Okay.
How far out you want to go? When you scheduled back here?
I'm back in 2 weeks for that other case. So
That was the 16th. What time do we set that one?
10:30.
All right, we'll do this one at 10:30 as well. If you get a chance, reach out to Ms. Gillis in the meantime, see where she's at.
Okay,
Is that for the airport case, Mr. Nunley?
Correct.
Yeah, we've gotten a hold of the victim and she just wants restitution is what it is. So call me.
Okay. What's your?
All right, so we'll adjourn it till the 16th.
Gillis?
I'm gonna put it right
Okay, great, thank you.
in the chat.
And where are we at with Mr. Seed's file, Ms. Gillis?
We continue with that plea. I'm sorry about the break.
All right, Mr. C, do you understand the offer from the prosecutor? Allow an unlicensed driver to operate?
You say allowing?
Allowing an unlicensed driver to operate a vehicle. Do you understand that's the offer from the prosecutor?
And what exactly do that do?
Fines and costs, no points on your record, should not result in an added suspension to your record.
Okay.
You understand your rights and options?
Yes.
Understanding all of that, are you prepared to accept that plea?
It's for a fine. Do you know how much the fine and costs would be?
Yeah, in your case, $450. And I'll work out a payment plan with you if that helps.
You said 450?
Correct.
For driving no
For a
license?
90-day misdemeanor, yes, sir.
All right, well,
You don't have to take the deal.
Do I be able to get a lawyer?
Yeah, I offered you a lawyer. You said you didn't want one. You want one now?
If we can just do the payment plan, it don't matter.
I got an attorney sitting here ready. If you want one, you got one.
Oh, yes.
All right, Mr. Nunley, we'll put you in a breakout with Mr. Seed.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bellinger, can you hear me? You're muted.
Yes, I can hear you.
Mr. Bellinger, I've got a file from October 6, 2020. The charge is assault or assault and battery. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines, plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you prepared today to go forward without an attorney, or would you like to speak to an attorney?
I would like to speak to an attorney, please.
All right, we'll let you talk to Mr. Nunley when you've got a chance.
Okay.
Ms. Gillis, is there any offer on Mr. Bellinger's file?
What time was that at?
Pardon me?
Oh. Hold on.
Sorry about that, Jane. You were right next to Royce.
I'm going to recommend on Mr. Bellinger that we do a final pretrial and see if the victim shows.
All right, we'll let Royce know that when we get him back in.
Judge, is it okay if I let Trooper Christensen go? His person was up at 10:15.
Who was that?
Atwood.
Yes, Atwood just went into the bench warrant.
All right. I'll bring him in and let him know. Trooper Christensen,
Yes.
the defendant just went into the bench warrant file, so we're going to cut you
Okay.
loose, okay?
All
Have
right,
a
thank
good
you.
day and be safe.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Be
Bye.
safe, Troop.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Whoa.
All right, ladies, we're ready to pick up with Appling.
Yep. Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Elsendor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All
My
right.
11 o'clock never started.
All right, and Sergeant, you're still under oath. Go ahead, Ms. Elsendor.
Sergeant Gettle, the test of the 0.4, 0.8, and 0.2 wet bath, they test, do those tests need to be performed at a certain temperature?
It has to, what a simulator is a glass canister, and housed on top of the glass canister is a motorized unit. It has tubing that comes out, and then the digital temperature is displayed on that motor housing on it. So once you put your wet bath solution into the simulator needs to come to temp, which is typically around 34.00. When it comes to temperature, that simulator will typically beep. It takes roughly 15 minutes for it to come to temp. Once it comes to the temp, then it will bounce around and fluctuate 33.99, 34.02, 34.03. It will continue to bounce around until you shut the simulators down.
And how are you able to determine that the simulator has achieved the optimum temperature?
The simulator will beep.
Are you able to control the temperature of the simulator?
No.
Is it typical for you in your 120-day test to achieve the same temperature for each simulator?
It depends on the location where the instrument is housed, the temperature inside the facility.
So in your experience in performing these tests, would it be unusual to achieve the same temperature for the simulator on each
At
of
the
the
same
wet
location?
batches? Yes.
At the same location?
Yes, at the same location.
No, it's not unusual.
Would it be unusual to achieve the same temperature at the same location on different dates?
It's not unusual to have the same temperature at the same location on different dates.
How did you achieve the exact same temperature at the same location on 2 different dates?
As I stated before, prior to your breath test into the instrument, part of the procedure that was updated by Mr. Mark Fondren, as you're providing a breath sample into the instrument, you look at the stimulator to see what the temp is, because the temperature will bounce back and forth between the numbers.
So these temperatures there's not a printout. These are actually your notes that you've read from the screen of the data master?
It's off the reading of the simulator.
Is there any other record to confirm the temperature of the simulator?
Not to my knowledge.
Is that the temperature reading, does that work the same as the barometer reading? That's a reading from the simulator?
No, that's totally different.
Okay. Does the barometer reading fluctuate during the testing?
It does not.
What is?
Can I intercede here? I mean, she's asking all these questions, and is she directing it to the date that was in question here, or is she just getting information in general? I mean, I think it should be more directed towards the actual readings that she is contesting.
Okay.
Ms. Elsendorf, in response?
I have no objection. I can rephrase the questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Sergeant Gettle, on September 30th, 2020 and September 1st, 2020, your reports indicate that the simulator temperature for each of the wet baths that were tested, the simulator temperature was 34 degrees.
For which simulator?
0.4, 0.8, and 0.2?
No, I have different temperatures written down for those.
Do they all begin with the number 34?
The 0.040 solution temperature was 34.00. The 0.080 sim temp was 34.01. And the 0.200 simulator was 34.01. And the acetone simulator temp was 34.00.
Did you achieve a simulator temperature of 34 degrees on each of the tests?
Are you asking, did it come to temp before I did my test?
No, I'm asking, did the simulator have the exact same temperature on each of the 6 tests that were performed at the same location on 2 different occasions?
I don't understand your question. It doesn't correlate with what our procedure is.
Okay, can you tell me your procedure?
As I stated earlier, the simulator will beep when it comes to temp. After the simulator comes to temp, then I'm allowed to do the wet solution testing. Prior to putting a breath sample into the instrument, if I'm using the 0.040 simulator, I want to look at the temperature that's on the simulator and I document that number. Again, that number will bounce around and fluctuate. So prior to my breath test, I look and I get the temp and I document it.
Where did you document the fluctuation in the temperatures?
You don't document the fluctuation, you document what the temperature is prior to doing a breath sample into the instrument at the time it's calling for.
If the simulator does not achieve the optimum temperature, would that affect the accuracy of the testing or the reliability of the testing?
If the simulator does not come to temp, then I don't use that simulator. I would have to get a different simulator to use.
If you were to use that simulator and it had not achieved the proper temperature, would that affect the reliability of the accuracy test?
I can't answer that. I'm not an expert.
Judge, do you want me to put Mr. Nunley in with Mr. Bellinger, or do you want to wait until we take care of Mr.
No,
C?
let's get Mr. Nunley with Mr. Bellinger.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Gillis, anything Mr. Nunley should know about Mr. Bellinger's case?
Bellinger? Oh, do we have? Oh, I suggested that we do a final pretrial and have the victim show.
Thank you. Mr. Nunley, we'll put you in with Mr. Bellinger, and hopefully when we bring you out, you can take care of both your clients.
Okay, well, I still need to talk to Mr. Seed some more. I got kicked out of the breakout room and I'm still not
Okay,
sure. what
we
to
can
do.
put you back in with Mr. Seed.
Okay.
MSP or Huron.
No, I think he's from Van Buren.
Ms. Elsinore, go ahead.
Sergeant Gettle, how do you verify the accuracy of the data master with the wet bath solutions?
As I stated, each solution has its own glass simulator. The solution that is put into the simulator has a lot number and an expiration date. That is all documented on the OD84. Once everything is put into the simulator, they're powered up and they have to come to room temp, which takes approximately 15 minutes. The simulator will beep. Once all 4 simulators are to room temperature, then I would go into on the OD84, which is defined as number 5, verify accuracy of the data master. And I have to physically go inside a screen that's on the touch screen that's on the data master. And I have to program it to manually program it to run this test automatically. And it will, the first sample that I want to provide is the 0.040. And when the instrument beeps, it wants that sample. I hook that simulator, the 0.040 to the instrument. And then I have to provide a breath sample into the instrument as well as look at the temperature that that simulator is displaying at that time. the instrument is then disconnected, the tubing from the simulator, and I wait for a test result to show up on the instrument. Then the instrument's going to ask me for the next test to provide, and that's for the 0.080 watt solution. I provide a breath sample, and prior I look at the simulator to see what the temperature is reading. That's documented. Then everything is disconnected and unplugged. Then I have to wait for the third test, which is 0.20. When the instrument beeps and it's ready for a breath test, I look at the temperature, document that, and then provide a breath sample into the instrument. All the tubing is disconnected. And then I wait again for the fourth test, which is the acetone test. And when the instrument acknowledges it's ready for a breath sample, I take the temperature from the acetone simulator, document it, and provide a breath sample into the instrument.
So you track the temperature before and after each of the tests?
No, it's prior to the breath test.
You mentioned that the temperature fluctuates throughout the testing. Could fluctuate throughout the testing.
You only take the temperature prior to doing the breath sample. After that, you're done with that simulator.
You previously mentioned that temperatures fluctuate during the testing.
Not during the
Correct?
testing. Prior to me putting a breath sample in, the temperature, yes, will fluctuate. When the instrument is ready for the breath sample, I look at the simulator and I take the reading off the simulator that it's displaying and then provide a breath sample. Then I do nothing with that simulator after that. I'm done with it. I disconnect it from the instrument and I move on to the next simulator.
How much time elapses between each of the simulator test?
I haven't timed it. Roughly, I don't know, a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
And how long does it take to test the 0.4, 0.8, and 0.2?
Well, once I put the breath sample in, it's providing the 0.04 into the instrument, and the instrument grabs the breath sample, and within seconds on the screen, I can see what the result was of that breath test.
And so the temperature of the simulator, when you begin, has no effect on the rest of the testing?
It only affects that specific solution that's in that simulator.
And how does it affect that solution?
Affect may not have been the proper word. It only pertains to the solution that is in that specific simulator. After the breath test is done, I don't use that specific simulator. I go on to the next one.
How does temperature pertain to a specific simulator?
That would be a question for Mr. Mark Fondren.
You do perform these tests, correct? The 120-day test? And you do them in person?
Correct.
Does Mr. Fondren also accompany you while you perform these tests?
No, he does not.
The procedures that you follow in performing the 120-day test, are those Michigan State Police regulations or rules, instructions from the manufacturer?
They were in place before I was appointed to the position. And so I don't know who established the procedure. I can only state that when Mr. Mark Fondren was hired by MSP, that he wanted to update the procedure to be more transparent with the testing of the instruments.
And within that procedure, are you directed to make sure that the simulator achieves 34 degrees?
Well, you can't do your testing until it reaches the temperature, until
Why?
because that's what the policy is.
And the policy is that the temperature has to be at 34 degrees?
It has to be to reach the temperature for the simulator.
Is the temperature for the simulator 34 degrees? Is that the temperature that you have to achieve before starting the test?
I think I've answered that a couple times now. I don't know how else to explain it to you.
Okay. I'm trying to understand whether the procedure tells you that the temperature has to be 34 degrees, or that was just the number that you achieved in these tests.
It's what the simulator has to reach before you can do the test.
Okay, so per
It's
the policy,
a scientific background, which Mr. Mark Fondren would have more expert testimony to be able to provide to you with the reference to simulators.
Okay, so as you perform these tests, the simulator must reach 34 degrees per the policy before you can proceed with the wet bath test.
Correct.
Is there any deviation from 34 degrees that's allowable that in your procedure that would allow you to proceed with the testing? Or it has to be 34 degrees exactly?
No, because my acetone simulator will hit 33.99. So when the simulator beeps, you look at the simulator and you look and see what it's reading, the temperature. That tells you that it's reached its temperature, and then you can proceed with it.
The wet bath solutions, is that something that you transport to the testing site, or is that already in place?
All my equipment is transported by myself.
And
Ladies, I'm gonna try to wrap up Mr. Seed's file so we can release the jail. Mr. Nunley, are you ready on the Seed file?
Mr. Seed requested that I speak with the prosecutor further about his matter.
Paula, put him in a breakout.
Paula, if you could pop me back in with Mr. Seed briefly, that would be great. Hopefully we can get it going.
All right, back on the record with Appling. Ms. Alcedor, continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Sergeant Gettle, you transport the wet bath materials to the testing site, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And do you use the same materials for each test? Let me be more clear. On September 1st and September 30th, 2020, did you use the same materials?
On September 1st of 2020, each solution is different. So no, you can't use the same solution for each of the tests regarding the wet bath, except for, no, they're all different. The acetone, the 0.200, the 0.080, the 0.04 are all different solutions with a lot number and an expiration date.
You've indicated the same lot numbers for each of the solutions that were used on September 1st and September 30th.
Yes.
Okay. Did you deviate from normal procedure by using the same materials?
Once you use what is in the simulators, you can probably get anywhere from 10 to 12 uses out of that solution. So 1 day of traveling and doing the 120 days, I would dump the solution out and fresh solution would have to be used because the more you use it, it may get weak. So we have several lots of the same number. So the lot for 0.040 is 260. So we have probably 65 of those canisters or bottles, if you will, at our office. So it's going to be the same lot number, the same expiration date. It's not necessarily the same solution in the simulator. I would have used a fresh bottle with the same lot number.
Our officers online.
And how do you confirm the age or
We'll deal with it. Your phone number for him?
usability of these solutions?
Thanks.
There's a expiration date that's on the bottle of the wet solution. And you don't go past the expiration date. And again, as I stated, you can typically get between 8 and 12 uses of one of the solutions in the simulator for that particular lot.
Where's the expiration date indicated in your report, the 120-day maintenance reports?
We don't document the expiration date, but it is logged on the shipping paperwork that we receive, the pre-mix solution from the company. That's all certified documents that we have with the breath program, which you can receive a copy of if you put in a request.
All right, ladies, give me just a minute. And Mr. Nunley, are you ready on seed?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. After discussing the matter with him and then with Ms. Gillis and him again, he wishes to avail himself of the reduced offer of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive. I only asked that I could allocute on his behalf regarding fines and costs.
Sure. Mr. Seed, you understand the possible penalty for that charge?
Yes, sir.
And you discussed your rights and options with Mr. Nunley. You understand those?
Yes.
And understanding that, you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily to the added charge today?
Yes, sir.
September 7, 2020, did you drive a vehicle at a location near 94 on Rawsonville Road?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did you have multiple licenses or no license?
Yes, sir. You said
Mr.
Robinson
Nutley, are you satisfied?
You said about.
That's fine.
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
All right. And I've got Mr. Seed's address on International Drive, apartment 1121C.
Yes.
Phone number 858-8939.
Yes.
Good. Mr. Nunley, what else should I consider?
We would just ask that maybe that you cut him some sort of break with his fines and costs if possible. He's not working right now. He just had his license cleared up. He is in Washtenaw County Jail right now. He is hoping to bond out here soon, but not being gainfully employed and like taking care of all of his other matters to get his license back has really put a financial strain on him. And, you know, as when he heard the amount of the fine, you know, he wanted to speak to an attorney because the situation seems dire. So any sort of break you could give him would be greatly appreciated.
Okay. Thank you, Carol. We'll call him when we're ready for him. Mr. Seed, when's the last time you had a job, sir?
It's been like, I just had a job doing like demolition under the table, but we haven't been working in a couple weeks.
All right. How long have you had that job?
Like a month, but we haven't worked in 2 weeks.
Time for another job then.
So like 2 weeks.
And where'd you work before that?
I didn't work. I was incarcerated in MDOC.
How long?
5 years.
All right. So this happened in September. So you weren't incarcerated in September, correct?
No, I got out June.
So you've been out almost a year.
No, I went back. They sent me back. I just got back out April 21st.
Okay. Anything
last
else you want
time-
me to consider?
I'm sorry, Judge?
Anything else you want me to consider?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Seed, I'll give you a reduction to $300. How much can you pay every month and when can you start?
I could pay $50 a month.
Starting when?
This month.
Next Friday, too soon?
Yeah, because I don't know what's going on with this matter.
All right, let's go to June 25.
Okay.
All right, any questions?
Yeah, how do I contact, who do I contact about my payment plan?
I'm sorry, who do you contact about what?
The payment plan?
Just start giving us money, $50 a month, on or before the 25th. If you go to our website, you can get our address and everything off the website. 34th District Court.
I got your address. I had came up there a couple weeks ago.
Okay, anything else?
No.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Can we take care of Mr. Bellinger's file while we take a break, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, we can.
What are we gonna do with that one?
I believe Ms. Gillis wanted an adjournment for a final pretrial where the victim must appear.
Defense is okay with that?
Yes.
Ms. Gillis, how much time do you want?
I think you're muted, Ms. Gillis.
2 weeks is fine.
June 16th?
Yep.
9:15.
Could we do?
Work for Mr. Nunley?
No, I've got motions that morning. I'm set now to come back there on that day at 10:30.
Are you with Judge Green at 10:30?
No, I'm with you. I got 2 cases that I got today with you on that day.
Huh.
Mr. Nunley, when we set them today, they go over to Judge Green's docket, whoever the judge is on that.
Okay. Well, yes, then I am with Judge Green.
All right, so we'll do, Judge Green can handle one more at 10:30 that day.
Okay.
All right, good luck.
Thanks.
All right, ladies, I'm ready to get back to Appling. Have a good day, Mr. Bellinger.
All right, thank you.
Alrighty. Sergeant Gettle, how far in advance of your testing do you know which wet bath solutions you're going to use, or the lot number of the solutions?
I know the day before because I prep my equipment and my materials the day before.
And how often do you perform the 120-day test?
Every 120 days when I was assigned to the breath program, during the time that I did it, in starting January 20th to January 21st.
So why would there be two 120-day tests in September of 2020?
Because as you know, on September 30th, if you look at it, MSP had been waiting for a year for new software so we could download on these instruments so that we could track better testing that technicians were doing on the instruments. That software was approved, and we were all giving a flash drive to get our instruments, have the software downloaded on it. I received that flash drive with the new software. And so I immediately went out in the section that I was responsible for. I installed the new software, and it's software 1.07.
Did the software necessitate an additional 120-day test?
Mr. Mark Fondren advised that he wanted a 120-day test done during the time of the software installation.
So before or after the
It would be
software?
done before.
And to be clear, you performed the 120-day test on the Van Buren Township Data Master on September 1st, 2020, correct?
Yes.
Did you then perform another 120-day test on September 30th, or did you first install the software?
On September 30th, I did the 120-day, and then I installed the software.
So was the instrument tested for accuracy after the software was installed?
The software had nothing to do with the testing of the instrument. It was how to go back and pull specific reports of tests that we did on the instrument. It had no bearing on test results.
How do you know that?
Because I installed it and I performed a test afterwards to show that it was installed and changed a few functions on the instrument.
So were you the person or party that was responsible for downloading the software to the thumb drive?
I was not.
So how do you know what was on the thumb drive?
I was advised by Mr. Mark Fondren.
The 120-day test protocol, is that a software component of the DMT?
Judge, I don't object, Judge. We've already asked and answered where the protocol came from, and and how they do their tests. I mean, we're getting back to the same questions over and over again.
So is it an asked and answered?
Asked and answered.
No,
Okay.
maybe I should
Miss-
clarify. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to understand why an accuracy test was not performed after the software was installed. And therefore, I'm trying to understand if this 120-day maintenance accuracy check is also software, how do we determine that the new software that was downloaded doesn't affect the 120-day protocol?
That sounded like a question for the sergeant.
Sergeant Gettle?
What's your question, please?
The 120-day testing, the wet baths, all of the tests that you go through. There is software on the DMT that guides you through these 9 tests or protocols, correct?
Yes.
And there was some software update or download that was on the thumb drive that you installed on September 30th, 2020.
Correct.
And so you do not know if the new software affects the 120-day protocol.
It has nothing to do with the testing of the instrument. Do you have the packet in front of you?
Could I, let me redirect or rephrase. You are not aware of the software. What specific software was on the thumb drive, correct?
Well, I was told by Mr. Fondren. He told me how to do
I'm
the
sorry,
download of
Ms.
it.
Gettle. You didn't have any personal knowledge of what software was on the thumb drive.
It was 1.07.
Okay, but you don't know what that entails. What specifically is being updated? What's being changed? What
Yes, I
effect
do.
it has?
Yes, I do.
And your only knowledge is through your sergeant, correct?
No, it was Mr. Mark Fondren, who's a civilian with the MSP lab, who oversees the BRUC program.
Who reviews and approves your work, correct?
Who wanted the software update and approved the software update to his specifications for the instruments in the state of Michigan.
Okay, can you detail what was in the 1.7 install, 1.07 install?
I don't have the checkoff sheet in front of me. Do you have the OD84 for September 30th in front of you with all the testing sheets after it?
I do.
So if you go to the second to the last page, it should have a number 5 and it should be circled.
Yes.
So right here, it says new software 1.07. This accuracy test was done, and what it represents and what you want to see, if you look at it, you have OD80, State of Michigan, Department of State Police, Data Master serial number, and then the test ID. The test ID has that specific ID for that specific test on that instrument only. That number cannot be duplicated again. That shows me that the software download was done correctly. If you go back to page...
I'm sorry, Sergeant Gettle, I'm sorry. Again, you do not know specifically what was updated and how the 1.07 software affects the 120-day maintenance test, if it affects it at all.
Counselor, hold on. I think the confusion is the wording of the question. Sergeant Gettle, is it fair to say that you have no personal knowledge of what that update does, only what you've been told the update does?
I was specifically shown by Mr. Fondren. He showed me on a data master we had in the MSP laboratory how to download the procedure. He gave me it in writing, and we actually did a practical walkthrough test on how to download it. So do I have the exact every single test that it was And when I say test, I'm not saying testing on the instrument. It's software that was downloaded on there. So we have specific things showing up on the reports that the instrument will print out after we do a test. So some of the things I'm sorry, go ahead.
You went through a software upgrade.
Yes.
With what's his name?
Mr. Fondren.
Fondren. Okay. You went through an upgrade with Mr. Fondren, so you know what the result of that upgrade is supposed to be. You saw that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. I don't know if that helps or not, Council. Go ahead.
And the walkthrough that you performed with Mr. Fondren was the same thumb drive used in that walkthrough that you used in the Van Buren Township September 30th software install? And the protocol that's on the first page of the OD 84, do you actually go in that order of checking time and date, verifying pressure? They're numbered 1 through 9. Do you actually go 1 through 9?
Yes.
So you typically perform the diagnostic test before the accuracy test.
Yes.
Is there a reason why?
That's the order that's required with Mr. Fondren's procedure.
Okay. After the software was installed, you performed an accuracy test, correct?
Yes.
Why was it done before the diagnostic test?
Because that's the procedure Mr. Fondren required.
Okay. On a regular 120-day certification or maintenance, such as on September 1st, you perform the diagnostic test and then the accuracy test.
Where do you see that I did an accuracy test on the 1st?
Page, well, it's numbered number 4. It doesn't have a page number.
That's not an actual accuracy test. What I do is you hit the button to do an accuracy test because you want the pump inside the instrument to start. And once the pump starts, we have a two-way handheld radio, and you want to create radio interference. So I had my handheld radio when the pump started. I activated my radio and it caused RFI interference. And as you can see on the bottom of the page 4, it says RFI detected, and then it stops any other testing. This is a test that we want to do to show that, yes, it will pick up radio interference. So the instrument did what I wanted it to do on this specific date and time.
Can you elaborate on the diagnostic? What does that entail?
The diagnostic, all I do is I hit the button for the testing to run automatically, and the instrument goes through a series of checking things within the instrument. And on the right-hand column, you'll see the word passed. If anything says failed, then I would have an issue. And if I wasn't aware of how I should proceed, I would call Mr. Mark Fondren, and he would guide me on what he would like me to do with the instrument. But on this day, everything passed on September 1st.
Is the diagnostic test typically performed before the accuracy test?
We don't run an accuracy test. An accuracy test is done automatically on Monday.
Okay. Is the diagnostic check typically performed before the 5 dry gas accuracy test and before you verify accuracy of the data master?
Yes.
So again, on September 30th, 2020, why was the diagnostic performed after the accuracy check test.
What page are you saying I did an accuracy check test on?
Page 5 and 6 of September 30th.
Again, as I stated, page 5 was done after the software 1.07 was installed. And the accuracy test was done to show specific test ID number on that page. If you go back to page,
I'm sorry, why was the diagnostic record or diagnostic check, why was it performed after the new software and the accuracy check?
because that's how Mr. Fondren asked us to perform the test.
And that deviated from your normal procedure?
I'm trying to explain to you. So if you'll let me go back to page 2, I would like to explain it to you so you understand it.
Did you or did you not perform the diagnostic test after the accuracy test, after the software was performed?
Yes.
Or downloaded? I have no further questions.
Ms. Gillis, any questions for Detective Sergeant Gettle?
I just have a couple. Sergeant Gettle, we talked about your OD 84 sheets, and the defense had made allegations about how some was typed and some was handwritten. And you indicate, is it true you indicated to me that that's because you prepare the sheets beforehand and then enter the test results by hand when you get there?
Yeah, typically if I know that I'm going out the day before, I'll get my equipment together the night prior, and I can pre-fill some of the equipment that I use in the solution.
Okay. And there's nothing in your policy that says you can't do that, correct?
Correct.
And then I sent you the motion that defense counsel filed with the OD 84 sheets attached. And both of those are in your handwriting, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Mark Fondren, there's a stamp of like approval, I guess it would say, or that he approved your results. There's a stamp where he approved your results, right?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Ms. Elsendor, any further questions for Detective Sergeant Gettle?
Sergeant Gettle, are you aware of the review and approval process that's used?
No, all I know is that it gets sent to Mr. Mark Fondren, who reviews them. I don't know what his procedure is.
Does he typically review and approve them in the same day, within the same minute?
The same day that I do the testing?
No. If
Well,
he
I'm going to
reviews
object. She can't tell what Mr. Fondren, how he approves things. If he does it in the same day, the next day, the same minute, whatever. She can't speak for Mr. Fondren.
Do you submit the, I'm sorry. I'll move on, Your Honor. Sergeant Gettle, what do you submit for the approval and review? Is it the entire OD 84 or?
Yes, what you see, if you have the entire packet, is what is presented to Mr. Fondren.
No further questions.
Ms. Gillis?
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Any other witnesses to call?
Nope.
Ready for argument, ladies?
It's Ms. Alessander's motion, so I'm assuming she's going to go first with her argument.
I was just gathering my notes. Sorry about that. Your Honor, Sergeant Gettle has testified that she is the responsible party for the September 1st and September 20th, 2020 120-day reports that were generated on the Van Buren Township Data Master. She has testified that she was able to accomplish the exact same simulator temperature on 6 different occasions. Excuse me, on 6 different tests on 2 different occasions at the same location. She has also testified that she is unaware of the exact procedure that is to be used, and that she's unaware of how the temperature, any deviation or fluctuation in those temperatures could affect the rest of her testing and therefore the certification of the data master. Sergeant Gettle has also testified that after installing software, although she doesn't know the exact updates or what precisely the software did to the data master, she broke protocol and performed an accuracy test prior to.
Okay, counsel, I'm going to interrupt you. I know it was a disjointed hearing, but I listened to all the testimony. So I don't need you to tell me what she told me. I need you to tell me what you think it means. So let's get the argument, and then I'll let Ms. Gillis respond.
The testimony from the sergeant shows that the data master was not properly certified and tested during the 120-day test in September of 2020. New software was installed, and this machine was not verified for accuracy and therefore couldn't be certified prior to my client's blow in December of that year.
Anything else at this time?
No.
Ms. Gillis.
Your Honor, she did, and from what I heard is that she did install the software. She knew what was on it. Mark Fondren had showed her how to do it, and she verified that it was all installed properly and then went on to do her test. I don't see where she's broken protocol at all or that she's shown that. And all of her tests were approved by Mr. Mark Fondren, which is her supervisor. I think she testified very accurately and very specifically as to all the procedures she went through, all of her training, and how she followed exactly what she was supposed to do. I don't see where any of this shows that the testing was not reliable.
Ms. Elsendorf.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, I haven't heard anything to make me question the results of the data master test. So where does that leave us? Are we setting a trial date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bench or jury?
I'd have to discuss that with my client, Your Honor.
You want a breakout room?
Yes, please. Very briefly.
Okay.
Can we release Sergeant Gettle?
With us.
I'm sorry, can
Yes,
we release?
Sergeant, thank you for your time. Stay safe.
Thank you,
Mr.
Sergeant.
Appley, we're going to put you in a breakout room with your attorney.
I know, it's ready to shoot.
Jane, we've got a trial scheduled on Joseph McCrae. I'm bringing Officer Young in, who was the OIC, I believe. And I understand from my people that Mr. McCrae is in the court parking lot. Officer Young, are you connected?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm going to make a phone call, hopefully get Mr. McRae to come to the front door. Jane, I don't care if you want to come in the courtroom or stay where you're at and Zoom it. Obviously, we can leave Officer Young off site.
You still need me, Judge? You still got more cases?
Call security and let them know that when Mr. McCray comes up, they can send him up to the courtroom. Mr. McCray, please. Mr. McCray, wonderful. Come up to the front door. The security guy will send you up to the courtroom. All right. Paul, did you get that?
I just let Officer Croven know.
Thank you.
Officer Young, did you get my chat?
You want me to still stick around, Judge?
You know what? Give me 2 minutes. Just make, this guy didn't want an attorney the first time around. Let's just make sure.
Okay.
Royce, did you get my chat?
Can I?
Yes.
Am I correct? Did I verify correctly or did I miss one?
Cooper, Austin, Bellinger, C, that one's taken care of.
Come on.
Yeah, but you represented them, right?
Yep, and fourth, Kevin Fourth.
Fourth. Okay. Just making sure so that you give credit for everybody you represented today.
Can I?
Thank you.
Paula, can I talk to Officer Young?
You want to go into a breakout with Officer Young?
Yes.
All right, hang on 1 second. Yes. Yeah.
I got too much noise. I can't hear. What are you here for?
We have an exam up at 1 o'clock. We're requesting an adjournment.
I'm Dr. Tyler.
Defense?
Yes.
What's the file name?
Walls?
Mr. Walls, Patrick Walls.
All right. Okay, appearance is on Patrick Walls.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Moore on behalf of the people, P84724.
And Your Honor, Attorney Chris Provost, we have Mr. Patrick Walls, P83336.
All right. This is the second time we've adjourned the exam. Why?
That is correct, Your Honor. The first adjournment, I was ill. I was sick for
How you doing?
2 weeks. I'm doing a lot better now. I
Good.
appreciate it. The basis for this adjournment is just a brief adjournment. I provided further discovery earlier today, additional video and supplemental reports that I wasn't aware of previously when discovery was requested. So I'm just requesting a brief adjournment so that way I can review the video and speak with my client.
Next week?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hey, Paul, are you there?
I am.
We got a time slot. Any time slots next Wednesday so we can adjourn the Walls exam from today till next week? How much time is it going to take?
Wow, we are really full next week.
You know what? Bring your calendar out here. It's a special prosecutor, so maybe we don't have to do it Wednesday.
All right. Well, we'll do that one on a
work?
Monday. If it's a special, I'll be right in.
Oh, you're tagging along with, yeah.
That's correct, Your Honor. It should be a one witness exam. It should be fairly quick, Your Honor.
Yeah, and based off of the video, more than likely we might end up waiving it. There's just additional information that I wasn't aware of at the time. So I just haven't had the opportunity to look at the video.
Well, let's see if we can shoehorn you in for Wednesday. With the idea we might run out of time, we might not be able to do it. Let's see what you got for Wednesday. It's not.
I apologize, Your Honor.
It's all right.
Who's the prosecutor? Yes, me.
I can't even. I can't even.
Yes.
Figure, oh, I can't
I know.
even figure that out. I can't even tell how many exams are. Okay. Do you know what happened to the defendant, McCray? They were supposed to send him up.
Yeah, he's on his way up. Because Kenny called me back and verified.
Switch on.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, I got you. Probably not.
We've got 11 live exams next week. And
What do you think? What are the chances you're not going to need the exam?
Probably pretty high, I would say.
I'll squeeze you in there. What's your earliest one?
I started at 11.
All right.
You want to do him at 10:30?
I don't know what's your morning diet look like. That's why we're not going to do it. 6/9, 11 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do me a favor, counsel. As soon as you know whether or not you're gonna waive or not, let us know.
Yeah.
Because if you decide you got to hold, we might bump it.
Okay, then that's no problem. If we're going to waive, you want us we can do it through Zoom.
What's the name?
So that way we don't have to go in person. If
That's fine.
okay.
That's
Thank
fine.
you, Your Honor.
Contact Paul ahead of time. We'll figure it out.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
You know what?
You're welcome.
Here, let me give you my card.
Perfect.
It's better than here.
Bring him in. Bring him in.
Here you go.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
No problem. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Jane, I lost you. Or are you coming in? Ms. Moore,
Yes.
I lost Jane. So
Okay, I will grab her real quick.
yeah, either she comes in here or I got to get her back on Zoom. Mr. McRae, come on and have a seat.
Oh, Judge.
Yeah.
I just need.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Did you put Jane in a breakout with that cop?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's where she went. Okay.
Yeah, so it's talking about for.
I never heard of it. I don't know where Cheyenne saw it. Yeah.
I gave you that one, didn't I, about the.
Yeah, private side. It doesn't work like it did last week. Try it. So you gotta double it.
Gail Sender, have you made a decision? Can you tell me what?
Yes, we're going to set it for a jury trial.
Okay. Oh.
There's a Thomas exam that's gonna waive. It's Nancy Cassaw, so if she zooms in before your trial, do you think we can put that waiver on before the trial, or do you think you'd want to do it after?
Yeah, I don't think this trial's gonna take long like that. It's not, it's just me. He didn't bring an attorney, right?
No, I don't think so.
It's me against this guy. Told her to get a real job. So she gave me a ticket. It's like,
All right, on Appling, where are we at?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to set these matters for a jury trial.
Okay. We're not scheduling right now, but we're getting close.
Okay.
So we will be in touch.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
You too.
And okay, Ms. Moore, are you going to prosecute the McRae matter?
Your Honor, no, that will be Miss Gillis. She steps out. She will be back in just a moment. We do have a waiver coming in. Hi.
Coming in as in live walking into my courtroom?
No, it should be Zooming in, Your Honor. I believe the attorney's Nancy Casto. It's the Patrick Thomas case.
So neither one of them are in the waiting room.
I just provided the Zoom ID.
And give me the defendant's name again.
That is Patrick Thomas. It's set for 12 o'clock.
Thank you. That's supposed to be a waiver, Paula Thomas.
Who's that?
Patrick Thomas going to be a waiver.
Thank you.
Mr. McRae, just to confirm, you're prepared to go forward today without an attorney, correct?
Yes. I didn't really want to argue the fact of the ticket. I just wanted to know more about what I'm going to be kind of guilty for.
Okay.
Because I just didn't get a good understanding of it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Nunley, I think we're done with you for the day then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Gillis, I don't know if you just heard what Mr. McRae told me.
No, I
He
didn't.
said he's not really here to argue the ticket. He just wants to know what's going to happen.
Yeah, because I was muted. I was the one that had a really bad problem with getting unmuted, and you had to call me. And by the time you called me, it was kind of like I had to pick to be guilty or choose a trial or.
Okay. So it sounds like he might be willing to enter a plea of guilty today if there's some kind of a sentencing understanding.
My only sentencing, I would like, I don't know if they have this or not, where they have people pick, I don't know if they still do this because of COVID, pick up trash, but I would ask for that or some other community service. The whole reason we went reduced really was a lot to do with his attitude and denial. So so that's what I'm looking for is some community service. If you have that, still have that trash picking up program, I would like that. But if you don't, some other community service.
We're not doing the work program, but we can certainly order him to do X number of hours community service at some registered nonprofit.
Okay. Is that okay, Ms. Officer Young? We don't have the trash picking up program right now.
I'd be okay with that. Is that in lieu of fines and costs, or is that in addition to?
In addition.
So how many hours you're looking at, ladies? Community service.
I'll let
30?
you make that call. Sounds good to me.
30.
30? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
30?
30. My age.
Fines and costs and 30 hours community service, charity of your choice. Got to be a nonprofit registered as such.
Never mind then. Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So you understand the possible penalty for the misdemeanor fishing without a license that was issued to you on March 8, 2021?
Yep. And then also, is this misdemeanor gonna?
It is a misdemeanor.
It's
That's-
gonna track onto my record and everything.
It would be part of a criminal history. It's a
Okay.
misdemeanor. You understand that?
Yep,
And-
that was one of the things I wanted to.
And you understand your rights and
Understand too.
the options?
Yep.
Okay, understanding that, do you want to plead guilty today?
Yes.
Okay, so on March 8, 2021, at a location near Belleville Lake, were you fishing without a license as required by law?
Oh, yeah, that's where I was fishing without the license, was at the dam right there.
Okay, I can accept your guilty plea. I've got your address on Henry Ruff in Westland, correct?
That's where I used to live in, but
you got a better mailing address now?
What?
Better mailing address?
8112 Honey Tree Boulevard.
Honey Tree, 2 words or 1?
One. Canton, Michigan, 48187, I think.
All right, you're working?
Not at the moment.
When's the last time you had a job?
I was working at Stella's Bar and Tavern. I stopped in about March because it started picking up a lot, and with doors opening back up to people and everything, it kind of got a little flustered, especially the main guy I was working with. So kind of had to take a step back from that, and trying to complete my GED right now to get into some sort of trade program.
Okay.
And get an apprenticeship so I don't have to pay to go to school, rather than I can go to school
Sure.
and make money at the same time.
All right, anything else you want me to consider before I set the fines and costs?
No, thank you.
All right, so fines and costs, $300 and 30 hours community service. Any reason why you cannot complete the 30 hours between now and August 1?
And August 1st, you said?
Correct.
No.
Okay,
That should be
and as far as the $300, can you pay that within 30 days or do you need a payment plan?
fine. Yeah, I can pay within 30 days.
Any questions?
No, sir.
You're all set?
Yep.
All right, thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good one.
Thanks.
You as well.
Thank you for showing up, Officer Young.
Thanks, Ms. Gales. Have a good day.
You too.
Yeah, those are gone. Right now.
And then that's it?
Yeah, you're all set, sir.
Okay.
Have a nice day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good one.
You as well. Ms. Castall, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. How are you?
Wonderful. I'm trying to get Mr. Thomas in.
Okay.
I clicked on his name, but he's not in yet. I understand we're going to waive.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll do that as soon as we get Mr. Thomas.
Okay. Is he showing on the waiting room or no?
Yeah, he's in the waiting room and I clicked his name and nothing's happening. So I'm assuming he's just got a bad connection. All right, he's coming in now.
Say something to that. Is he still there?
Having trouble connecting, counsel. Mr. Thomas, you connected? You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Try it now. There you go. Good morning. Good afternoon. Ms. Castell, your appearance for Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Nancy Casser from Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, appearing on behalf of Mr. Patrick Thomas, P number 80549.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, I understand you're going to waive the exam that's scheduled for today?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand the purpose for the exam?
Yes.
And you understand your rights and options? You've discussed those with counsel?
Yes,
Understanding all that, you're going to waive freely and voluntarily today. Is that correct, sir?
correct.
You understand a waiver means the file will go downtown for the next court date?
Yes,
All right, I'll enter the waiver. Arraignment on information is June 16 at 9 a.m. Bond will be continued. I wish you luck downtown, sir.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you, counsel.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
You're all set.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got two of them. Patrick Walls, 3 of them. He's adjourned to next week. Yeah.
I remember whichever door it was, the sticks just like that. Going into the security of the garage.
Yeah, I haven't been in that
I
one.
gotta say, it's much nicer in here, the sound. They still haven't done anything about that blowing down.
Oh, we just need to get a ladder up there. There's like little like fins in there. We just gotta bend them.
So Walls was. Oh, that's where they're at. That's the coverage of there. You gonna call me when you got here?
I'm sorry.
Will you call me back when you've got some?
Looks like we have some.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello. How are you today? I'm good. New digs, huh? You like it? I like the old building. I'm checking in on Brian out. Yeah. So he got his car, I'm gonna step out. He's scheduled at 12:30. Oh, Andy brought in a clock for the court. Something like that. He's scheduled at 12:30.
That's all basket work, Dan. Actually, I'll put it all.
a serious security problem. Guaranteed. I mean, we've got a shooter in here, we're trying to get the hell out of this room, what do we do? Works.
She said you also asked if they needed to order any, and she said no, they didn't. Well, it's not right next to it. Maybe a little redder. Talking to my neighbor last night. He said, "Okay, he's a lieutenant." And he asked me because, so my sergeant got to testify in the new courtroom. I said he was the second person to ever testify in that courtroom. Tell him. I said I was talking to my neighbor, Jason Campbell, the lieutenant over at Woodhaven. And he said, so my sergeant said he got to testify in your new courtroom. And I said, yeah. He did. He said he told me he was really great.
Don't have an email in here that I should have.
Pardon?
Don't have an email in here that I should have.
By the way, do you mind if I take my insurance form down too?
Nope.
I'll be right back. Huh? Just don't be taking our social security number and racking up the numbers. I got cinnamon again.
No, I didn't notice.
I played that little thing for Rick last night. He started laughing. He goes, send it to Chuck. That's his buddy in Georgia.
Pardon me, I'm Mr. Bell. I got 2 witnesses here. I believe I have officers, and I believe we're trying to track Mr. Bell down to the park.
Yeah, his attorney was just in here.
Okay.
Um,
I'm trying to keep you guys up to date.
Does Jane know that she's got witnesses and officers?
Yes. The officers and the witnesses are here now speaking to Fraggett and the prosecutors. So I'll try to keep you up to par on what we got going. Okay?
Thank you.
I thought you were going to do that. And look at his calendar.
What's up? That door there that just goes into the lockup? Let them run.
It goes into the hallway.
Well, that one's a go. Oh, that one goes in the lockup. Yeah.
Yeah, that one just goes into the hallway and they can just run right out there.
What are they doing on water?
I just wondered why they have. That's a huge.
The only place they can go here is out in the main hallway. That's the only place it goes.
Yeah, but can't they just run right out?
But so what? Just like running out that door. What's the difference?
That's true.
So are we supposed to assume that Mr. Bell has cold feet?
She was gonna talk to her. But doesn't that come straight up to our hallway?
Yeah, but you gotta key in.
Oh.
That's the one that we can't even get in. The keys don't open that. Nope. Not unless they fixed it in the last few days.
Oh. That's just hard. Fred moved that one tower here so I can scoot down farther. don't know why that's a thing with me, and I just gotta make sure things are going okay. Should leave it to the court offices.
And I don't like this. I don't like looking over here because when I'm looking over here, my back is to the camera.
I was gonna tell you that when we were on the Zoom all morning, all that, we could see the back of your head.
Yeah, I knew that, but I can see better on this screen than I can way over there.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Card doesn't work, keyboard even going to lock us, it's jammed, something jammed in there.
Hey, I got a question for you. So I don't think I like this monitor where it's at. So if I just disconnect these cables, it looks like these cables, I can disconnect them out from the bottom of the monitor, right? So I can just play around with the monitor on the bench and see where I like the location and then just tell you where it needs to be rewired. Am I correct in assuming that? Yeah, okay. All right. So when I'm done using the monitor, I'll just disconnect it and play around. Okay, thank you. Talk to you. I think I want that monitor right here. Because I think I'll still be seeing over it. What would be even better is if I could, like right now, there's like 3 inches between the bottom of the monitor and the stand it's on. If I could drop it, I don't know if it drops or not.
Oh, and unless I know different, it sounds like Bella's gonna hold, everybody's here.
Then get them in.
Okay.
Tell them I'm standing here waiting for them, and that's never a good way to start an exam.
And then to tell you, I had it backwards. We changed from having them at 11 o'clock to 8:30.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Yeah.
So that was me.
I'm gonna work on the prosecutor.
Yeah, use your taser. Just have a seat, Mr. Bell.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I put some supplies for you in there.
Jane, are you coming in here or are you gonna stay out there?
Judge Elizabeth's going to do the first exam, Brian Bell. I'm going to do Keenan Black.
Okay. Where's she at?
I guess we'll see if she's in the prosecutor room interviewing the. Is she in there?
Yeah.
Wait, she's in that room? Did you tell her the judge wants her?
I told her, I better tell her she's gotta go.
Yeah.
You requested again, right?
Yeah.
If I'm double vaccinated, can I?
You take it off.
He always lets everybody know.
I don't care if you're vaccinated or not.
It's always better for me to hear too. People tend to, you know.
Yeah. No, yeah.
All right, People versus Brian Bell, appearances.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Elizabeth Moore on behalf of the people, P84724.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Elizabeth Young on behalf of Brian Bell.
Are we ready?
Your Honor, we are prepared to proceed today.
And the defense is ready.
All right, and ladies, you don't have to jump up to talk to me. If you do, it's okay, but don't feel that you have to. Ms. Moore, I just told Ms. Young, if you're okay with the mask off, I'm okay with the mask off. Paula usually can hear better that way. Ready for witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. Am I to assume that there's a sequestration order in place?
There isn't yet, but there could be.
I would move for a sequestration order, Your Honor.
In which case I ask for an exception for my officer in charge, Detective Kelly Froggatt,
Right.
who will be testifying briefly today.
Your Honor, just for the record, I only object when I know that the OIC is a witness in the case, and in this case, she was one of the responding officers, so I would object on that basis.
Okay, maybe we can make her testify first. Any reason why she can't testify first?
No, Your Honor, as long as the testimony may feel a little out of order.
I can handle it.
Okay, understood, Your Honor.
Okay, Detective, come on up.
Then at this time, the people call Detective Kelly Froggatt.
Raise your right hand, swear affirm, tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Settle in. All right, Ms. Moore, your witness.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Kelly Froggatt, Kellyllyfragott.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where are you currently employed?
The Romulus Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm a detective.
How long have you been a detective?
Approximately 9 years.
How long have you been with the department in general?
Approximately 11 years.
Were you working in your capacity as a detective on February 25th of 2021?
Yes.
Did your duties as a detective take you to the location of 38687 Van Born Road?
Yes.
Is that in the city of Romulus, County of Wayne?
Yes.
When you arrived at that location on that day, were you working alone or with a partner?
I was actually on my way into work when I heard the call come out on the radio. I was alone.
And did you go straight there?
Yes.
How were you dressed on that day?
I was plain clothed.
What type of vehicle were you in?
My pickup truck. It's a gold pickup truck.
When you arrived at that location, what information did you have, just for the purposes of why you arrived?
There was an unknown subject in a vehicle that was stuck in a yard, and it appeared that some items had been stolen.
When you arrived at that location, what, if anything, did you observe first?
There was a green car in the ditch out front. Several other officers were arriving at the same time I was arriving. There was a burgundy SUV that looked pretty well stuck in the mud, and it was facing up to a trailer that had a bunch of items loaded onto it.
Now, starting with the other individuals who were at that location, you mentioned certain officers. Do you recall their names?
I know Corporal Sadler was there, Officer Cofield was there, and I don't recall specifically.
Were there any non-police officers there?
Yes.
Approximately how many individuals?
There was a subject in the SUV, and there were 2 females there.
Now, you mentioned a subject in the SUV. Would you recognize that person if you saw them today?
Yes.
Do you, in fact, see them today?
Yes.
Please identify where they are seated and pick out an article of clothing that they are wearing.
He is seated behind you next to Ms. Young, wearing a black blazer.
Noted for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Other than the subject in the vehicle, were there other civilian people there?
Aside from the 2 females, I don't believe so.
Now, those 2 females, do you recall their names?
Angela and Christy Mobby.
Now, when you arrived after you made those observations, did you make contact with anyone?
Yes.
Who did you make contact with?
I made contact with the defendant and the 2 Mobby girls.
When you say that you made contact with the defendant, who exactly, or what exactly did you say to the defendant?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I don't think it does. Wasn't the question, what did she say to the defendant?
What did she say to the defendant?
I asked him if he was okay, if he was taking narcotics, what kind of narcotics he might be on.
Why did you ask him that?
He was not conscious or asleep when we got there, and it took some time to kind of rouse him. He wasn't very steady on his feet. He just displayed a lot of signs of intoxication.
Did he provide an answer for you?
He said he wasn't on anything. I think that's what I.
You also indicated that you made contact with Christy and Angela Mobby, is that correct?
Yes.
Well, without saying exactly what they said to you, why did you make contact with them?
They are the residents of the location, and they would most likely be able to identify any of the property if it belonged to them or not to them.
Okay. And did you talk to them about any property on that, at that location?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. No further questions for this witness.
Ms. Young.
You mentioned a green car that was parked in front of the home, the residence.
It was in a ditch. It wasn't really parked.
Well, it wasn't moving, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the stationary vehicle, it was a did you come to determine that that car was registered to anybody who lived in the home?
It was not.
Okay. And you at some point found the keys to that vehicle too, right?
I did not personally,
but you're aware that they were
I am aware
found.
that they were found.
Okay. It also came to be known through investigation that one of the mobby women who was there had a car that was on the property, right?
Yes.
And that car had been, it was thought to have been, it had been gone through, right?
That I don't know.
Are you aware that there was, I guess, an allegation that some coins had been stolen?
No, not, I was not prepared to testify today, so I did not review my report, but I don't recall specifically offhand. No.
Okay. And you did not conduct the search of Mr. Bell, right?
I was present, but I wasn't involved really, no.
Let me ask you this. Is the officer in charge of the case, you're in control of organizing all the evidence that's brought in? Fair assessment?
Sure.
And you'll bring it to the prosecutor?
Correct.
Are you aware that any fingerprinting was ever done of the pole barn or the car that was parked out front?
No.
Okay, and I'm sorry for the compound question. Was any fingerprinting performed, period, during the course of the investigation of this case?
No.
And if I showed you one of the officer's reports in this case, would that maybe help refresh your recollection in terms of the search of Mr. Bell?
Possibly.
Mm-hmm. And also the search of one of the mobby women's cars.
That I really have no knowledge of that, so that I don't have a memory of that to refresh.
You don't have a memory to refresh regarding one of the mobby women saying that wrapped coins were taken from her car?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Okay. And you're aware that photos were taken of the scene?
Yes.
Do you know whether those were handed over to the prosecution?
I believe they were.
Okay, and just for the record, I never received those, so I would ask on the record that those be produced as soon as possible. And I think that that is the last question that I have for this witness.
Ms. Moore, any follow-up for the detective?
Free for your right, Your Honor. Detective, defense counsel asked you about that green vehicle and the registered owner. Do you know who the registered owner was?
At a time, I mean, if I reviewed my report or lien, but yeah, the owner was identified.
One moment, Your Honor, I'm just
Sure.
preparing. Would a copy of the investigation report help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Sorry, one moment, Your Honor. Showing opposing counsel the investigation report. Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Detective, please review that report and look up when you are finished.
I don't believe the owner's name is in here. I know it is in the details of the police report. I didn't see it in here.
I apologize for the court's time.
We don't have to do it right now. So like up here, I put it on speaker view, and all I've got right now is California. But on that screen, she's minimized, and we got Jane up there for some reason.
That's okay. Yes.
Do you remember?
Yes.
Okay, who was the vehicle registered to?
And now I just forgot again. It was a Miss Irwin, Mary Irwin, I believe.
Okay, so not either of the individuals that lived at that address, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner approach again, Your Honor?
Yep.
No further questions for this witness.
Ms. Young, anything else?
No, Your Honor, not right now, not for this
All
one.
right, Detective, you can step down. Who's your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people call Crystal Mobby. Christy Mobby, I apologize. May I step out to retrieve her?
Sure.
Thank you.
It'll wait, doesn't have to be right now.
Christy, yes. I have a different spelling first name in two different locations, but it's my understanding it is Kristi, potentially an E, last name Mawby, Mawby. B-Y, B as in boy, Y.
Swear from tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth today. Have a seat right here. Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, Your Honor, I apologize. Just, I made the objection to the OIC remaining in the courtroom.
Noted.
Okay.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Christy Mobby, Kristimawaby.
Now, Ms. Mobby, it's really difficult to hear in here, especially with a mask on. So please make sure that you speak up nice and clearly. The court reporter over here needs to take down everything that we say, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Ms. Mobby, I'm going to take you back to February 25th of 2021. Do you remember where you were on the morning hours of that day?
In bed, when I got up.
Hold on, do you remember where you were?
At home.
Okay, and is your home located at 38687 Van Buren Road?
Repeat that address?
38687 Van Buren
Yes.
Road?
Yes.
Is that in the city of Romulus, County of Wayne?
Yes.
And you mentioned that that was your home. Who do you live there with?
My wife,
And what's your wife's name?
Angela Mobby.
And do you rent that property from anyone?
I do.
Who do you rent that property from?
Kevin, I don't know how to pronounce his last name.
Is it Kupiec?
Sounds right.
That's Kupiec. Was anyone else at your home on that morning?
Just my wife and myself.
Does anyone else normally live at that location with you?
No.
Please describe briefly your residence property and what structures are on that property.
I think it's a remanufactured home. A 6-car pole barn and a shed all the way in the back. I believe it's 2 acres.
Now, any belongings or property on that or at that residence, does that belong only to you and your wife, or is there someone else who would own those items?
Kevin owns a couple of things on the property. Everything else is my wife's and mine.
Now, taking your attention back to that morning, February 25th, 2021, you mentioned that you were in bed. Is that correct? What was the first thing that you noticed in that morning?
Oh, I got up and went to the back door to let my dog out, and I noticed a vehicle running on the side of the pole barn.
Do you recall what color that vehicle was?
Gray.
Okay, make sure to speak up nice and loud for the court
Gray.
reporter. Did you hear that?
Gray.
Now, had you ever seen that vehicle before?
No.
Was that vehicle parked there when you went to bed the night before?
No.
After you made that observation, what, if anything, did you do?
Hooked my dog up to the lead.
Thanks.
Took a walk out to the vehicle. Noticed it was running. Noticed somebody was sleeping in there in the driver's seat. I looked over. I noticed my landlord's trailer off of the cement slab that it was on. All of my work equipment that was inside of the pole barn was on the trailer.
Okay, so we're going to take this one step at a time. You mentioned that there was someone sleeping in that vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Why did you believe they were sleeping?
I knocked on the window and their head was held down. No response.
Could you tell the sex or gender of that person?
Male. Unless they're trans, I don't know.
Would you recognize that person if you saw them today?
I don't know.
And why don't you know?
Because his head was down.
When you knocked on the window, did that person wake up or indicate that they could hear you?
No.
After you made that observation, what was the next thing that you saw?
I walked around the pole barn completely and noticed I had other equipment leading all the way back to the door.
When you say equipment, what do you mean?
Paint supplies, ladders. I had a snow blower, a backpack blower, push mowers, weed whackers.
And where did you observe those items to be on that morning?
The backpack blower, the snow blower, quite a few ladders, a couple other things were on the trailer itself.
Now let's talk
Shovels.
about those things specifically. You said that they were on the trailer.
Yes,
Where was that trailer parked?
on the side. They tried to take it off the cement slab that was behind the pole barn.
So the trailer was parked on the side of the pole barn,
No, behind.
behind the pole barn.
It was parked behind the pole barn. When I went around past his vehicle, they had moved it.
Now, without speculating about what anyone did, I just want to clarify for the record, the trailer was behind the pole barn the night before, is that right?
Correct.
And when you saw it that morning, where was the trailer located?
Probably 25, 30 feet to the right, off the slab.
And where was that trailer in relation to the green vehicle?
Green, gray.
Gray, the gray vehicle.
It was in front of it. That wasn't the vehicle that had pulled it. There was another truck that was there.
Okay, so where was the trailer in relation to the vehicle with the person you believed was sleeping in it?
In front of it.
And all of those items that you just mentioned, they were on the trailer?
Correct.
Had they been on the trailer the night before?
No. They were inside the pole barn, locked up.
Now, you mentioned the pole barn was locked up. How was that locked?
It had a padlock on it.
At any point after you made the observation on the trailer, did you go over to the pole barn?
I did. I walked completely around the pole barn over to the small door and noticed the lock was busted.
After you made those observations, what, if anything, did you do next?
Walked in the house, woke my wife up and called 911.
After you called 911, did officers arrive?
Just shortly after, I got my wife together and I was getting ready to walk out the back door and they were walking up the driveway.
Do you recall how many officers arrived?
I think 3, possibly 4.
When the officers arrived, what, if anything, did you do or see?
Them observing everything, the police officers. They were observing everything, taking pictures and asking questions.
Did you see them make contact with the person you believed was sleeping in the vehicle?
Did I see them make contact with me?
Yes.
No, I personally did not.
Did you remain outside or did you go inside?
Not the whole time, no.
Not the whole time?
Not the whole time, no.
At any point, did you speak to the officers about the items that you saw that were moved?
Did I speak to them about the items?
Yes. Do you recall the name of the officer that you spoke to?
No.
Okay. Which items did you talk to the officers about?
The snow blower, quite a few ladders, shovels, backpack blower, lawnmowers, weed whips.
At any point, do you own a vehicle?
I do.
Was your vehicle at that residence on that day?
They both were.
Did you go over to your vehicle that morning?
I did.
When you went over to your vehicle, did you notice anything?
I did.
What, if anything, did you notice?
The car, everything was out of the console, thrown all over the seats. In my van, there's hardly anything in the van, but in the console itself, everything was thrown in the back.
Was that how you left your vehicle the night before?
No.
Were your vehicles locked overnight?
No.
Now, I want to take you back to when you first walked out and made that observation of the person sleeping in the vehicle. Did you look inside that vehicle?
I kind of glanced in it, just trying to see if anybody else was in it.
Did you see anything else in the vehicle?
Anything?
Anything or anyone else in the vehicle?
I didn't see anybody else in the vehicle.
Did
And
you
the
see-
windows were tinted.
Did you see anything in the vehicle?
I couldn't really see in the back.
One moment, Your Honor. Ms. Bombi, the items that you identified with the police officer, where had those items been kept overnight?
The ones I identified with the police
You
officer.
mentioned ladders, blowers,
They
things
were
like
in the
that.
pole barn, locked up.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Young,
I have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Bob, you can step down, watch your step. Okay, you're all set. Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people called Kevin Kupiec. That's K-U-P-I-E-C.
Mr. Kupiec, all the way up front, please. Raise your right hand for me. Swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Have a seat right here. Ms. Moore, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Kevin Kupiec.
Sir, I'm going to ask you about some property at a location. It's 38687 Van Born Road. Are you familiar with that address?
Yes, it's my property.
Okay. And is that property in the city of Romulus County, Wayne?
Yes.
Now, when you say that it's your property, do you live there, sir?
No, it's my property, but I rent it.
Who do you rent it to?
Angela Malby.
Do you store any items on that property?
Yes, I do.
Which items do you store?
I store an 18-foot trailer. I store a Grand National. I store a 1998 CR Honda dirt bike, a YFZ 450 four-wheeler, and two Polaris 250 four-wheelers, and just miscellaneous items
Where on that property do you keep those items?
in the pole barn.
Now, is that pole barn locked or unlocked?
Yes, locked.
How is it locked?
It's locked by key, knob and key, and also padlock.
You mentioned the trailer. Where on that property is the trailer usually
There's a
parked?
slab of cement right behind the pole barn, and that's where I keep it parked.
Now, I'm going to take your attention back to February 25th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yeah.
Were you called to go to the property that you just described on that day?
Yes.
When you got to that property, what, if anything, did you observe?
What's that?
What, if anything, did you observe?
Well, I observed that my trailer was off of my slab of cement, and it was beside, it had been moved. It was beside the pole barn, stuck in mud. My dirt bike was out of the pole barn, leaned up beside my house, and that was of my properties. That was out of the pole barn. And then there was garden hoses strung about. There was ramps on the trailer that belonged to the other woman who lives there also. And then I noticed there was a green Chevy Cruze in the ditch, nose first in front of the property. There also was like a beige in color. I think it's a Mercury Mariner, kind of angled beside the garage. And that was supposed to have been the person that had obviously broke into it. I don't know.
Objection to that last piece of testimony.
Understood, Your
Sustained.
Honor.
Go ahead.
Regarding that vehicle, did you recognize that, I believe you said it was a tan vehicle?
Along that lines of color.
Did you recognize that vehicle from
No,
anywhere? Had
no.
you seen that vehicle on your property before?
No.
When was the last time prior to that date that you had been out at your property?
Oh, it had been a couple of months.
Did you have any reason to believe that your trailer and your dirt bike and the other items had been moved from their location?
Of course.
Sorry, prior to that date, did you have any information that the trailer and your dirt bike would not be where you left them?
No.
Now, at any point, did you walk over to the pole barn?
When I arrived, I went into the pole barn to check to see what may have been missing.
Did you observe anything about the pole barn?
Things seem to have been a disarray.
What do you mean by disarray?
Stuff scattered about.
Did anyone other than Christy and Angela Mobby have permission to be on that property?
No.
One moment, Your Honor. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Elizabeth Young. I represent Mr. Bell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna ask you a couple questions about this case. With regards to the items that are stored in the pole barn, is it right that, and I think there was a lot of stuff in there, so it's okay if you forgot, but is it right that your son also had a couple items in that pole barn?
Does my son have items in the pole barn?
Did he in the past? Yeah.
He still does.
Okay, would that be a small trailer?
No.
Okay, would that be a four-wheeler?
Correct.
All right. Do you remember on this day when all the police showed up to the property, do you remember speaking with the police?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember telling the police that there was a small trailer and four-wheeler inside of the barn that belonged to your son, and that both of those things were missing, but that you believe that your son may have removed them?
The trailer was never inside of the pole barn. I said the trailer was on the trailer and the four-wheeler was in the pole barn.
Did your son have permission to go into the pole barn to get his belongings?
Sure.
And he might have gotten them at any time, right? Without your knowledge?
He had gotten them, he had told my wife that he had gotten them. I wasn't aware of that, but my wife was aware of it, that he had gotten them a couple weeks prior to this incident.
And he could do that without getting your permission?
Sure.
Okay, so he had access to the pole barn, fair to say?
Yeah, with the key.
So yes, okay, thank you, I have no further questions.
Any follow-up, Ms. Moore?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I just want to confirm, when you arrived at the location, did you see the dirt bike that you mentioned a moment ago?
Yes.
So it was present on the property that morning?
It had been moved out of the pole barn.
Your Honor, I believe this is outside of the scope of my class. I was asking about a four-wheeler and a trailer.
It is.
Okay, then, I'm happy to move on. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
What's your step? Next witness.
Your Honor, no additional witnesses.
Anything from the defense?
I have no witnesses, Your Honor.
Arguments?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people move to have the defendant bound over on the single charge of breaking and entering a building with intent. Your Honor, you heard the testimony today. It was obviously piecemeal from different people. However, both Christy Mobby and Kevin Kupiec demonstrated that they had ownership of the building, especially Christy Mobby, who says that when she went to bed the night before, the vehicle and the individuals sleeping in the car were not there, and all of the items that she mentioned, I believe, she mentioned several items, so I will just list a couple of the main ones: a mower, ladders, a trailer that belonged to Mr. Kupiec, a dirt bike. All of those items had been in a different location. When she woke up, she saw that there was a vehicle running outside that was stuck in the mud, and that several of the items had been moved, and that the pole barn that was on their property had a padlock on it that had been broken, and that several of the items that she mentioned had been taken out of the pole barn. Detective Froggatt also mentioned that when she arrived on scene, that there were police officers, there were 2 civilians that she described as Christy Mobby and Angela Mobby, and that there was 1 individual in the vehicle, and that she identified that that individual was the defendant. At this point, the people have met their burden of probable cause. We believe any further issue is an issue of fact for the trier of fact. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Ms. Young.
Your Honor, I think that some amount of evidence obviously was produced by the people that a breaking into the pole barn probably happened, right? That to a probable cause standard. The problem is the people presented no evidence that Mr. Bell broke into the pole barn. That evidence was completely lacking, and that's necessary, right? He's charged with breaking and entering a building. So when you look at the statute and the jury instructions, it's very clear. You have to show first that the charged individual made a breaking, so that requires some amount of force being used to enter a building where the person does not have a permission to enter. And second, right, that they actually enter. So it can just be a portion of their body, like a hand, an arm, whatever. We don't have that. Evidence was also produced that there were very likely, and the court can use this common sense, other individuals that were on the property. Mention was made numerous times about a vehicle that was parked in a ditch in front of the house. Mr. Bell cannot drive 2 vehicles at one time. That defies common sense. Ms. Mobby also testified that she had seen another truck drive away. So maybe a trespass, right? Something else, but the evidence has not been established to a probable cause standard that Mr. Bell committed a breaking and entering. So I'm objecting to the bind over based on those arguments. And I would just add to conclude, case recently came down, people of the state of Michigan versus Ferry. This was a Shepherd Ferry case. And in that case, the Michigan Court of Appeals states mere suspicion is not the same as probable cause. I think we have mere suspicion here, right? I think that that's fair, but we don't have probable cause. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Your Honor. I disagree with defense counsel. I believe that we clearly have probable cause in this case. Regardless of what we might have beyond probable cause, I think it's very clear. Ms. Mobby stated that only her and her wife were there at that time. They went to bed, they woke up, there was someone else asleep in a vehicle stuck in the mud right on their property. We heard further testimony that not only was the trailer moved, it was moved right over to where this individual was in their vehicle. And I think there's further reason to suggest that if this individual was on the property, asleep, not welcome on that property, during the same time that a breaking and entering of the pole barn happened with items moved close to that vehicle, that's clear probable cause that this individual did in fact commit the crime that's being asserted today. All further arguments I will leave at the court's discretion, but I believe that we have met our burden and anything else should be dealt with at the circuit court level.
Thank you. Ms. Young, anything else?
No, nothing further. Thank you.
I think we've got more than mere suspicion. I think we've got probable cause. I'm going to bind over. Mr. Bell, your next court date will be downtown. That's going to be on June 16th, 9 a.m. or whenever they adjourn it to. Bond will be continued. I will wish you luck downtown.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, ladies. Next on the list is Black.
Your Honor, I do believe that we have at least our officer in charge and a witness here on Black. I will check in with Ms. Gillis.
Thank you. She thinks there's an OIC and one witness here on Black. She's going to check with Jane. Who's Curry?
That young man that was giving the exams.
Oh,
He probably thought he was trained. Send him off. He was nice to type. He was very good. I could understand everything he said.
I see your docket there. Mark off some of your,
How'd it go?
With her?
Yeah.
She did fine.
I have a problem, Judge.
go ahead.
There's an exam set at 12:30, which we were gonna do next. I have my witnesses here and I've interviewed them all.
Black?
And- Yeah, and the attorney and the defendant aren't here.
Are here?
Cheryl Are not,
Okay.
according to the officers. It's at 12:30, it's almost 1:30 now. I also have a problem on my OWI third.
Paula.
See if I can get Heather to call the defense attorney in black.
I'm gonna have Paula do it right now. Ready for phone number?
Got it.
313-418-9023. Cheryl Cutting. Cheryl Quick, I'm sorry.
9028.
9023.
It was the weirdest thing.
She's on leave until June 28th.
Oh, she was pregnant. So somebody screwed up and didn't send a replacement.
Let me go get my list of attorneys and I'll call NDS and find out who's covering for her.
Well, obviously nobody.
first time anybody known of, we have SWAT.
That's cool.
Yeah, never saw them before.
Just one pair?
Last year saw one pair, they had, I think, 6 or 7 little ones. We've got a canal
Yeah.
outside our back door.
Signets, I think is what baby swans are called.
The defendant's not here either.
Right,
Probably should be KPS anyways.
let's find out.
Cool.
Yeah, it is. So you said you had a problem with another one?
The OWI third, I just,
What's the name?
oh shoot,
Stevenson?
I think so, yes, Derek Stevenson.
Attorney's name is Burton?
Yeah, I subpoenaed the wrong trooper. It was the name that was on the docket, or I called the wrong trooper, was the guy who's just the court officer.
When's that one scheduled?
Like 1:30, I think, 2 o'clock.
That one's scheduled at 1:30?
2 maybe. Derek Stevenson,
Not 1:30.
1:30.
All right, well, we'll see what happens when Burton gets here.
Good afternoon, this is Paula from the 34th District Court in Romulus, Judge Oakley's office. We had an exam scheduled today at 12:30 on Keenan Black. Cheryl Quick was supposed to be here today, evidently she's out on leave until June 23rd. We need to know who the covering attorney is and when they will appear. Please contact the 34th 734-941-4463, extension 207. Thank you.
Can you give me a PR on price? This morning?
Sheriff Quick's out on maternity.
Keenan Black, please. Mr. Black, this is the 34th District Court calling. You're an hour late for your preliminary exam today. Okay, who's your lawyer? O'Donnell? Do you have a number for Mr. O'Donnell? All right, just call Mr. O'Donnell and let him know that this thing is scheduled not at 2:30, but at 12:30. Correct. Well, why don't you have Mr. O'Donnell call the court? 941-7034. Yep. His attorney told him it was at 2:30. I'm sorry, what do you want?
Pierre Price, because that person was supposed to be writing this morning or not, and found it, so I gotta send a dump on the bond.
No.
You want me to call them?
Yeah, fine.
Oh, wait, here they are.
Thank you.
I help you out, Paula. I tried. So wait, this is supposed to go at 2:30?
No, scheduled at 12:30, but the attorney told the defendant 2:30. So obviously between Cheryl Quick and Mr. O'Donnell, there was a breakdown in communication.
So is Mr. O'Donnell coming to do the exam at 2:30?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know. I'm assuming if he told his client to be here at 2:30, he was going to be here.
I'm trying to call him down.
You're never gonna get to them all. You should see next week, it's even worse.
I'm gonna leave one of these out here too, Judge, so.
Good idea.
I'll let my guests come on out here.
It's freezing.
What's the thermometer say behind you?
65.
Yeah. Punch it up a little bit.
I keep my house at 72.
Well, now you know you got to dress different here. Because I don't keep my house 72.
Do you remember Judge Majority?
Good morning, or good afternoon.
He'd keep his courtroom at like 58, 60.
Yeah, he didn't want people to fall asleep.
There was a
He felt that it was bad for Germans too. It was like I go in and I have my winter boots on, I have my winter coat, and I was doing an exam.
The judge did try to contact him, and he said he was told that the exam was at 2:30. You need to contact the court or get in here right away. That exam is scheduled at 12:30. 734-941-4463, extension 207. Thank you. Just giving them Heather's number so they call into somebody.
Is that Jim O'Donnell? Did you talk to Jim O'Donnell?
That's who I was left the message for.
Maybe the way he's of the old regime. That didn't say you have to hold every exam.
Have we seen Kim Michon?
No. It's another weird thing. Yeah, she's usually early too.
Yeah, that's scheduled at 2:30 as well, 12:30 as well.
I thought hers was 1:30, but I.
Nope.
No, hers is 12:30.
Okay, now that's weird too.
husband's the one that's always cold. Skinny, skinny, skinny.
Yeah, hey Kim, this is Paula from Judge Oakley's office. Okay, I'll let Judge know. Thank you. No, it's 12:30 that is scheduled for. Okay, get your client here as fast as you can. All right, bye. She's in the parking lot right now. She told her client 2 o'clock. She said, thought it was 2 o'clock.
Well, that's Sutton you're talking about, right?
What?
That's Sutton, right?
Yeah, we've got a 4 o'clock meeting today.
I know. So, I know, I was hoping to be all done and then send,
Oh, you will be.
her back to the office, because you need to go back to the office the other day with all your stuff and separate it out for Deb to put away, and then grab your file. She has Westland tomorrow, which is, she has to prep for that. Then too.
Well, actually, we have, those two have already taken care of it. Stevenson with Delphia Burton.
That's where I
Scheduled at 1:30.
I
Yeah, we've got 3 from
Sophie,
Trooper. Harrington, Harris, and Castle. At 3 o'clock, or 2 o'clock. Well, Kim and Sean actually is early if she thought it was 2. I know she's never here.
She's
late.
always early, she's really.
Yeah, she's always on time. Because, oh my God.
I hope Donna comes out here. I like her.
Well, Elizabeth Young was here.
Yeah. I have to, talk with Mariah or Heather about that online pleas and stuff. I don't know, the online plea system they've started,
About what?
the online pleas for tickets and misdemeanors.
Oh, yeah.
I don't, it's hard, I have to figure out some sort of pattern because I can't look at something online. I need your driving record and all that. They tried that in Harborwood.
Everybody's got to try something.
Locally, it worked a lot better. But for us, it didn't work and they just pulled it.
Hi, Jane, we off the record?
Yes.
Okay. So Black, what do we got going with that?
Judge called him. He said his attorney is now Jim O'Donnell. I called Jim O'Donnell and he's not answering. Jim O'Donnell told him that his exam was scheduled for 2:30.
Oh, how about Sutton?
She's preparing for Sutton right
Kim
now.
and Sean is in, she said she's in our parking lot. She's trying to get a hold of her now. She thought they were scheduled for 2 o'clock.
Okay, so we have a defense attorney on Zoom, but we don't have Sutton here. Just so you know, the trooper is here on the Stevenson case. Trooper showed up.
Wait, the trooper showed up? Which trooper?
I believe it's Delphia.
No, that's the attorney.
Oh, I know it's a
You
black
know what?
female.
The troopers were the ones who all called in today. They were all, there were 5 of them that called in.
Because I send the, when you guys send it, you guys.
And just know Derek Stevenson is in the lot in his car.
Okay, so you guys used to send the docket out, Heather, and they said they wouldn't do it anymore. I didn't know they weren't doing it. I had big talks with all these people at MSP. Had a meeting with them. So when you guys send me the docket to me and Deborah, I'm just shooting it right on to like 3 different troopers. And they can tell their people, here's the docket. If you want to show up for your case or if you don't want to show up. I can't notify all you people, but here's.
There was a Sergeant Cross, Christensen, James Cheese, and I forget who the other one was.
Guys, seeing we have, it looks like the Stevenson party here.
Okay, like what trooper do you have?
She's a black female, she's in the hallway sitting
Show me.
down. Should we do the Stevenson case?
Well,
Is Delphia Burton here?
What's that?
Is Burton here? Delphia Burton, the attorney.
That, I don't know, I gotta find out.
worse.
The junk.
I just sent you a couple of photos, John.
Oh, you guys are like my brother.
I
He
just,
has a shrine.
I just adjusted the vent above you. I don't know if it'll be any better or not.
Oh, thank you. If it wouldn't blow right on me, it would be okay. My brother has a shrine to John Wayne in his house. And nobody goes near that corner of those shelves or anything. It's like one whole wall.
Oh, I like the one about the flag.
Yes.
I ordered the shirt. I don't know how long it's gonna take. It says, I stand for the flag and I kneel to Jesus. I like it.
Yeah, I've seen that one before.
Here's the roof, it was supposed to be this weekend. I was, as a check. Also, you're done, just turned 4. At least 2 times a week, I have to get you a call. I know it. You'll talk. You'll say nothing important or whatever, not in mind. Here's something. We were up north a couple weeks ago, just at Bay City. And drove all the way up north to our place, 45-minute drive, and talk the whole time. Not about anything special, just know what you're doing.
That's
what I do.
exactly.
Grandma there, can't talk to grandma. At least 2 times a week, he's calling now.
We go on our walks, you know, and he'll stop and he'll point at something and just jabber away and tell me, and he'll look at me and he's so serious and I'll think, are you serious? And he'll go. Friday, it was so cold and rainy out. Park or anything. So we made homemade dog biscuits. Oh, I make them for their dog. Like I used to make them for our dogs too, for special occasions. But I always make them every year for Christmas and make a bunch of them so they lasted quite a while. And he was so excited about that. He was so cute. I have pictures of him standing on the chair next to me. He's rolling out the dough with a little tiny rolling pin I got from him. It's just so cute. I have a dog biscuit cookie cutter. I'm sure he appreciates his butt out there.
Oh, yeah, care.
It's really funny. He was so excited about it. Then he took him home. They took him home and he got to eating one, but he wanted to give him all of them.
Making sure there's no defendant here. What's MIA?
The attorneys are what we're missing.
Miss Michonne is here. She apologized profusely. She had a written message too.
Thank you.
We're looking for a client now.
Yes. Uh-huh. Yeah, judge already talked to him. And I called him, I called O'Donnell and told him it was at 12:30, he needed to get in here. Tell him whether his attorney got it or not. Well, yeah, go ahead and send it in here and all that. Okay, fine. He lies on the phone saying, well, my attorney told me 2:30.
Didn't we send Mr. Black a notice? Doesn't Mr. Black get a notice from the court?
I think, yeah, he does, I'm sure he does. Is there one in this file?
I don't think they're putting any notices in the file.
He's good at pepper shit, so I told him to send it. Something's really grinding there. See it, let me ask. Do they get notices? Okay, thank you. Bye. She's got right on the ROA, it says, mail, notice to appear to the defendant, and she emailed the notice on March 10th to the attorney of record. The March 10th,
Mhm.
So Sutton is on the way up,
oh, good.
and I got the defense attorney here, it sounds like she's talking about a waiver, so I'll try to get it in here like ASAP.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jamie. He's a good guy to keep track of. He makes sure things move along. I saw another that Mr. Cupic, is that his name?
Mm-hmm.
Kept coming up to the doors, and I think he's gonna try and listen. Jamie got him, turned him around. Usually I can talk to that one. Jeff Office Courtroom, this is Paula. Yes, sir. He was scheduled for 12:30.
Hey, Kim.
Notices were sent. And 2 p.m. and to the attorney of record.
What are we doing? That's all right, no problem. What are we doing?
It's a waiver.
Okay.
I just need a form. And so,
Actually, we'll just put on the record and sign it. Yeah.
Because we do have other, we have
things are in, I'm in a Zoom meeting. Lord.
I'll get you out. Are you Miss Sutton? Come on.
I'm telling you that we were scheduled at 12:30. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
And everybody's nice and loud. I know.
Well.
And I'm okay if you take them off.
Oh, I know.
We're far enough away. If you're okay, I'm okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Jesus is
Yeah, I've got to get an exam done today.
Yes. You need to come now. All right, thank you. All right, bye.
People versus Tadenia Sutton.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Elizabeth Moore on behalf of people, P84724.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please the court, Kim Shaw, Neighborhood Defender Services. P59167 on behalf of Ms. Sutton, Your Honor. Ms. Sutton is prepared to waive her preliminary examination. She knows she has a right to a preliminary exam, where it must be proven that a crime is committed. She may be involved in that matter. After that discussion, she wants to freely and voluntarily waive that right, knowing she'll be bound over the circuit court. The people are ready and include in that readiness the civilian respondent.
That's
All right.
correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Ms. Sutton, true, you agree with all that?
Yes, sir.
You know what the exam's for? You know what your rights and options are?
Yes,
You
sir.
understand a waiver means you go downtown for the next proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Understanding all that, you want to waive?
Yes, sir.
And you're doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
I will enter the waiver. All right, ladies, your next date, at least until they adjourn it, is June 16th.
June 16th. Thank you so very much, Your Honor. And
Thank
again,
you, Your Honor.
deepest apologies that
No
I got
problem.
the time wrong. She was out there ready to go. We were both in our cars waiting.
All right.
So thank you
And
for
I
your
paid my
grace.
tickets. Did you see I paid my
Good
tickets?
luck downtown. I didn't see that, but I knew
Oh,
you
you
would.
better look. I'm going, baby.
Good luck downtown.
Thank you so much. Have a lovely day. I hope it gets better.
It won't for a while, but eventually it will.
Mercy, I can always hope.
How are you? How you been? Haven't seen you in forever.
You know, I was at that on the job. I hurt my back really bad. Got six operations on.
So the dog didn't get you, it was the fall.
Oh, he almost had me. The dog.
What'd you do, jump off a porch?
Oh, I had to shoot him while he was on my back. And it was a pit bull mastiff, one of those.
Oh,
and,
big
and
one.
then I was wearing all the high boots, the gear, and I spun so hard to shoot him while I'm running. And I messed up my back really bad.
Yeah. How you doing now?
Did he
I'm doing a little bit better.
Yeah.
on top of it?
Oh, he almost had me. If he would have had me, then he was so big, his jaw, he looked like he was smiling. His jaw was so wide, you know? And then after I shot him twice and he didn't die. He went back inside the house. And I thought I only shot him once. And then the animal control officer came on. She's like, how many times did you shoot him? Well, I fired my weapon twice, but I think I only hit him once. Because the second time he stopped. And then she came back, she was, no, shot him twice. And he was like Hercules, his dog was like unstoppable. And then the neighbor tells me, yeah, last week he attacked a kid out here. Well, no, nobody.
Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah. So how you been?
Years ago, I got a shirt tail relative that was a state trooper. And years ago, he was working in Flint in a Bouvier. 2 12-gauge rounds to put that dog down.
Wow.
Yep. Yep.
I'm telling you, you know that when the animal control came out, she walked him to the truck. Really? Yeah, he was bleeding. I mean, that dog was massive. He was so huge.
So the rounds didn't kill him.
The rounds didn't kill him. He ran behind the cars, and once we saw him, it was too late. That's when he ran after us. So he was like coming south mode to get us.
So she just walked him out?
I'm like, wow. And then my partner thought the dog was dying. I'm like, well, he just ran back inside the house. And I came back out. You know? Luckily it didn't hit me.
Did the 2 rounds at least improve his disposition a little bit?
And you know what? It slowed him down because not the first one, Your Honor. The second one, I heard him like kind of scream. And that's when he kind of let go because he was a little bit on top of my back. I tried to get in the car, and then I looked. I'm like, my God, I'm
He's
gonna
on
open
me.
the door for him. He's gonna get in the front seat before I do. Seriously. It was nice seeing you, Your Honor.
Good to see you.
Glad
Good
to
to
see
see you.
you.
I'm glad you're back out.
You guys be safe.
Everything's good.
Hey, the courtroom is beautiful. I love the court, by the way.
Long time coming.
Overdue, sir.
Long time coming.
Yeah. I'll see you guys.
Be safe.
Thank you, you too.
When Jason's friend, his daughter was accused of trying to have sex with him. And he's the one that did the investigation on it. And he goes, there was nothing going on there. That little girl had no idea what she was talking about.
Somebody was feeding it to her.
And he said, yeah, he said she had it in her mind what that was, and when she described everything and to kids talking, everything, kids talk, said there was nothing.
Yeah, somebody was feeding her, trying to get him in trouble.
Yeah, but I mean, God, you would think. And poor Johnny was out of that house for like 6 months, you know,
investigations, had to go to the kids talk and everything.
I don't know where the hell everybody's at today. Delphia Burton should have been here at 1:30.
You want me to call her?
Yeah, let's find out if she's got the wrong time. You got her number there?
Let me see if she's on this list. I think she's NDS, isn't she?
I don't know. I can't keep
No,
track.
she's retained. Can I get her number?
313-963-1960. Her client's name is Stevenson.
I'm sorry, 1960?
Stevenson is the client. Hey, any idea where Mariah's at? You see her anywhere?
Good afternoon, Ms. Burton. This is Paula from Judge Oakley's office at 34th District Court in Romulus. You were scheduled to be here on Derek Stevenson's exam at 1:30 today. It is now 1:52. Judge is waiting. Please give me a call at 734-941-4463, extension 207. Thank you.
Call Marlisa. You see her, Tim? You see her truck? Okay. Thanks. Call Marlisa and ask her if she sees Mariah anywhere, because Christine's looking for her. I think Christine's shopping for furniture and wants some input.
Stevenson's on his way up to the father is here, and they're waiting on that one.
Who?
Stevenson.
They're gonna wait.
Yeah.
I just called them for them.
Yeah, here.
Let me take care of it.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I've called 3 different supervisors and none of them. They're probably with her.
That's entirely possible. Any idea who the suit is that's sitting straight outside?
Yeah, Wade McCann. Wade McCann.
Well, ask him if he's ready.
He's scheduled at 2 o'clock. Oh, he's on time.
Yeah, he's on.
And today, that's
Right.
our biggest problem. Yes, dear. Keenan, Jim O'Donnell called, and I asked the judge, "You want him here, right?" He said, "Yes." And I said, "So I told him you need to drive here right now." He said, "I'll get there as quickly as possible." Is he on the line? Okay, transfer. this Mr. Keenan Black? Okay, Mr. Black, you were scheduled at 12:30. I've already spoken with Mr. O'Donnell. He's on his way here now. You need to get here as quickly as you possibly can, which you were scheduled at 12:30. If he told you to be here by 2, make sure you're here by 2. It's 1:55 right now.
Should have read your notice.
It doesn't matter. You need to get here right away. You received a notice through the mail. We sent a notice to you back in March. So you were notified of the correct time and date. So you need to get here. Then, okay, just get here and you may, if you keep messing around on the phone, you might just get here as quickly as you can. Okay? Thank you. Bye. Am I gonna get in trouble? I said, you may keep messing around on the phone, just get here. Shut up and get here.
Miss Burton must have got lost coming up the steps. Miss Burton must have got lost coming up the steps.
No, she's here. She's up here. Just waiting for her client.
Oh,
Here we are now.
good afternoon, council. Come on up. Yeah, come on up. I've been told you're gonna waive. All right, People versus Derek Stevenson. Council, your appearance. Oh, that's fine. Come on up.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yes, good afternoon, Your
Good
Honor.
morning.
May it please the court.
It's morning somewhere.
Delphia Burton appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Stevenson. Your Honor, I have had an opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Stevenson as well as with the prosecutor's office. I would like to record to reflect that there was a previous attempt to enter a plea to sobriety court here, and they were going to reduce it to a second, and then we went back and forth, and we're at a standstill, but we believe that we'll be able to take advantage of a different program downtown. So at this point, Mr. Stevenson is going to waive his right to a preliminary examination. He understands that there are no guarantees or promises. He also understands that the prosecutor has the burden of establishing probable cause a crime was committed in the city of Romulus and probable cause that he's the individual that likely committed that offense.
Okay.
After being so advised, he's ready to waive his right to a hearing, and he's ready to respond to any questions.
All true?
Yes.
Okay, you've gone over your rights, you know, understand your rights and options?
Yes,
You understand a waiver means the file goes downtown, hopefully for you to work something out, but we don't know.
Yes.
All right, and understanding all that, you're gonna waive today freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
All right, your arraignment on information date, Dan, I didn't get signatures on that last one. Your arraignment on information date, we're gonna schedule it for June 16th. Ms. Burton, I'm assuming they're still adjourning them? I'm assuming they're still gonna adjourn the AOI probably, June 16th?
Oh, more than likely,
Yeah.
that's what's been happening.
All right,
They never-
so that's the date they give me to give you. Your bond is continued. I'm just gonna ask you and council to sign that waiver.
Okay, thank you.
And I
Your
wish you
Honor.
luck downtown, Mr. Stevenson.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna call. Yeah, I know.
Hello. Hey, Christine's looking for you. I don't know, you got her out shopping for patio furniture? Okay, all right, she texted me looking for you because I guess she's trying to find you
Oh, what
for some
happened?
input. I don't know. I haven't been off the bench since this morning. Yep.
Oh, I'm right here.
Yeah,
I'm just
attorneys
sitting
to
out there.
Well, you can't help with that. All right.
Right, I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Please and thank you.
All right. Okie dokie. Okay, we're all set.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Yep.
take care, Judge.
Have a good one.
All right, so.
You were sent a notice telling you the correct date and time. You do it. Change this.
Right now, 16 until you hear otherwise, and you talk in 14 final with the.
She's the one that's on maternity though. She's the one that's on maternity.
Yeah. That's why. You gotta know something.
Thank you.
I know, I got lost. Yeah. Where you supposed to go? Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to figure out how we're gonna do jury trials.
Can you start?
Yeah, we just gotta get, we gotta get our jury trial plan approved by scale, which it's kind of a boilerplate that they hand out. They just want us to kind of fill in some blanks. But we're just trying to figure out how we can, you know, bring in 35 people and spread them out, socially distance them and do voir dire. So we invited the prosecutors and the MIDC attorneys to show up and just kind of walk it through.
You could have picked a better chair here instead of that dirty one.
Might be the best they have.
Huh?
Might be the best they have.
Yeah, that looks terrible. It's like somebody's greasing headers off it. Yeah, I started on here, Rick was laughing at that thing that you sent me. He told me, send it to Chuck. His friend that lives in Georgia, they used to live in Colorado too. And they've been like brothers since we got married when Jason was born. And Chuck is so funny, he makes his own moonshine. I'm like, oh my God, that's just not him. He was such a shy kid, you know. They used to hunt and fish and do alcohol
Right.
together. He said they had moved back to Colorado, and about 2 months ago, they moved back to Georgia. He said Colorado's not the same now, and all that up there. And he said that
Liberals have taken it over.
they were at a restaurant, and his wife Robin got up to go to the bathroom, and when she was walking in, there were two men walking out who said that they were trans and they were women that day. Because Chuck got it, and said, what the?
Yeah.
It's gotten dirty now, but.
Yep. Yeah, Colorado's gone liberal.
Yeah, he said there's no way I'm ever moving back there again. I'll go visit, we'll go to the mountains, but I'm not moving back. Yeah, I know for years now, you know, if you want to get married and you want someone to marry you, all you gotta do is send it to the state and say, I want this person to marry you. They
Right.
don't have to be ordained, they don't have to have any special anything. My nephew-in-law actually married his wife's sister and her husband.
Yeah, you don't even have to do an online ordination or something like that, like Stephen did.
Brian's really good. He was one, he's one that, he does the readings and stuff at church and everything. He's sick. Are Paige and Christine still gone?
I don't know.
Rick brought my phone up, put it in my car,
That was nice of him.
and he texted Christine from.
From your phone?
Let Paula know. I meant to go down and get it. But it'll work.
Hey, I'm gonna send you a text I got from John Day. I don't know that you're looking for anybody, but he knows somebody that's looking for work in a couple months. And it sounds like an older lady, so. All right. Yep.
And yeah, it's things like too, my nephew, when I was in prison, wrote that letter to me. And he was telling me that, which I knew, his 15-year-old daughter now wants to become trans. She wants to be a boy. So she cut her hair really, really short. She's been wearing boy clothes. She's living with her great grandparents. And Helen is very strict Baptist.
Mm-hmm.
And she keeps trying to get her in these dresses and stuff, take her to church. And he said he's totally against it. But now James and Melanie won't talk to him.
We're messing so many of these kids up.
They really are. They had a thing on the other night.
Hey, what's going on? Yep, yep. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, we'll, if we can get started Thursday, we might be able to, at least get a plan. And then Saturday morning, we can at least see if the plan's gonna work.
Afternoon, if I can, if I want to be.
Okay.
So did you want to, what's your schedule like? Did you want to start earlier on Thursday?
Yeah,
or?
I'm probably not gonna be able to get out of here much before 3 or 3:30. But I can just, yeah, I'll just send you a text. Yep, that'll work. Cool. All right. Yep, bye-bye.
Rick watched this thing on TV the other night where this one woman, or young girl, actually, she was like 17, 18, had decided she wanted to be a transgender.
Right.
And she had her breasts removed and was taking testosterone, doing all kinds of stuff. And then she said she started feeling a very large vacancy inside of her. And she decided she didn't want to do it, and now it's too late. So she was kind of warning people, don't do it when you're so young. Make sure this is the way you want to live your life. I said, I wish Bella could have watched that. Yeah, we'll go see what's going on.
Sure.
Elizabeth is gonna be coming in right now on Harris. And
Does Mr. McCann have his client?
O'Donnell's here now for the King case.
Oh,
King-
that's her flat, this last name.
Oh, Keenan Black. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Which file we got?
Andre here.
All right, People versus Harris appearances.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Elizabeth Moore, people, P84724.
And good afternoon, Judge Randy Robinson of the Neighborhood Defender Service, P66895, on behalf of and with Andre Harris.
Thank you. We ready to go?
Your Honor, at this time, we do have our Sergeant Buck Berry, who is actually now a lieutenant here. This is a case that originated in 2009. However, he indicated that he has no memory outside of his report, based on the fact that there's actually a co-defendant who had a case dismissed a couple of years ago. Based on the nature of the charges, people are not going to proceed today.
Okay, I'm assuming it's okay with you.
No objection, Judge.
All right, case dismissed.
Thank you, Judge.
How are you, Mark?
I'm doing good, how about yourself?
Great, haven't seen you for a while. You're losing some weight, man. Yeah, most of us get fatter when we get older. You doing all right?
I'm doing good.
Good, good.
Thanks, Bill.
Take care.
He said 4 more years and he writes off.
One more year.
Yes, yeah, till the next job.
Careful, it's gonna fly. Huh? Careful, it's gonna fly. That's 4 years. No, that's what people keep telling me. They've been telling me that the last couple of years. I'm waiting for it.
You're waiting for it to speed up? Yeah, don't rush it.
You guys got a beautiful building.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we just gotta get some bugs worked out.
Been a long time since you've been down here.
I have not been in Fort Pie in 3 years.
I know. I think the last time I actually saw you come to court, I took care of Lily.
Probably been more than 3.
She still needs taken care of.
She thinks she's growing up.
Everything's great, yeah, everything's great. No complaints. Have you had a tour?
I got
Nickel tour? Yeah.
So I told her, it's a little overkill.
Yeah.
Did she take it back to city offices?
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
What's going on with McCann's file, Dan?
I'm gonna find out right now.
I don't know what the hell it is. We can't get anything moving today. I'm telling you. Just
I'm
frustrating.
getting out of here.
I told the judge is wanting to go. You guys need to
They
get in
don't
there
care.
now.
They don't care. Have a good night.
All right, good to see you guys.
Good to see you, Mark.
So good to see you again.
Stay healthy.
I'm still around. All right, we'll see you guys later.
All righty.
Be careful.
I bet he's lost 20 pounds.
He lost a lot of weight a while back because he had bulked up so much and it was causing so much stress on his muscles and stuff. They told him he had to lose.
Let some go.
Yeah. I know he hurt himself pretty bad.
Well, after making us wait, they better be waving him.
Huh?
They better be waving him if they're gonna make us wait. I mean, it pisses me off when they stall and then come in here and want to hold.
Yeah, Jim O'Donnell was walking up just as I was coming back in here. And I told her, better get with it. And I said, he's got a 4 o'clock meeting. She goes, I gotta be in here too. And I said, then if I were you, I'd move it, Jane.
Well, I don't really care if Jane's in or not.
Huh?
I don't care if Jane's in there or not. I just want some input from the prosecutors and input from the defense attorneys. I don't care if it's 2 of them or all of them.
I'm sorry that when they were working on that
No, that's
door, I couldn't hear anything.
No, Tina told me that a week or so ago that, you know, these doors are too loud to just like walk in here. Like if I want to talk to her or something like that, it's just too loud.
And, you know, with them doing that, I couldn't hear anything. It got blocked out part of the testimony. That's why I said, do they have to do that?
Come on, Dan, get somebody going.
So we got either dismissals or waivers, one of the two. I mean, you got all the players out there, what the hell's going on? They got 2 prosecutors.
Yeah, that doesn't save us any time whatsoever.
Did you report that I used my taser for dead? They're on their way in.
Who is?
Black. They're black.
What are we waiting on Harrington?
I mean,
Harrington, McCann's been sitting out there for an hour.
the co-defendants are working. Trying to figure something out. And then,
Who's opposed to McCann?
McCann and,
Harrington and Castle.
Ready?
Come on in. Come on up, settle in.
been such a crazy day.
All right, People versus Keenan, Black, appearances.
Jay Gillis on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. James O'Donnell, P 42585, Neighborhood Defender Services. On behalf of Mr. Keenan Black, who stands to my left, could you give the judge your name?
My name is Keenan Deshaun Black.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have a seat. And people ready?
We are ready, Your Honor. I asked for usual sequestration. I have 2 witnesses that I'm going to be calling. One is, I'm going to butcher this, Ram.
Sir, right up front.
Right up front, up there.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
I do.
Have a seat right here. Sir, would you state your name and spell your last name?
My first name is Ramakrishna, last name is Dadivai.
Daduvai?
Yes.
Thank you. Spell the last name.
D-A-D-U, E as in Victor, A-I.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Oh, you know,
Ms. Gillis, your witness.
okay, Judge, before I begin, I want to tell the defense I'm actually expanding the dates of the offense from 12/30/2019 to 1/3/2020. It's going to be a period.
Thank you.
Time.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. And is it?
Ram, just go away, Ram. First name.
It's not that tough. Daduvai.
Yeah, there it is.
Dadivai?
Daduvai.
That's
Dadivai,
right.
okay, Dadivai. Yeah, maybe it will. Okay. Mr. Dadivai, I'd like to draw your attention back to the date of maybe 1/31 through 1/3/2020. Where were you working on that date?
I have several restaurants, so I do travel between the restaurants, but I have been to that store to find out about the missing deposits.
Okay, are you the district manager for Burger King?
Correct.
Okay, and are you is one of your Burger Kings located at 11550 Belleville Road in Van Buren Township?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know Mr. Keenan Black?
Yes,
Was he one of the managers at that Burger King on Belleville Road?
he was the general manager.
Okay, and do you see him in court today?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
can you tell me what color shirt he has on?
A blue shirt.
Okay,
Noted for the record.
okay. So, in January sometime, did you notice that there, as district managers, did you notice something unusual happening?
Correct.
What happened?
I'm sorry, could I get the date period that we're talking about for this? The
Fair enough.
incident you're about to relate?
Oh, it's 12/30/2019 to 1/3/2020, but that's the date of the offense, but I don't think it was noticed till a couple days later.
I'm just trying to get the date that he's speaking about.
Okay. So in the beginning of January, did something catch your attention?
Yes, there were several missing deposits started showing up at our bank. What happens, our bank connects to our office. I think, I don't remember the exact date, but on a Wednesday of that week, we were able to note that deposits starting 12:30 all the way until a few days later. I don't have the exact dates in front of me, but the deposit started showing up as missing. We have something where we tally what's supposed to be deposited into the machine or deposited into the bank versus what's reported to the office. So at the end of the night, we put in X amount of money should be going to the bank, and the office, the corporate office then balances that information to verify that the deposits have actually been deposited.
So you were notified that they were not matching up?
Correct. Oh, they were not, they were missing. They were actually missing.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand it and the court understand it. So your cash registers are computers, is that correct? Okay, and the cash registers will connect right to the main office to tell you what the deposit should be.
Correct.
Judge, at this point, she's testifying. I like to hear from this witness.
Okay, did the computers or the cash
Cash
registers, do they connect to the corporate office?
Yes, they do.
Do they tell the corporate office what amount should be deposited for that day?
Correct. Per shift.
Okay, per shift.
Correct.
Okay, is a deposit made every shift?
Yes.
Okay, so,
Not every, but 2 deposits, maybe 3 per day, depending on the volume of and the number of managers working.
okay. And whose responsibility is it to deposit?
The shift manager's responsibility is take the money to the bank.
Okay. And do they do that at the end of their shift?
No, they were informed by Keenan Black to leave the deposits in the safe, and he will be the one who's going to be taking those deposits.
Okay, so.
Judge, excuse me, Judge, that's hearsay.
That is hearsay. Let me.
Stricken.
So, let me say, under normal circumstances, are the deposits deposited at the end of the shift or the end of the day?
It's deposited every shift by the shift running manager who made the deposit and taken to the bank and brought back with a verified slip.
Okay.
Ideally, that's the scenario.
Okay.
But Mr. Keenan Black had made.
No, you gotta wait for the questions, okay?
Let her ask the questions.
No, I just want to tell you that I have this. These are his notes. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'm going to give you 2 sheets of paper. I went over these with you earlier today. Not really an exhibit, it's his notes, and it's also in the discovery, and the defense received a copy of it. And those are from the bank statements. Did you determine which amounts were missing?
Correct.
Okay, can you look at your sheets there and your notes, and can you tell me on each date what you saw was missing?
On 12/30, $439, $563. 12/31, $738, $890, $494. 1/1, $459, $1,235, and $780. Actually, 12/35 and 780 belong to 1/2, not 1/1. Sorry.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So
Let's start with 1/1. What was?
start with 1/1 was 459, and then 1/2 was, I'm sorry, $459, and then the next day was $1,235 and $780.
Those numbers are not contained on this discovery that you gave me. I only have
Are
the
you
date
looking at
for
the
1/1, 459. I don't have anything for 1/2, unless.
Well, 1/2 was it's written in my notes here, Jen made on 1/2 at 12:30 PM and 12:49, text her to make a deposit and comes back and said.
Excuse me, sir. See, he started off with 1/2 and 459, and then he went to, I apologize. I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay. Apparently the defense either didn't go through when it got scanned on the second page of it's the bank statement, and he wrote all these notes all over it. But I think for exam purposes, since it's embezzlement above 1,000, I think we've already reached above 1,000.
By my math, you have.
So I'm just leave it at that.
Okay.
And so altogether, all the dates that you added up, was there over $1,000 missing over those days?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So on those dates, was Mr. Black working?
Black came into work to pick up the deposits, and he would.
Judge, excuse me for interrupting, but I have to find out whether or not this is something he observed.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
I just want you to tell me, was he working that day?
Yes.
He was working that day.
And what's the basis of that? What's the foundation for that information?
Latham Foundation is going.
Okay. Was he working on the dates in question? Is that,
Yeah, and how does he know?
I mean.
Because he's already
okay.
testified he doesn't work at the store every day.
Okay. Do you know through your records of your store whether Mr. Keenan Black was working on the dates in questions?
He was working because he showed up at the restaurant based on
Judge,
video.
Wait, you're testifying about what someone else said. I just want to know, do you have your records, your district manager records, do those records indicate whether or not Mr. Keenan Black worked on those dates in question?
He worked on those days because I spoke to the managers. I didn't personally observe.
No. And it's not answering my question, sir. It's a yes or no.
Yes.
Do you have records that indicate on 12/30, 12/31, 1/1 of 2020, and 1/2, do your corporate records indicate whether or not Mr. Keenan Black was working on those dates?
Correct. He was working.
He was. Okay. Do they have sign-in sheets or time cards or something like that?
Yes.
Time cards?
They have a clocking on the POS system.
Okay, so they clock in on a system, on a computer system.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you first noticed money's missing, what did you do? What you did?
I called Keenan Black and I said, this money is missing and these managers have told me that they have handed these deposits to you.
Okay.
Where are the deposits?
Okay, and you called them on the telephone, correct?
Correct.
And you asked him about the deposits?
Correct.
Okay, and what did he reply?
He didn't reply saying that he has a deposit, but he says that it's already in the bank.
Okay.
And at that point, I says, which bank? He says, the same bank we go to every day. I said, where is that? He says, the Fifth Third Bank. I said, okay. I'm going to the Fifth Third Bank to go look for the deposit slips, and I couldn't find those slips.
Okay. And what did you do next after that, after you found out?
Then I asked him, can you come to the bank with me? He says, okay, I'll join you.
Okay, did you set up a time and place to meet him?
Yes.
Okay, did he show?
No, he didn't show up.
Okay, and
at one point.
Okay, wait for a question, Mr. Josiah.
Okay.
Wait for a question.
So when he didn't show for your set meeting, what did you do next after that?
I traveled to his house, to where he lives, and I asked him if he can join me. We can go together to the bank.
What did he say?
He said, no, I'll be right behind you. You go ahead and I'll see you over there.
Okay, and then what happened?
I went to the bank and I waited, didn't show up. And then I went to the store and I called the police at that point.
Okay. Did you ever talk to him at the house about the amount of money that was missing?
Correct. And he says that if that money is not there, I will make sure that I'll pay you. I'll get the money to you.
He said he'd pay you?
Yeah.
Pay you back?
Pay you, I don't remember the exact verbiage, but he says that we'll get the money to you. I'll bring it to you.
Okay. Because let me just make sure I understand this. The shift manager usually goes to the bank. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Keenan, was he a general manager?
Yes, he was above all the managers.
He was above all the managers?
Correct.
Okay. But it's the shift managers that typically take the deposits to the bank?
Correct.
Okay.
So what they're saying is, the shift manager is on some days you told you do it. That's just what they're saying. Today, all we're trying to do is get what they're saying happen. Okay?
I have no further questions.
Mr. O'Donnell, your witness.
Thank you, Judge.
it Mr. Duvai?
Daduvai.
Dudovai, thank you, sir. Mr. Dudovai, are you present at those Burger King restaurants when these monies are taken from the restaurants to the bank?
I wasn't present.
Who tallies up the money that was accumulated, earned that day, and is being taken to the bank? Who tallies that up before it's taken to the bank?
The shift manager.
The shift manager. And where is that information recorded? In the store?
In the PO system.
In the PO system.
Which is the back of the house computer system.
So does that PO system still exist and is that accessible?
Correct.
Now, you didn't see Mr. Black take any monies to the bank on those days in question, did you?
Other than the video cameras.
Did you see those things?
Personally, no.
Okay. And it's the shift manager's responsibility to take the monies from the store to the bank.
Correct.
You said that you had conversations with Mr. Black about the fact that he was going to get money back to you.
Correct.
Was anybody else present for that conversation?
This happened in his front yard.
I'm sorry?
It happened in his house front yard, so it was just me and him.
I'm sorry, Mom. Can I speak
One
to my
moment.
attorney?
Just a moment, Your Honor, ma'am. Go ahead.
I never told him to pay this money. He should be text message between this. He should be able to show me text messages about this
I suspect it's on this thing here. I think it might be.
Mr. Dudovai, did you have text message conversations with Mr. Black?
Yes, I did.
Have you retained those text message conversations on your phone?
No, I don't have them right in this moment. I don't
Not
have them.
not whether you have them right now.
No, I didn't retain them. No.
So what happened to the phone that those
I
conversations?
still have the phone, yes. I still have the phone.
Does that mean the conversations would be on your phone?
I'm sure they will.
How did you learn that Mr. Black had allegedly taken these deposits to the bank?
On the video camera where the shift managers handed out the deposits to Keenan, and he himself came in, opened the safe, took the money out of the safe. On the video camera, we could see him take the money and leave. And we have a couple of managers who actually were giving him the deposit while he was across the counter or he was in his car. He called them and he says, bring the deposit.
Excuse me, do you have those video camera evidence with you?
Yeah, we have the evidence, yes.
I'm sorry.
I handed the evidence to the police officer.
Do you know if, on the dates that you're concerned with, if anybody other than Mr. Black took deposits to the bank?
No.
And how do you know that?
Because the video camera showed that he would come every day, pick up those deposits, and he would leave.
And which of the days are you speaking of? Do you remember, are you able to tell me the specific dates that you're talking about?
We're talking about 12:30, 12:31, 1, and 2.
Just for the record, Mr. Dudeville, that's January 1st and January 2nd, correct?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
That's all right.
And is that the transition between 2019 and 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right, just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Missing deposits prior to this date.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I apologize.
And can we get the emails? Any question about missing deposits prior to this date?
Okay.
That landed in the witness's hands.
Which
Nathan, I'm sorry, Nathan Rose.
What does it have to do about these dates? What's it have to do with it?
Because these are the people that handle those deposits.
You think it was me?
It's from a different case.
Actually, one of the shift managers, her name is Ashley, said he had a hand in something.
Okay.
He
What's Nathan's last name?
is Rose. He also was charged.
Okay.
They got deposits. We should have cash management emails.
Was a person named, an employee named Nathan Rose employed by the Burger King?
Correct.
Was he ever responsible for taking deposits to the bank?
Yes.
Have any of the deposits he took to the bank ever turned up missing?
No.
Was he taking deposits to the bank during the period of December 30th, 2020, 31st, 2020, and then January 1st and 2nd, 19 and 20? I apologize. December 30th, 2019. Do you know if he was responsible for taking deposits to the bank during that period?
Yes, he was responsible.
And how do you know that he wasn't responsible for taking those deposits to the bank on those days? This other person, this Nathan Rose.
Because of the fact that we've seen the video footage, him handing over the deposits to Keenan Black.
How many deposits were taken to the bank on December 30th?
30? On December 30?
Yes.
December 30 was 2 deposits.
Only 2 deposits on that day?
Yes.
And who was responsible for taking bank deposits, money from Burger King to the bank on December 31st?
It was also the shift running managers that don't have who was in charge of that day, but yeah.
And was Mr. Black on duty that day?
Correct.
Was he in the store that day?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah. First,
Okay, you're gonna already see. Talk about that. Still making me go with that. Figure out how to put the, what is it, figure out how to control values, various lines. I don't know if Fred's gonna be the one, or we gotta bring the system people out. Well, this thing is, but that's other crime, maybe other crimes, but they're only talking about these days. He's already asked him. Nathan did not have responsibility for taking around these days. You may have been there, they got you on video. No, they don't. Well, then that's what you gotta see, okay?
All right, thank you very much. No further questions.
Ms. Gillis, any further questions for Mr.
I don't have
Dudeville?
any further questions. We have one more witness.
Mr. Dudeville, thank you for your time, sir.
Okay.
Watch your step, please.
Is it a point, Robin?
No, no. That's a good question. That's a good question, because I know you feel like you're in trouble.
All the way up front, sir.
But it's not a drive, it's a full marathon. Okay,
That's
Right up here. Raise your right hand for me. Swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Right up here and have a seat. Settle in there, state your full name, spell your last name, please.
Nathan James Rhodes, R-H-O-A-D-S.
Spell it again. R-A?
R-H-O-A-D-S.
O-D-E-S. Rhodes. Like
O-A-D-S.
Okay. O-A-D-E-S. Gotcha. All right. You're with us, Ms. Gillis.
Okay. Mr. Rhodes, were you working at Burger King between the dates of 12/30/2019 and January 3rd, 2020? Were you an employee there?
Yes.
Okay, and were you a shift manager?
Assistant manager.
Assistant manager.
Assistant
Okay, and did something happen in the early January? Well, let me back up for a second. Were you working with Mr. Keenan Black?
Yes.
Did you see him here in court?
Yes.
What color shirt is he wearing? What color shirt is he wearing?
Blue.
Okay, thank you. The record reflects he's identified the defendant.
Noted.
Okay, and did something unusual happen in the dates of like around January 2nd when it came to depositing the shift's money?
Yeah. I do remember on that day, there was a text sent out asking the general manager, the district manager, asking about a deposit, which had been late, and there was never any response from that, as far as no one knew what had happened to it, nobody answered what had happened to it. And I believe that was on the 2nd, and then later on that day, we did get a call from the bank saying that others.
Judge, we're reporting hearsay. I'm wanting to hear what he saw and what.
Yeah, let me back up for a second. Was there a point in time where monies from the shift in the early first couple days of January were placed inside the safe?
Were the monies from the shift on the first?
First or second, somewhere in those dates that was put into the safe?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Black ever ask you to give him the monies from the safe?
Yes.
What did he tell you he was going to do with them?
Take them to the bank, to the deposit.
Okay. And is this unusual procedure?
It is.
Okay. Who would normally take the money to the bank?
The manager who had compiled the deposit.
Okay.
Would they normally have taken it.
Okay. How many times did Mr. Black ask you to give you the money for the deposits?
I don't know how many times, but I know that those couple of days we were doing that. The couple of days leading up to that, we had been doing it.
Been giving Mr. Black deposits?
Mr. Black the deposits to take to the bank, yes.
As opposed to you were not, the shift managers were not taking?
Correct.
Okay. Were some of the times that you gave him the monies, was it days that Mr. Black was not working?
I don't recall that specifically. I just don't recall that specifically if they were.
Okay. But it's not standard procedure for him to be handed the monies. Is that what your testimony is?
That is correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, master protocol.
Mr. Rhodes, is that your name?
Yes, sir.
All right, I want to apologize to the court. I kept referring to it as Rose previously.
It's okay.
Your
We
name
got it
is
right.
Rhodes. All right, sir. Were there issues with deposits going to the bank and problems with that? Had those been occurring previous to this period of the end of December of 2020 and the beginning of
2019, Council.
2019, I had said. 2019 and the beginning of 2020? Were there other problems that occurred in the past?
Yeah, just a few weeks, within a few weeks of that time, there was one or two that had been late, and that had happened, but it did eventually get where it was going. It just was late.
Were the problems that had been experienced in getting monies from the restaurant to the bank, had that been the reason that managers, as opposed to the usual people who took it to the bank, had been taking them to the bank?
Managers, specifically Keenan, yes, that was the reason that he was taking them, just to ensure that they were getting there, yes.
So Keenan taking the money to the bank was not something that was unheard of. He had been doing it because there had been some problems.
Yeah, but within that time frame, just not a regular practice, but within a few days of the first and the second.
I'll speak to my attorney.
Mr. Mullin.
What? Asked him who was the managers in charge of those deposits that came up missing late.
Okay, do you know
days?
who?
Was they missing for days, whatever. Asked him if he ever received.
We're talking about, again, December of 2020 and the beginning of 2019.
I'm
Gosh,
sorry,
dang,
Mr.
I keep doing that. We're talking about December of 2019 and the beginning of 2020. Who are the managers who were responsible for problems during that period? Who were not personally responsible, but the problems were happening on their shift?
Andrew Humphreys, and I believe that was the problem that initiated him taking the deposits.
I'm sorry, what was the name of this manager you mentioned?
Andrew.
Andrew Humphreys?
Yes, sir.
Andrew Humphreys. And it's your understanding that the reason that Mr. Black started taking the deposits to the bank is because there'd been a series of problems with deposits. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
How many deposits go to the bank typically from the restaurant to the bank in any given day?
3.
Is it fairly typical that there are 3?
Yes.
How many times do you remember Mr. Black asking specifically to take deposits to the bank?
I don't know. Within those few days was the only times that he really ever did. 4 or 5 times in that neighborhood.
Asked him was it several times why he had to put money in because it was missing money. Then I had to go to my bank account and put money into deposit. He would know that.
Were there, Mr. Rhodes, were there times that you knew during this period where Mr. Black had to put some of his own money into the deposits in order to make up for a shortfall?
Where he would put it within this time frame, where he would
Yes.
put his own money to make up for a shortage.
First of all, do you remember there being moments during this period when there were shortages in the money that was to be taken to the bank?
I do not remember that.
All right. Mr. Rhodes, thank you very much. Ms. Gillis, any follow-up?
Yep. Was it your testimony a few minutes ago, did you say that the only time Mr. Black requested that you hand the deposits to him, or the money to him to deposit, was during this late 2019, early 2020?
I think it probably happened every once in a while before. I don't think that it was at all regular. I mean,
Is it your testimony that it was regular during those times periods?
yes,
Okay, and you said that there was a little problem a few weeks prior with the deposit, is that correct?
as far as being late to the bank, yes.
But it was late, it was not missing, is that correct?
I believe that it ended up where it should have. Yeah.
Okay. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Mr.
No
O'Donnell, any questions? Any further questions for Mr. Rhodes?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Rhodes, you can step down. Thank you, sir. Watch your step, please. Anything else from the defense? Or from the prosecution?
Nothing from the
Any
prosecution.
witnesses from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
How about some argument?
Your Honor, I'd ask that the defendant be bound over the charge contained in the information complaint. Defendant was ID'd, location was in Van Buren. The amounts that the district manager added up with more than $1,000. We heard this last Mr. Rhodes testify that every once in a while, a manager, he might ask to take the deposits in, but he did it all these times during that time period. And then the district manager tried to set up dates for him to come meet him at the bank so we could go over the deposits and see where the discrepancy was. He wouldn't meet him. He said he'd follow him. He wouldn't follow him. He even said to him that, you know, if there's money missing, I'll pay you back. It never came back. I don't think you would agree to pay back unless you really wanted to took it. He was asking during this time period to do all the deposits, which is not the usual protocol at Burger King. The shift manager puts them in. I think we've shown enough that a crime was committed and probable cause exists to charge him with that crime.
Judge, I'm going to oppose the bind over for these reasons. This court has not seen bank records. This court has not seen records from Burger King saying how much money was accumulated to be sent to the bank, and then we don't have the bank records to say nothing happened that day. So the court has not seen bank records to prove the crimes being alleged. Second of all, the proof that they have is hearsay and a violation of the best evidence rule. It's the witness, the first Mr. Dudeville, who said he saw video of my client taking deposits to the bank. Where is that video? This court didn't see it. It's his hearsay rendition. I had to hear it to find out what's the basis for this. So I let him say it, but the court knows that's violent. He's repeating something that he saw on video. The video's not here. And then second of all, the best evidence of that would have been the actual video, apart from what he would say about it. The court didn't see that either. So based on the absence of proof, I'm moving to have this charge dismissed.
Ms. Gillis?
He indicated on the video that he was having people hand him the deposits. The witness backed it up. If he was going to object on best evidence, they've received the video, then he should have made the objection then. We could have played the video when the officer has it. Just think it's exam. And I don't think I have to bring in all the bank records. The district manager testified to what was missing. For trial, absolutely. But I think a district manager for the company, the corporate company, can testify to what was missing.
I agree. It's a probable cause hearing, different level of proof required, and I think it's been met by probable cause. AOI date is going to be June 16th, 9 a.m., or at least until they adjourn it. Bond will be continued. Anything else on this file?
No, Your Honor, not this time. Thank you.
Good luck downtown, gentlemen.
I think we have
I'll
one
say
more.
I've got two more.
Judge, may I approach?
Sure. Castle and Barrington.
Those are the two bags.
No problem. Don't worry. It's not your norm, so we knew something was wrong. No worries. I've got two files.
It's a two-bagger case. So let me go get the people, and I have to use the restroom. I already need to use.
Commissioner Hayes?
Yes.
I'm going to put it like this. When it's down, it doesn't seem to reverberate. Is that given the feedback?
There's a little bit there.
Did it?
Yeah, there's still feedback. I don't think it's the position. I think it's how loud he was and how close he was to the mic.
That's what I mean, if I position it down away from their mouth. And these. That guy, pardon my expression. Oh, they left the records up there. He talked like he had a mouthful of shit, because we had that so tight across.
Oh, the last guy?
Yeah,
He was extremely nervous, Joe.
yeah, he didn't want to be.
No.
I'm just gonna go get this to Jay.
Good God almighty. So what are we waiting for?
Jane's in the bathroom.
I don't need Jane to get the defense attorneys in here. Hey, I sent you a text. Get started at 4 o'clock if I'm not done yet. And we got to revisit the idea of being able to page off these phones. Oh, I don't know. I didn't think we could. Okay, well, how do I find the page button? Oh, okay, I got it. Yep. Paging on. I'm trying the new page function. If you're on Harrington or Castle, get your butt in courtroom 2. I'm tired of waiting. Did it work? There we go. What are we doing?
Let me get on record.
We're ready. They're asking for an adjournment.
Are you on?
Yes, sir.
All right, People versus Harrington and Castle, appearances, please.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
And Elizabeth Moore on behalf of the people, P84724.
Joanne Prey on behalf of Mr. Harrington. I believe he's coming into the courtroom right now. He was outside in his car.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Wade McCann appearing on behalf of Matthew Castle, who is also entering the building at this time.
All right, why would we adjourn?
Your Honor, we're looking for the opportunity to present this to Superior at the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. There are so many different aspects to this case. The victim is suing for billions of dollars, suing our clients, suing Van Buren. You know, Ms. Gillis hasn't had a time to review this in a way to really give a thorough review of what's going on with the case. There was a previous conviction where Ms. Prey was the prosecutor, and the victim was convicted of FA on repo guys, which is exactly what they're accusing our clients of.
No, the defendant was convicted of an FA on repo men, and the defendant was the alleged victim in this case.
Got it.
Okay.
I was with you. I was with you.
Sorry.
This victim was the defendant on the last file.
That's correct.
Gotcha.
Similar facts.
Yeah, gotcha. Go ahead.
And, you know, he was, at that trial, he was found to be lying on the record. He put on a false alibi defense. The person who he got the alibi from came to court just to point out that he was lying about this. And the judge found that on the record. There are so many things that should be looked at. This case, it was 6 years. Van Buren denied it. That's another thing I would like to get Officer Stanton. He appears on the witness list. He's not endorsed. But I would like to have Officer Stanton here because he sheds light on what happened when they were originally arrested and what our clients said at the time. And, you know, I just think it is very pertinent, especially when you're talking about a gun.
Here's my concern. We've been kicking this case around in this building for 11 months.
Understood, Judge. I wouldn't believe you at all.
What haven't we accomplished in 11 months that we can accomplish if I adjourn it now?
Your Honor, the concern that I have is there is so much discovery. There was thousands of pages that we received, and then after the last time we were in court, we received thousands more that I've gone through. I don't know if you can see what's in front of me as far as,
I can see
this
it.
is just a little bit of what the information has that I would like for someone to review, because our concern is, especially with my client who just has the assault GBH and assault battery, I don't believe that it should be an assault GBH, but if he gets up in the circuit, he's going to sit for years up there as well. So I at least want to make an attempt or do something to, if we can keep the matter down here, if Your Honor isn't going to even bind it over.
My records show the last time you were in court was November. So you've had your final discovery was in November and you still haven't reviewed it?
No, I've reviewed everything. I've reviewed everything. And
okay. I thought you just asked for more time to do something with your discovery.
No, I wanted to, we spoke with Ms. Gillis. I actually gave her what I planned on using at the exam about a month ago, but I don't believe that anything has come together. So our desire now is to try to go to a supervisor to see if, and I don't think Ms. Gillis is offended or objects necessarily.
I doubt it. She never is.
Given the facts of the case.
Yeah, she's been around too long for that.
Okay.
You know, I don't really care, but I think we are prepared.
Yeah.
And to be fair, Your Honor, we are prepared to go to exam, but I think the interests of justice, given how long they're going to, if the court ever is inclined to bind this over, Mr. Harrington and Mr. Castle are owed due diligence, especially at this juncture. It's my understanding the court's going to break at 4 o'clock today. I don't think there's any way this exam is going to conclude.
How long is it going to take? And I'm not going to hold you to it. Just give me your best guess. If we hold the exam, what do you think it'll take?
I was going to ask, Your Honor, if you were inclined that if we could have it set for a certain time when we could have.
No, that's why I'm asking.
2 to 3 hours, I would.
Okay, all right.
I was going to say an hour, hour and a half.
Okay.
Hour and a half to 2 hours would be my inclination, probably.
Okay.
But again, I don't know how the alleged victim is going to testify, and that could obviously make it longer or shorter.
We only really have one, maybe two witnesses. We have one witness. His testimony will be lengthy. It gets longer when you have two different attorneys.
Mm.
You know, and I agree. I mean,
they both know what they're
if
doing.
they go to the supervisor, I would agree there is one charge that there is one charge that I agree is.
Might have.
You might not find it over, or you may, depending on what he testifies to. But
All right.
Your Honor, if I may, that's my concern, because my client only has the assault GBH
Right.
and then an alternate assault battery. So for him, this is very
Okay,
important.
here's my problem. I'm inclined to adjourn it. Just to be honest with you, it's been a really rough day, and I do have a 4 o'clock meeting. But here's my concern. I only get her on Wednesdays. This is what our normal Wednesday looks like. So about all I can do for you is give you a 3 o'clock exam date with the idea we're going to stay here until it's done. That's about the best I can do.
I would be fine with that, Your Honor. That would be great. Thank you.
can I call the victim in and the trooper to make sure if we set another date, that it's a good date?
Sure.
If you guys want to stand, you just sit on yourself.
Yeah, I'll sit in.
How much time are you gonna have to do whatever you're gonna do downtown with a supervisor?
3 weeks?
I think we might need a little more than that.
I mean, I think we should look at an August date.
Yes, I agree.
Do we have any August dates?
I'll be gone the first 2 weeks. I mean, if there's gonna be someone else with a marker on it or something.
August 25.
It's fine with me, Judge.
And what time do we want to set that?
Well, we got enough time now. There's probably nothing scheduled. Well, we scheduled one this
We've got a
morning.
couple already, plus we scheduled one.
So, let's schedule 2:30. 2:30 on the 25th?
That's fine, Your Honor.
And that's gonna be with the understanding that nothing will be scheduled after us, so we will conclude on that date.
It's not a good date for my victim who takes his daughter to college that day.
Give me September date.
First, which is one.
September 1?
We only have that and then the next date.
Yeah, hold on. But September 1 is a date. September 1.
Same time, Judge.
2:30.
Thank you.
True?
Yes, sir. Very good.
All right. So 9/1, 2:30, and we're gonna do it. As sympathetic as I might be with all the problems you're relaying to me, we're gonna do it on that day.
Understood,
Thank
Judge.
you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Bond is continued, gentlemen.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. 9/1, 2:30. Yeah, those go to Mackenzie.
Your Honor, where's the meeting at?
Basically out in that main lobby area, probably.
Because Mariah sent me an email about it too. And
Yeah.
I have tons of questions about that online Oakley thing.
Well, don't take this time for that. This time is jury trials. This meeting's about jury trials only.
Right. Well, I'm gonna have to get Mariah, I couldn't get in. That's what-
Yeah, and she knows her way around that Matterhorn, so she'll be able to help you out.
I have to set up an appointment with her tomorrow.
Couldn't hear it, right?
All right. Dan, I have no idea how to close anything down in here now.
I'll figure it out. Do you know how to close down the Polycom or no?
No idea.
All right,
No idea, sorry.
that's okay. I'm gonna call Fred.
question.
Absolutely.
This thing is dragging on so long. My client just politely asked me, I don't want to wear out my welcome with the judge, but he asked me, is there any way I could get out of town for a few days to go on a trip? July 25th through the.
Hang on. I'll get a hold of him. Hang on. He just went down for the meeting, but I'm gonna go down and.
Oh, thank you so much.
Not a problem. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Damn door. They got a problem with that door and they gotta get it fixed. I just talked to the judge and he said, absolutely.
Oh, that's fine.
I'm gonna put it in the computer when I get back into my office, as soon as I shut down the courtroom. I'll put in the computer that it's okay with the judge. Now, can I get those dates again, please?
Yes.
Where's the
I was off
stickies?
slightly before, so I'm glad. It's 23rd through the 26th. It's Friday of July.
7/23 through 7/26.
Yeah, he's going to Norfolk, Virginia.
Okay, Norfolk. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Not a problem. And I will call down and let Heather know, the felony clerk, so that she knows too. But I'm gonna put it in the computer and so it'll be on the ROA.
Tell the judge I love his new kingdom.
If we could just figure the damn stuff out. Pardon my mouth.